The Sasquatch Message for Humanity. BOOKTW. Interdimensional Teachings from Our Elders. Copyright 2017 by Rainbow Butterfly Publications. This book was created in the spirit of love, peace, and respect. All text in this book may be reproduced by any form or means. The authors give permission and gratitude to all whom share this message with any and all our relations. The Sasquatch Message to Humanity. Interdimensional Teachings from Our Elders. 3rd edition. Written by SunBôw as channeled by interdimensional Sasquatch and Star Elders. Edited by Kelly Lapseritis. This book is the continuation of the Sasquatch Message to Humanity, Conversations with Elder Camus, which was published in August 2016. Front cover artwork by Aries Illustrations. AriesIllustrations.tumblr.com. Design and photographs by Kelly Lapseritis. Back cover artwork by Trump Photography and Images. www.trumpphotography.com. Designed by Kelly Lapseritis. Printed in the United States of America. Related links: www.psychics.com, www.scenicsact.com. Artwork by Shirley McDaniel. Pathfinders2@.net. Foreword by Kawani Lapseritis, MSMA.
It is my contention that this unique monograph delivers the most important message to global humanity that was ever presented to the public at large. Indeed, it is a very strong statement, but warrants it because the words are so profoundly revealing. This information is from a most unusual source, powerfully illustrating just how evolved and super intelligent these nature people really are. This data is received at a time when the world's ecosystems are in such great peril. The clandestine Sasquatchy nation have a desperate message to share pertaining to the true history of the human race in an attempt to expand our consciousness. This new awareness is crucial if we are to survive as a species. Our planet is presently critically ill from toxic pollution in our air, water, soil, and food at such dangerous levels that life-threatening diseases are increasing at a rate never seen before. All of these serious environmental issues can easily be traced back to corporate greed and the small number of elites who appear to favor their own agenda over the needs of people they are supposed to be helping. In this book, the Sasquatch and Star Elders share their ancient wisdom and hidden knowledge about the dynamic of quantum energy in relation to our evolutionary journey. There are also many interdimensional aspects that are thoroughly explained. The Sasquatch people say their cosmic mission is to teach and guide the human race towards the truth of our existence and peaceful interspecies relations. Our elders encourage all beings to walk in unconditional love, without fear, while staying within our heart center rather than from a place within our minds. They feel that most humans have forgotten their connection to Mother Earth and our star elders, and in turn have created great global problems. The words in this book were transcribed by SunBôw in a way that everyone can understand and appreciate the mind-expanding messages. It is presented in such a way that it also culturally illustrates and reveals just how the Sasquatch think as a people, as they selflessly reach out to us to share and expose a vital world cosmic truth.
Prelude by SunBôw. For the unexperienced bypasser, the idea that such a creature as Sasquatch could exist can be hard to believe. That they are highly intelligent and spiritually evolved beings, with superior psychic and interdimensional abilities, and that they communicate through telepathy can be even harder to accept for conventional rationalism that has repudiated all spiritual knowledge. But talk to experiencers who have met Sasquatch firsthand, hear what they say. At the first Spiritual and Psychic Sasquatch Conference held in Chula, Washington, from September 17 to 19, 2016, people from different parts of the world who had never met came together to share their experiences with Sasquatch describing very similar phenomena. In that international circle of spiritually oriented souls, paranormal manifestations are seen as normal, and to walk with our interdimensional elders is the common will and guideline. For the conventional deniers or speculators, we are categorized as woo-woo-woos, a pejorative code name to classify the people who believe that paranormal and psychic phenomenons surround the mysterious Sasquatch. But for us, experiencers, it is beyond debate and useless to try to prove what we learn through direct experience to those who choose ignorance. This book is not for those who constantly seek material proof without ever finding enough in the abundance of evidences to admit the possibility of the existence of a being as Sasquatch. This message is addressed to the open-minded spiritual seekers looking for understanding of the interdimensional essence of existence experienced by highly spiritually evolved beings. The advance of modern scientific knowledge in the fields of astrophysics, quantum physics, the multiverse and parallel dimensions confirm ancient mystic and shamanic knowledge about the fabrics of the omniverse and the omnipresence of consciousness as the very essence of existence and source of manifestation in the process of co-creation in evolution. As our circle grows worldwide, willingly opening up to a collective shift of consciousness into higher understanding of the interdimensional nature of existence, and actively taking part in a global cosmic disclosure about higher forms of spiritual intelligence, every human being is now offered the choice to remain in the old dying paradigm, limited to the materialistic linear 4D temporality, or to expand their consciousness towards higher dimensional knowledge. For those on the path of spiritual understanding, who choose to evolve into a greater use of our human potential and the unlocking of 90% of our brain and 96% of our DNA that are left dormant, holding the keys to higher intelligence and interdimensional psychic abilities, this message, received from spiritual elders, offering help and guidance to humanity and transcribed by a humble and imperfect channel, may be useful. Truth sets us free as it resonates within the deepest fibers of our soul. Let there be light.
Introduction. THE's Sasquatch Message to Humanity. Chapter 51. A Compliment to Book 1. Written September 7, 2016.
Camus said, less than a year ago, you were transcribing our message, which directed Kelly and Kawani to connect with you, and through them and the circle then created, many others who talk with us have been connecting and sharing their experiences. You have witnessed in the last year, all along your journeys, many of your people who have come in contact with us and have developed spiritual connections with us. We have been gathering you all worldwide through the contacts and messages of our clan's ambassadors towards a great spiritual convergence to bring out the truth and disclosure about who we are. We, the Sasquatch people, now rejoice, for this time has come of our great cosmic reunification. This is now of primordial importance for the collective evolution of your human people, because remembering your elder brother leads you to remember your star elders and your own long-term spiritual evolution and forgotten psychins as multidim beings. There will always be those opposed to the truth our very existence carries for you, the deniers, skeptics, and speculators, preferring to remain in their ignorance and taking pride in exposing it, the fearful and ghost hunters, seers, playing games, the mythbusters and expert debunkers, pretending they have a clue with fake arguments for self-attention, and the dark ones who serve the plans of the lower lords, keeping your people in ignorance, and fear through lies, threat, and manipulation. But all those forces combined can't change the truth that your soul knows in its deepest core. Truth remains and eventually sets your consciousness free from the bondage of materialism and the illusion of temporality in which your people has been enslaved by the lower lords. The lower lords are losing their powers as your human people is experiencing a spiritual revolution through an awakening of the collective consciousness, and as more and more of yours will now stand for the truth, as the caretakers of all life they were meant to be on this home planet, Mother Earth. The escalation will cause everyone to have to choose which side they stand on, either as unconscious materialistic destroyers or as conscious spiritual protectors and loving caretakers, as the threat of insanity will become more obvious to many. The great final battle has begun, because it is the last possible recourse, and we have reached the extreme limits and ultimate deadline to turn the tide with a healing wave of recovery. Times ahead won't be easy, but it will take all the efforts combined of all spiritual warriors. The materialistic mind frame, which persists obsessively in making profit at all costs, its main goal, is not only the product of gross ignorance, it is also dangerous for any planet infected with that selfish, in seeing as the only reality, the thin layer of the energy spectrum that is matter manifested in final linear time. Consciousness becomes trapped in a temporal holographic illusion. This limited thinking is obsolete, as it ends your evolutionary purpose. Only with soul in mind and mind in soul can consciousness continue to evolve and expand. Spiritually evolved beings don't mind speak words, they so feel thoughts. So shall you hear us with your soul in telepathy as we converse among ourselves and with the star elders. Words are meant for you to assimilate knowledge. Your mind translates thoughts in your human speech. Why would the star elders and my people use human speech if not for you? We are the lemur people, mammal people like you, but much more ancient than your first ancestors. 200 million years ago, we first walked here, and 50 million years ago, we had lived on many planets and became the main caretakers of this home planet after the bird people started living in artificial space stations. We are not the ape people, nor related to the great apes as much as you are. In fact, you are the ape people because you share 95% of their genes. But of all species, we are your closest relatives, with 99% genes you have because we share the same DNA starseeds from our star elders. This ageless DNA starseed carrying intelligent consciousness is what makes you different from the great apes, your earthly distant cousins, and what make us Sasquatch your closest relative of all species in the universe, being of the same star lineage. Your DNA starseed was sown on Mother Earth by the star elders, conceived by elementals, hatched by ant people, grown by lizard people, raised by bird people, and nurtured by Sasquatch people. Your human people is not the first intelligent species on this home planet. You are the product of eons of care and evolution of consciousness and genetics. When highly spiritually evolved beings choose to bring their consciousness on a planet for its evolution, if there is some intelligent life there, they can come directly and communicate openly unless consciousness is at a level too depleted, like in the case of your Earth. Transmit their consciousness through individuals acting as open channels. But when coming to a young planet where no spiritually intelligent species has developed, they create an avatar combining their own DNA to that of an evolved indigenous species adapted to the environment as receptacles in which they incarnate their consciousness. This is to help you understand who the elder species are that have preceded your coming. Having forgotten about the dharmic purpose of long-term soul evolution and the spiritual transmission of DNA through transmigration alchemy, as in the cosmic laws the star elders have taught on all planets, humanity has difficulty in seizing the vastness of the big picture. This is because your human genetic memories did not exist prior to 6 million years, when your first ancestors were conceived and created in Lemuria, and your DNA has been modified several times since, making you forget even more of the greater soul plan you are part of. The next quantum leap of your collective consciousness is to perceive, with new perspective, the vastness of infinity beyond the limited perceptions and illusion of 4D linear space-time. When you realize that Earth is small in the cosmos and your incarnation is short, you start to see beyond the apparent space-time limitations through the expansion of consciousness. You understand the futility of possessions and ego in a short-lived temporal material plane. Your next step is to bring a new world by raising your consciousness to the 5th dimension. If you would only care for the next few generations of your descent, you would treat this home planet with love and care and maintain peace on it. It would be the start of a planetary civilization based on peace, with the end of the uncivilization of destruction and wars, prime requirement for any planet sister planets in the cosmic order of Star Elders Council. If you would honor the millions of years of evolution of your ancestors and souls, you would remember the purpose of your spiritual mission for being caretakers on this home planet. You would know your connection to the earth and the stars and live in peace with all life. When your collective consciousness reaches this simple level of cosmic understanding, you will become mature enough as a species to be readmitted within the Council of Star Elders. Those who seek the truth end up finding it, because it is inscribed in your genetic star seed and in your soul memories, so it resonates within the fibers of your higher consciousness. As the truth emerges in this age of communication and cosmic disclosure, so does collective consciousness. It takes a few light carriers to open the path for many as light is transmitted. Here is a myth to debunk. Humanity is not at the top of the evolutionary chain. It is not the only intelligent species on this planet or elsewhere, nor the most ancient, nor the most highly evolved. We are not the ape people. You are the ones who could be called by this name. Communication with higher intelligence would be in your greatest interest and benefit. Here is a lie to expose. This home planet doesn't belong to the lower lords who claim it, nor does it belong to humanity alone. It is the sacred home and mother of all life forms it feeds. Biodiversity is the result of eons of mutual care and evolution of interspecies relations. The miracle of life, as Creator intended, is an ever-changing perfection of order in apparent chaos. Intelligent beings interact with the natural laws, and they can intervene either in beneficial or detrimental ways, depending on their level of consciousness. Only an ignorant and arrogant species can cause the mass destruction of others and still claim, with pretense, its superiority. Here is a truth to tell. We Sasquatch are your elder brother and closest relative, who have watched over you from near and far since your origins, trying now more than ever to reach out to you, to join our hearts and spirits in caretaking this home planet and bringing a new world through the shift of consciousness into the fifth dimension, beyond temporality and materialism. This is the only way, a next necessary step of your soul evolutionary process. Now, this is why we are gathering some of you who are preparing for the new consciousness. There will be some who hold the light, some who blaze the trails, some who clear the paths. Your indigenous peoples are on the front line, showing the path to freedom and sovereignty. Humanity is making its choice between two opposed ways, leading in opposite directions. Choose wisely which path you follow, which thoughts you feed, where you focus attention. You are co-creator through the infinite consciousness you carry, and your dreams manifest. This is what, in this available space and time, I, Camus, am asking you to transmit in words on behalf of the Council of Elders of our clans, who have arranged this cosmic convergence. Let it be known that it is out of love, care, and compassion that we reach out to offer our help. It is with great joy that we celebrate our reunification and coming together as ancient allies. May our reconnection bring forth many fruits of wisdom that will benefit all living beings. Artwork by Ashley Ruse, Eris Illustrations. erisillustrations.tumblr.com. Chapter 1.
My dearest Sasquatch, Elder Camus, has been around for a few days, sitting by and smiling, waiting patiently for me to get ready to work with him again. Tonight, on full moon, following his instructions, I attached to my sacred pipe some of his hair that he gifted me 1 month ago on the site where I was to conduct the opening ceremony of the first Spiritual and Psychic Sasquatch Conference, a couple days before the event. I just smoked the prayer pipe, as I try to do at least once a moon, but for the first time with his hair on it. Afterwards, he came by, opening doors, walking with audible footsteps around me, and telling me let's get to work. So tonight I sit with this eldest elder of the Sasquatch, people asking me to talk on his behalf. Camus says,
Thank you, little brother. On behalf of the Sasquatch Elders Council, we are very happy and grateful for the work accomplished and the way we have come through together in the last year. Just 1 year ago, you were finishing the transmission of our first message. We made 4 promises to you that we have kept. So, let's have a brief look at this last year. This first part of our new message will describe your experiences with us and show the validity of our word. This review is to remind you of the progress done and to help the readers understand your connection with us and why you have been given this mission to help them develop theirs. First, we promised you that our relation would keep growing stronger and deeper, that you would keep meeting more and more of my Sasquatch people, that we would manifest to you in many ways you would recognize, and that we would be by your side and keep teaching you. Well, when you finished writing our words 1 year ago and traveled east across the continent, you thought that our contacts would cease, but you were met where you first lived by the local clan and its leader, Sepemtu, about interdimensional portals and how to open and guard them. He first showed himself to you with half of his body materialized, and his clan appeared to you twice with yellow shining eyes. He explained how they are an earlier type of Sasquatch, and their lemur-like features have them being called wolf faces or baboon faces, so they show more often only their eyes, as not to frighten us with their non-human traits. The local clan came by daily, making sure they were heard guarding the portal behind your house. One day, you received a complex glyph made of branches at the foot of the stairway. Another time, you were gifted a bright red gem that appeared on your table. Your friend living there, who is the one who passed on to you the sacred pipe you are carrying, witnessed with you signs of their presence, hearing them around. Once she asked you who was throwing pebbles. You said Sasquatch, and you were answered with a handful of pebbles landing at your feet from nowhere. Since you have left that place, they have continued to visit your friend. You then moved to the city with your son, thinking that we would not manifest out there. You were surprised to find out that we can be there as anywhere with you. You heard us walk around, saw us in the astral and in dreams, felt our touch, and we even left a footprint in fresh snow on your doorstep. We have given you many signs of our presence and messages, as well as to the people in your surroundings who have been open and interested in knowing us. Last March, Ikamu told you to write our dear sister Kelly that I would go visit her and Kewani. The next day, before she read your message, they both saw me in their local area. Another time, our relative Bolo Bolo, standing behind you, told you to write to Kelly that he would go visit her. You saw him stretch his arm, and before you had written your line, Kelly wrote to you that someone had just touched her. Since a year, there have been too many such paranormal events to report them all here. We have been teaching you intensively about interdimensionality through a series of psychic experiences, dreams, astral travels, and information downloads. Our star elders are also involved in your soul education process. In a series of vivid dreams, we took you on astral travels aboard motherships to teach you intensively about cosmic matters, different kinds of star people, dharmic evolution of souls, history of the universe, healing energies, advanced technologies, and interdimensionality. You were allowed to be instructed by the Council of Star Elders to help you on your mission. Then we sent you Sheila, one of ours, who had great sufferings to heal from because of your people who took the life of her child. You saw the red, shining eyes and heard the hiss of a hurt Sasquatch, and learned that not only do we also have to work on our healing, but that you can help us with compassion and respect. We can help and teach one another. Then she took you to the portal, a rock platform surrounded by boulders, where you found in the moss a collection of single tracks of all sizes from many of our elders, all pointing toward the center of the circle, sending you their interdimensional signatures to let you know, working together in gathering the souls, ready to evolve further in cosmic disclosure. This summer, you left with your son on a pilgrimage which took you through many communities and sacred places, as we had told you it would happen. You went in the Sweat Lodge with Lakota Chief Golden Light Eagle, where was chanted the Sasquatch song, and you passed your pipe around. Several of the younger ones who accompanied you strongly felt our presences after the ceremony, some even hearing and seeing us, while with our sister Jenny, you went around talking with us and watching the many bright blue orbs flying around you. We manifested ourselves to you and your traveling tribe several times during your journey. You heard footsteps on the roof of your bus, knowing from experience that I love to surprise you this way. We often appeared in the dreams and thoughts of your traveling companions. The night one of us broke branches near your campfire, they all knew who it was. When you arrived on the ancestral homeland of your Hopi relatives, it didn't take long before we showed up to you. You saw me healing you of your pain one night. Then, on the last night before you left, I gave you a small streak of my hair at the portal where you were guided. That same night, you saw many of our clan elders surrounding you and calling you to our gathering up north. The next night, on Mount Shasta, your traveling partner had his first encounter with one of us after asking to meet us. The next day, you met more people who had met my people, as it has been happening increasingly all along your journeys all year. With most of those signs received, there are witnesses who can confirm your words and experiences. The first day you arrived on the site of the awaited gathering, I appeared clearly in the photo Kelly took behind her and you. When you returned on site days later, you saw me waiting for you in the woods, and as you sat where you were going to do the opening ceremony 2 days later, I left for you a large piece of my hair roughly braided with a knot. This is the ultimate gift of trust and friendship that we can offer, apart from our spiritual support. If all the many signs and manifestations given were not enough to convince you of our presence, this hair will stay with you to remind you that we are never separated in the spiritual realm, and that our interdimensional, interspecies friendship is as real as you are. I told you to give some of my hair to a few trusted friends who have carried it to Australia, Russia, Canada, the Midwest, and other locations. I asked you to put the rest of it on your sacred pipe and smoke it tonight, as I wanted to joy to the many elders and relatives who have smoked it in many ceremonies since decades, and with the white buffalo she calf-named Prophecy, whose hair is also on this pipe, are the 6th carrier following 5 native sun dancers. It was given to you to carry to signify the importance of your mission, and to remind that pipe carriers cannot lie, because they share the breath of Great Spirit, just like the medicine of Sasquatch is honesty and transparency. So we have fulfilled our promise of being with you everywhere, manifesting in many ways. On the night you put up the Sasquatch teepee and spent the night alone on the site of the gathering and conference, elders and representatives of many of our clans manifested around you, either with calls, sounds close by, physical appearances, and telepathic communications, letting you know of our joy about the manifestation of this event. Camus' hair that was gifted to SunBôw before the 2016 Spiritual and Psychic Sasquatch Conference. This was the second promise we had given you, that we would gather your and my people. At that conference and gathering we had called, many of the participants felt our presence and received signs from us. This is the beginning of a long-term process of cosmic disclosure in which awakened souls worldwide are taking part. New portals are being opened for your collective consciousness to access interdimensional understanding and spiritual evolution. So tonight, we are glad to be ready to start transmitting another chapter of the message we carry for humanity, and ask you to help us in delivering it by translating our thoughts in human words and speech. The third promise we made you last year when we asked you to write down our message was that a growing number of your human people would be ready to receive it, and that the time was ripe for it to be brought out at large in the general public. Well, you have noticed that since before you completed the writing of the first message, it had already reached a large international audience on many websites online. The comments and feedback received were the most encouraging and empowering that you had ever seen. Just 2 moons ago, the message was made available into printed form and has continued to be distributed, reaching out to a growing number. This is another promise we have kept. The fourth promise we made was that we would reach out to more and more, and that you would meet a growing number of your people who would develop their connection with us and come forward to share their experiences. Well, since a year you have been put in touch with literally dozens of communicators who have had ongoing contacts with Sasquatch, several of which are just starting recently to know us, and many of whom you have helped with guidance and advice, answering questions. You see another of our promises fulfilled. You have learned with elders from distant lands, with the guides of your human allies and interdimensional communicators you work with on different planes, just like many of them, a dozen, have met me since and let you know that I visited them or messaged telepacibus. Just a year ago, no living human had heard of me. This is why I hesitated for long before giving you a name for me at your request. But today, my name, Camus, is on thousands of lips. I knew the challenge it would pose as an empath, but I am satisfied with the general reaction. So here are 4 promises that we made in our first message and have kept within 1 year. First, many of us have been manifesting in many ways around you regularly, guiding you. Second, fathered with Sasquatch communicators from around the world 1 moon ago, and Juella And this enlightening event, which was a great success, will become annual. Thirdly, we told you that our message would reach out and be well received, as it happened. Fourth, as we said, these experiences and the net understanding they bring are shared by a fast-growing number of interspecies communicators worldwide, connecting in a circle. Why did we start this new message by looking back on the last year? Because the promises we gave you were kept, showing that our word is true. Because our Sasquatch medicine is honesty and transparency. These are more signs we are giving you and your people, so you know that we really are reaching out to help your spiritual evolutionary path. We have sent you to Kluani, a great friend and ally of our people for many years and lifetimes, and famous as the pioneer who has made our people known for who we really are. When you received his books last year, the day after you had finished transcribing our message, it was no coincidence that you found so much concordance with what you wrote. Likewise, he recognized the truth of our message through you and decided to help share it. We have guided him, his wife Kelly, and many others like you into this cosmic convergence. Now that we have proven our word to be true by keeping all of our promises this year, we are ready to carry on transmitting our message to humanity through your services and words. Some of your people can know us because they open up and try. Others never will because they refuse or choose denial. When you start to know your spiritual self, you understand that interdimensional beings with higher intelligence like us and the star elders do exist for real. If we were not trying to help you, we would not send you all the signs and help you receive. We would not give you all these teachings with the spiritual understanding they can bring. You have witnessed that our connection has brought many beneficial blessings for many. The Great Spirit of all things wants it to be this way. She created a set of natural laws to maintain the cosmic order and a plan for creation to be for the spiritual evolution of the soul. So, let's get started together with another round of information download to be transmitted. Chapter 2. 11 days have passed by already. 11 intense days, rich in events and activities that did not allow time for writing. They included 4 days at the Okanogan Family Fair, where Kawane, Kelly, and I had a table with our books about the spiritual Sasquatch. We were met with respect and interest by a large number of people, many of which had their own stories to share. Tonight, Camus is happy that I am available again to write. As usual, his wise eyes and loving smile appear to me while he starts soul-speaking softly. Greetings, beloved little brother. It is always a profound joy for me, just as it is for you, to sit and work together for the best interest of all life. In the last few days since we talked, you were again given powerful signs of our spiritual support. On the night following your full moon pipe ceremony, you were called outside to notice a bright starship hovering not far. After observing it for a while, seeing it move back and forth with a smaller ship flying near it, you sent telepathic greetings to the visitors and asked where they were from. The reply you received was beyond all expectations. You saw many faces of all different types you had never seen or imagined coming down toward you from the ship, and soon you were surrounded by many star beings of various species greeting you as their friend. They told you, "We are from many star systems and galaxies. Our diverse origins don't matter so much. We are known as the Council of Star Elders for the spiritual balance we keep throughout the universe. We will assist you in the transmission of the message. This happened to assure you of the mission we are giving you and the support we offer. These very intense and highly significant experiences are stepping stones on your learning path. We understand your frustration of not being able to share them with your human peers, other than through your own account. Although you have helped many of your people to connect with us, our most intimate encounters have been when we are alone with you, as it is with most humans. And there are good reasons for it, because those who have no fear and come alone to meet us show clearly that they are ready to communicate. That's why, even if we can manifest just about anywhere, your people first must learn to meet us in the wild, because they have to feel at peace with nature first. So, the next night, we gave you another gift to share with everyone. You walked out to take photos of the sunset and heard our telepathic call to come meet us by the woods, where you saw one of us last month. You felt we would be there, waiting for you, and you were right. As you got closer, you started seeing us lined up along the edge of the woods. You asked us if you could take images, and we agreed, as we decided this would be a sign for those who know us, while remaining meaningless for those who have no clue. When you took photos, you noticed that the camera was flashing strangely, and you saw later that the pictures all came out highly pixelized and blurry, due to interdimensional frequency interference. But on the footage we let you take of us, you hear clearly our conversation in the coyote language, and many showed ourselves to the camera. You first zoomed on me and my beloved Wohola as we appeared. Then, to the right, our relative Bolo Bolo materialized completely as you were filming, for all who have eyes and wish to see. As always, many see us and many do not, refusing to believe their own eyes. Wohola and Bolo Bolo still frames from SunBôw's video recording. These images were a gift from us to your people, especially to those who are already working on knowing us and developing interspecies, peaceful spiritual relations with us. They are a confirmation for those who love us that we are really working closely with you. They also carry teachings and information for you to decode about interdimensionality. For instance, the camera can never show what your eyes see, but if it shows something you see, it confirms it is really there. You have noticed, through our many encounters, and interactions that we can manifest in various ways, in different densities and dimensions. That's why in photography, which is a fixation in form of a light reflection in linear time, we often appear blurry, pixelized, or transparent, vibrating at a different frequency than 4D. Your eyes and brain catch 18 images per second, and your camera about 30. But if we vibrate at a higher frequency, what the eye and camera capture is a vague outline. Let us explain briefly about these densities and dimensions as a short introduction to the more elaborate teachings we will give you later in this message. The less dense a mass is, the less particles it will hold, so you can somehow see through it, and it will take less pixels on a photography. You have noticed that when you tried enhancing or enlarging the images we gave you of us, we seem to fade out and disappear from the pictures. No matter how hard you try to doctor these images, the original footage remains the clearest. This is because we have control over our etheric print on temporal support, and especially electronic medias, so you will always only see what we allow you to see. That is why we sometimes appear on photos of friends, even when their camera is off. Those who have to see us already see us in the footage we gave you. Others will never see us, even when we stand in front of them, because their consciousness refuses to. We can only see what we allow ourselves to see. It's just a matter of focus and priorities. So as you know by now, any kind of images of us will never be a proof for the skeptics, but just a confirmation for the seekers who have trained their eyes to see beyond matter. Your scientists know now that physical matter constitutes only about 4% of the energy of the omniverse, leaving a similar proportion to what they call antimatter, and the most part of the rest being defined by the terms dark matter or particles such as neutrinos that travel through physical matter at speeds faster than light. The names dark or black matter, which are synonyms, only come from the fact that traveling at speeds faster than that of light, these particles do not reflect light as physical matter does, but when gathered in masses, their energy fields refracts light, meaning it bends it. Being faster than light and bending it, this plane is beyond linear time. You may call it the astral plane, as its energy fills most of the interstellar space, but we call it the alter universe, and its substance the alter matter. It is only dark for the ignorant, as neutrinos travel without interference between physical particles. The astral or alter plane constantly interacts with the physical plane. What are those 14 grams or half and once that the human body loses at death? It is your astral body that is being freed from its physical shell as the silver cord anchoring it into its incarnation is finally released. The astral or alter body being a double of the physical, we can conclude that the alter matter is an average 5,000 times less dense than the physical matter. When detached from matter, it continues on its journey in the alter universe beyond linear time. There is also a wide spectrum of different densities in the alter universe or astral plane. Interdimensional beings can raise or lower their own density in order to travel from one plane to the next. This is why most of us can materialize and dematerialize, as you have seen several times. On other occasions, astral projections or manifestations of the alter double are an easier way to communicate quickly, regardless of distance and timelines. In the alter universe, thought forms take shape and manifest on different levels of intensity and density. When powerful enough to maintain themselves, they start to materialize in the physical plane. The alter universe is where all your dreams and emotions exist as realities in a dimension beyond temporality. That's why in dream time or in out-of-body experiences, known as astral travels, you can travel at the speed of thought beyond space and time limitations. It is what we call the hyperspace continuum. Highly spiritually evolved beings who have understood the multidimensional nature of existence can thus travel from a dimension to the next by speeding up or slowing down the frequency of their energy field below or beyond the speed of light, lowering or raising their density. Above the speed of light, time stands still and becomes one unified field. Starlight does not reach nor reflect on beings there, so their energy fields appear as dark. Physical matter turns to alter matter. Its energy field refracts light instead of reflecting it. That's why on photographs of us or of other interdimensional beings, you often see our outlines more than our details, and the background scenery tends to blend in with our dark silhouettes, because refracting the light at that density of the alter plane, we appear as shadows in linear time, and the reflection of the scene behind us is bent around our shapes. But when you see a shadow moving in front of a tree, it is not a tree shadow. Under the speed of light, particles become trapped in linear time and in physical forms. But it is the same energy that constitutes the substance of the physical and alter planes. How does the alter universe influence the physical world? It is continuously affecting it through the masses and energies of the thought forms and emotional bodies it carries. Not only neutrinos constantly run through physical particles, but their energy fields affect atoms and interact with their magnetism. In other words, emotions and thoughts create realities that remain in 4D linear space-time until we change them in the alter universe. This means that this timeless realm of the soul is the source of all healing and evolution. The astral or alter body is not the most subtle nor the highest part of your being, but yet its density is so much smaller than that of the material plane that your consciousness has a hard time to seize its presence, although you feel deeply its endless influence. Your scientists have finally devised a telescope with concave lens that can observe and film so-called dark matter. They are discovering that a multitude of interdimensional entities evolve in the altered universe, the dark and the bright ones. The first are darker than their surroundings, the latter are brighter than their environment. The frequency and wavelength with which particles of alter matter vibrate in and out of 4D linear defy more temporal they become. while the amplitude of their oscillation and the energy fields created by it determinate their magnitude and luminosity in the spectrum to bright. You have been learning with us that a shadow is not always dark and light is not all bright. Your physical perceptions incite you to see light as the highest form of energy there is in the omniverse, while in reality it is only the thin border delineating physical temporality. Appearances can be deceiving. Whatever it looks like to the eye in the physical plane, it is conscious that matters first. When we appear to you as shadows, the more we lower the frequency and amplitude of our vibrations, the darker and denser you see us. This is how we can easily be perceived from the physical plane, showing up in thought forms without requiring too many efforts from us. When we appear to you in clear and detailed images of our traits through astral projections, we have to focus our thoughts more intensely, sending more information in waves of broader amplitude, shining brighter. It is like a movie, which is only moving light images projected on a physical plane screen. A similar phenomenon happens in dreams, when thought forms are projected in the alter universe, then captured and interpreted in your brain. Usually, the clearer is the information received in a dream, the brighter and more vivid are the memories, images, and general environment of the dream. Those clear images use a broader amplitude, carrying more information. Do not confound us with the ones many of your native tribes call the Shadow People. They are rather human souls that have slipped into a spiritual lethargy due to karmic loops, and they keep erring around in search of purpose and direction, needing guidance. They appear as dense shadows because they vibrate at a low frequency, keeping them close to physical density, and at a low amplitude, keeping them undefined and unclear. There are also interdimensional beings who can show up as radiant ones and trick you by projecting all kinds of bright images, pleasant for the sense without clear intention. You have heard that the lower lords like to call themselves by names such as Bearer of Light and Illuminated, and that they will most often try to appear as bright shining beings. They imposed themselves as gods to your ancestors, and are now trying to seduce humans into believing that they are ascended masters, to usurpate the role of the Star Elders Council. Notice that they need to refer to famous religious figures to get credit. They ask you to submit to their will, while on our side, we ask you to awaken to your soul memory and spiritual consciousness inscribed in your DNA star seeds, and to help in the great cosmic healing and dharmic process of evolution by caretaking this home planet called Mother Earth and the life she carries as it was intended to be your mission. The practitioners of Dark Cabal have always tried to open portals between dimensions to exploit the energy they could gather from other realms. Today, with their particle colliders, your scientists are extracting so-called dark matter in the form of black goo, of which 1 gram holds more destructive power than an atomic bomb. Imagine how many thought forms and emotions it takes to condense ultimatter into a substance of that density, similar to that of a black hole, which is a portal into the meta-universe of antimatter. Thought forms and entities from the alter universe can enter the physical plane through interdimensional portals like wormholes, stargates, or nodes at waves crossings, creating quantum leaks bridging dimensions. Since the alter universe can bend light and the physical laws of temporality, its knowledge is the key to understand psychic powers, or siddhis known to certain shamans, such as shape-shifting or walking through walls. A few rare ones among your shamans and psychic surgeons can still detect an entity in a body and plunge their hands into it to remove the intruder, which often comes out in the form of dark matter, sometimes in the shape of a leech, a worm, or an insect. These are entities made of alter matter, extracted into the physical realm, but for healing purposes. Other healers suck and spit the entity out or send it into an object like an egg, then burn it. Your ancient shamanic cultures were right when saying that diseases are spirits invading body. Apart from the bacterias and viruses, living entities that can cause them, every ailments and illnesses have a deeper karmic cause in the alter universe. They have to be invited by thoughts and emotions, making your aura and body vulnerable. Physical medicine treats the symptoms, while holistic healing treats the cause and soul. Because your consciousness has been trapped into physical temporality, forgetting your immortal soul, poor body gets easily sick and ages fast, leaving you with one of the shortest longevity among the spiritually conscious intelligences within the cosmos. The teaching here is to not trust your eyes or senses in interpreting interdimensionality. Your limited physical perceptions can barely catch a glimpse of the whole omniverse. Tap into your higher soul and eternal self and discover the infinite being you are forever. We will get in deeper details through this message about interdimensionality, which is the bridging of dimensions through consciousness and understanding of connectedness. But before we go any further in this field demanding deep reflection and concentration, we will finish telling what you have experienced this last week on your mission with us. On the day you drove to the barter fair, you saw us all around, on the side of the road or crossing it, letting you know we were with you on that journey. You saw me clearly, 50 feet from the road, greeting you with a nod as you passed by. You have learned through many interactions with us that it is very hard to draw a clear line between fully and partly materialized, because it is a matter of frequency and density. Alter matter is also made of particles, only they vibrate at speeds faster than that of light, outside of 4D linear time. This is why they can be perceived, yet appear unclearly defined to the eye and camera. At the fair with our dear friends and allies, Kawane and his wife Kelly, you met many of your people who were open and interested in knowing us and learning about our wisdom. Some of them had their own experiences to tell you about my people and the Star people. You realized that it was not so much a business trip as a move to spread our message. It was the first time the three of you took an initiative to reach out to the public we appreciate. On the main night, a bright orange globe with flashing lights of different colors flew low and slow over the site before gliding away into space, making everyone around you observe in awe and wonderment. Our star elders love to see your people gathering peacefully in collective respect and responsibility as a planetary civilization should be. After these adventures, you went yesterday with Susan to walk the woods where you filmed many of us last week. You found many trails and tracks, clear footprints, too many tree arches and structures to count them, some scat offered as a gift, glyphs, and more. With all the many footprints and trails around, showing signs of intense recent activities, you found only one scat bigger than human size, with plum pits in it, although plums have been off the trees for a few weeks. We can stash reserves, but can time travel as well. This is to show you that we are always near and ready to work with you at this very time. Large scat found with plum pits in it. Photo by SunBôw. You have seen that we stand to protect this very small patch of forest along the clean water creek we like to drink from, as many other living beings in this natural environment. It is being threatened by the neighbor logging nearby, but we will stand in the way of the destruction of our sacred grounds, just like your indigenous peoples around the world have been guiding you to do, as the 300 nations now gathered in Standing Rock, faced with violent repression and insane treatment just like my people have known. It is no coincidence if your indigenous peoples and my Sasquatch people are calling humanity to unite now in a spirit of oneness with all life and feel empathy for all beings. We are now standing at the very last crossroad on this home planet where there is no possible return past this point. This is the ultimate deadline to change the course of the collective destiny of humanity, deciding on whether it will destroy itself and this planet or evolve into a higher consciousness and an interplanetary civilization based on peace. This is the last standoff for Mother Earth, which is a major turning point in the ongoing cosmic conflict, ever opposing spiritual evolutionary influences and their contrary forces. We cannot decide for you what will be the outcome of this soul evolution experiment called humanity. Your destiny depends on what you will make of it. We stand along with our star elders, asking your collective consciousness to awaken, brighten up, enlighten. Do not make a failure out of the long evolutionary process you have been taking part in, under the care and guidance of many elders, through eons of knowledge and learning. We know that most of you who read our messages are already involved on many fronts and definitely convinced that it is also your duty to take responsibility for the best interest of the generations coming after you, passing on to them as their legitimate inheritage a clean environment with all the beauty and wisdom your ancestors have gathered. On behalf of our Sasquatch Elders Council, I, Camus, eldest living elder of my people, Give thanks to all of our human friends and allies who respect and love us. Learn. They are the ones who also respect and love nature and all its life forms here on this home planet and beyond. They are the same ones who understand the critical situation on Mother Earth and stand as devoted caretakers of its biodiversity. Now, let us all unite in caretaking and protecting our Mother Earth from destructive forces. Let us realign with the cosmic laws of the divine order kept by our star elders. Biological physical life is necessary for the evolution of consciousness through soul transmigration and the experience of progress in temporality through free will and choice. It is the plane of manifested creation that allows long-term spiritual evolution through time. This is why spiritually evolved beings take part in developing and protecting biodiversity. The physical realm is a wonderful playground for souls to evolve in, offering plenty of beauty and pleasures. Interdimensional beings like us can enjoy the physical plane and come into it to taste, smell, touch, listen, and see in linear time, eating and reproducing. But the more we evolve, the more we prefer to stay in higher dimensions, where one feels no hunger or thirst, no weariness, no illness, no sexual desires unless wanting to. But beyond the material plane, where your modern science tends to get stuck, there are many other layers and levels of existence that we will describe in this oncoming message. We will need time and concentration to transcribe this information in words. For now, you can take a short rest before our next session to let all this energy sink in.
Chapter 3. Camus and I have been sitting in silent prayer and meditation, sending good thoughts and spiritual support to the protectors of water and life in Standing Rock, who just suffered from an illegal, brutal assault from several militarized anti-riot police squads. This will be remembered as a sad day in history when corporate colonialism has shown the urgency for humanity to free itself from its tyranny. My elder has not lost his usual serenity, nor his loving smile deeply felt in my heart as he sits peacefully for our telepathic conversation, but he shares the same sadness and concerns many of us who love the earth are feeling today, with the tragic news and general situation on our planet. Finally, after joining our souls for sending healing prayers, he asks me to write again.
As you see, little brother, we have many reasons to celebrate and be cheerful, as we also have many reasons to be sad and sorry because of the dire situation of humanity. The last few of your people who are still carrying wisdom and standing to protect all life are being violently attacked by the armies of the lower lords and the powers they control. While they show humanity the way to reclaim your freedom and sovereignty from the enslaving grid devised by the lower lords, they are being targeted by the dark cabal. This is why the lower lords have always tried to exterminate the indigenous peoples and the shamanic tribes, because they have kept their ancient wisdom from the star elders and their spiritual connection with Mother Earth and all life as the caretakers you were meant to be. This ongoing genocide has been happening since the downfall of Atlantis, when the genetically modified Homo sapiens started on their long conquest of the world. Since the age of colonialism, ancient cultures have been constantly suppressed, erased, assimilated, when not completely eradicated. In the last century, colonial powers have increased their encroachment and oppression on all ancient cultures, keepers of wisdom, indigenous of all continents. The Tibetan, the tribal cultures of the Middle East have all been the victims of long-term systematic violence and genocide conducted by the cabal. The violence on this planet has kept increasing at an exponential rate with the coming of modern warfare, advanced weaponry, and privatized mercenary armies used in proxy wars for resources, making state terrorism the largest investment and business sustainable uncivilization of the lower lords that has kept your human people enslaved. It teaches that as caretakers, we are also spiritual warriors and must protect the sacred. We must stand strong, keep our grounds, and fight back, if not in the physical, in spirit. Prayers and focused intentions are also powerful tools to reverse the spells of the cabal. They are thought forms sent into the alter universe that create ripples and resonance. They can reach the souls, hearts, and minds of even those who don't believe in them. They can have a great influence at distance, especially when calling on higher powers. Call on the omnipotent Great Spirit, but invite also your elders, guides, and allies to join. Project a beam of light to channel healing, a bright circle of light around for protection. Violence is the argument of the fool, and this uncivilization has provided all the proofs that its very backbone is an economy of war, while the corporate police state takes over. This unsustainable way of life cannot last, and its destructive way brings doom upon itself. This is as far as materialistic science can take you without consciousness or compassion. Technology turns out to be used for destruction and harmful goals. This enslaving paradigm is reaching its extreme limits without bringing any real understanding about life and the omniverse. It plunges down into a dark, suicidal vortex of anti-nature measures. The reptilian lower lords have been trying for ages to take over and control this earth. Their obsession for climate manipulation is to create a warmer atmosphere with high levels of carbon, as it was in the times they invaded Earth, and the fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas, are mineralized residues of the organic matter from beings that lived in those times. Your people knows that burning fossil fuels destroys the planet and its life, yet you have become depending on those vehicles and commodities, unable to see your lives without them, as your ancestors lived just a century ago. You know the alternatives, renewable energies, recycling, and green technologies, yet your willpower to change is too slow. The reason why humanity takes a destructive, suicidal path and seems unable to change its course is that the lower lords still control your people through their grid and cabal. They use lies, deception, and force to keep you into the materialistic temporal paradigm. They want you to fear, terror, and get armed, to distrust your neighbor and fall into hatred. They conceal knowledge to keep the masses in ignorance and manipulate their minds. They want you to forget our spiritual connectedness, ignore your healing powers, as well as your seventh chakra, or pineal gland, your astral and etheric bodies, and your soul. Materialistic science is pushed on you as the universal dogma, while facts are occulted or twisted to maintain erroneous theories as doctrines. Mind control is their sinister routine. This is why occults, societies, human institutions, and governments have been working in secret with the lower lords in deep underground military bases, as on other planets, in top-secret super black project, receiving technological advancements in exchange of letting the reptilian lower lords rule our world in the shadow, behind the curtains of public knowledge, with weather, magnetic, and genetic manipulations. This explains the technological boom that humanity has known in the last 70 years, but the progress presented to the public is a mere reflection of the real level of technology insiders have access to. The reason they keep this hidden from your people is that they depend on their alien lower lords for interstellar and time travels. You have seen the advent of propulsion jets, but were left uninformed about chemtrails, of radar, but not told of weather manipulations and mind control applications of waves. You saw the rise of electronics and telecommunications, but never heard of free energy. Your people has been deliberately kept in ignorance of higher scientific understanding. The rockets, satellites, and space stations your people are aware of are examples of a very primitive level of technology that will never achieve interstellar travels, because the density is few heavy, and subjected to gravity. They can only fall back down to Earth or be lost as space junk. Materialistic science and technology cannot travel fast enough to reach other stars. Interstellar journeys are interdimensional feats that can only be achieved by bending the space-time continuum through portals, such as stargates or wormholes. Your scientists and governments know this and have been developing these technologies on Earth in underground secret laboratories and bases, while leaving the population in the dark about their real agenda, because they are controlled by their reptilianistas and serve their rest against Mother Earth. These technologies have been gradually exchanged to your human governments by the alien invaders for a growing power over our planet, but the lower lords keep control over the higher technologies so that humanity cannot reach planetary sovereignty and peace. These lower technological levels they leave you with, including power lines, fossil fuels, synthetic chemicals, and nuclear energy, represent the apex of what materialistic science can do, showing that without interdimensional understanding, it just leads to destruction. The only way science can evolve from here on is with interdimensional understanding. We know that this information has been circulating, but this is a reminder for you to understand where humanity is coming from and standing at, and where it can be going. Collective destiny is made of intertwined individual timelines influencing one another. Whether an individual soul chooses a path of peace or a path of violence will have direct consequences in this soul's destiny and influence those around. Likewise, when one chooses a path of violence, even more so on a collective level, the influence is felt in the lives of all beings affected by it, and by extension of all living beings, as empaths can feel. That is why we hear the cries of those who suffer and of nature's spirits under siege. The extremely challenging necessity humanity must now face is to turn your collective consciousness into a peaceful planetary civilization, evolving into spiritual maturity necessary for interstellar travel and interspecies communication. But to do so, you have to make spiritual wisdom overcome the insanity of the uncivilization of those lower lords. As long as humanity supports the destructive industries, economies, and governments imposed on them, there is no hope for a collective consciousness shift to global peace. This uncivilization must collapse and crumble to pieces, as it happened in the time of Atlantis and in many other occasions on this planet and on others. When an uncivilization is built on breaking the natural laws and the cosmic order, it can only bring its own doom. The lower lords have caused the destruction of life and even of entire planets before. They then suck the emotions and souls on which they feed into the alter universe, keeping them locked in a karmic jail or local hell. It is from that alter plane that they control materialistic-oriented minds, without them even realizing that this plane exists. They project thoughts in brains and suggest emotions to vulnerable souls unaware of it. They can even take possession of their bodies and make them commit unthinkable acts. Understanding your multidimensional nature and spiritual essence frees your soul from their detrimental influence on your destiny as individuals and eventually collectively. This is at least our hope and desire, and that of our star elders, and we wish to assist you. Remember that your eternal essence is divine, and that many allies are ready to help. For the materialistic mind frame, it is hard to conceive even the next dimensional plane of alter universe and its alter matter, which is much less dense than the physical plane. Even harder for it to seize are the other dimensions of the etheric and causal planes, the realms of the universal mind, beyond space, and of eternal consciousness beyond time. But these dimensions hold the essence of existence and explain its nature and fabrics. This is why it is now important for your consciousness to learn about interdimensionality. Not only is it necessary for your individual spiritual growth, but also for your collective healing and evolution, in order to be able to transform your actual doomsday scenario in a viable, responsible, and sustainable future on our home planet for generations to come. The other choice you have is to stay in the materialistic paradigm, a timeline of fatality. Materialistic mentality sees the goal of existence as a competition for survival and an opportunity to exploit resources and beings for a short-term egotistic profit, regardless of the collective interest. Spiritualism understands that this plane is only a thin layer of the spectrum of energies of the omniverse that is a temporary holographic passing illusion. The purpose of existence is experiencing the evolution of consciousness through interactions, while peaceful, loving relations bring healing, balance, and higher wisdom. Now it is time for humanity to make its choice. Either remain in denial of the truth, caught in a man-made karmic hell, heading straight to a final, total destruction, or else open up your soul, feel empathy for all life, receive, allow your relatives, ancient allies, and teachers. As long as there is life, there is consciousness, and there is hope for humanity to change. Spiritually evolved souls have emotions and can also feel sorrow or pain, but they focus their will on projecting healing energies like compassion, respect, wisdom, and kindness. The masters of Dharma spend their whole existence healing, teaching, and helping others. They are the ones who preside in the council of star elders and guide with their wisdom. So do not forget, no matter how bad it looks on our planet, we can still shift the energy. One of the first conditions is for those who have been opening the path and showing the way into the coming peaceful world to never give up and make this vision your priority. Keep the healing of the collective consciousness as your life mission and main dedication. When you fall, stand back up. When you lose, try again. Without you, the world is in need. You all know who you are and what you can do to help bring the great planetary healing. It starts in your immediate surroundings, and it is an everyday task and responsibility. You think you have seen and endured enough of it, but we, the Sasquatch people, have known greater sufferings and have fought this cosmic war long before your people lived. Your collective consciousness is now barely awakening to the reality that you are only one intelligent species among many others, and that you have been under alien control. The next step is to free your destiny from their control and return to the cosmic order. The task might be huge, but it is doable if enough humans decide to walk the right path. So, little brother, we are far from done. My people and yours still have a long way to go, and mine have already gone a much longer way than yours along the evolutionary course. We have gathered more experience as guardians and protectors and wish to help you, because the lower lords and the powers they control are tightening their grip and speeding up conquest as they are increasingly exposed and opposed by your people. They are not ready to back off or let go of world control as they are getting so close to it. So there will still be injustice and war in your human world, and you will have to be strong. Your collective destiny is at a cosmic crossroad, a turning point in the planetary future. But there will be help and support for those of you who work with higher consciousness. My people, star elders, and interdimensional guides are willing to offer their protection. These include animal spirits and the souls of your ancestors who live in the alter universe. They also can hear your emotions and read your thoughts. They can join you and assist. When you call on the spirit of buffalo, wolf, eagle or raven, the greatest soul of their species, hears you, and, as shamanic people know, they can manifest in the physical as well as in the altar plane. When you speak soul to soul with an animal or the spirit of its species, a telepathic connection is established and spiritual friendship can be developed. This is why my Sasquatch people and some of your human shamans can fly with the crow or see through the eyes of a fish. Animals know us and can live along as trusted friends. Through our soul connections, we can communicate and work in mutual loving support. It is pretty much in this same way that you can communicate with us and Star Elders. Telepathy is a universal language, the fastest communion and limitless soul connection. It takes efforts from both sides to develop a conversation, or else it is called suggestion. Some of your guys might use suggestion whether you are conscious of it or not. Others send teachings, but others, like us, prefer dialogue with you as our relatives and equals. When you cultivate elevated thoughts and surround yourselves with the healing powers of the omniverse, their energies really manifest around your aura in the alter universe. They can be felt and sometimes perceived by the beings around you, animals or humans. Likewise, people who cultivate negative thoughts and emotions surround their aura with heavy and dense clouds of alter matter that attracts some parasite entities feeding on it. When people perpetuate a karmic hell around themselves, those entities gather in mass. So the whole cosmic battle is a spiritual fight, consisting in the great healing of the soul. Mass extinction and destruction has been at times the last recourse and best solution to save a planet from total annihilation of consciousness and a failure of the soul evolution experiment on it. But massive depopulation leaves a large reservoir of erring souls that will eventually need available physical bodies to be reborn. Of all those departed souls, some get lost in lethargy in a local karmic hell for some period. Others reincarnate quickly to continue their spiritual evolution and the advance of consciousness on their planet. So massive destruction only pushes back or postpones the dealing with certain karmas. Souls sucked and caught into dense black holes of the alter universe may sojourn with the dead for some shorter or longer periods, depending on their individual and collective karma, and on the outcome of the egregore or collective thought form they are caught in. A local hell is like a huge poltergeist or large quantity of souls trapped together under the control of some entity or group of entities feeding on their energies. Souls lose their autonomy and identity in those prisons of alter matter until they are freed from them. It can be through what some call exorcism, a cleansing of spells from invading entities, or through the gradual weakening of the controlling group which ends up releasing souls. This happens under the supervision of the Star Elders Council keeping the cosmic order. The goal of Dharma and spiritual evolution dictates that eventually souls are given the opportunity to heal and continue on their learning journey when bodies become suited. So, although some try to keep you in fear of eternal hell, the only eternal hell there is for those who choose to perpetrate it. In fact, no hell is eternal, only consciousness is. Those karmic hells can be of planetary proportions, but can also be located in some sites. Ancient battlefields, places of executions and torture, are heavily dense with entities caught in some spells or poltergeist. Why do the lower lords always try to create such local hells of different scales? Because by keeping untrapped souls from continuing their spiritual evolution and provoking painful emotions, feed on the altar map of the beings they control. That's why they are always waging wars, seeking blood sacrifices. The more trauma is inflicted into a soul, the easier it is for the cabal to control its mind. This is how they have created armies of zombies and patsies, bringing chaos in the world. They use them for shootings, assassination, terrorist attacks, and dirty jobs to raise fear. That's why they intend to cause all the sufferings they can to keep their grip on Earth. That is why they are not concerned about a total destruction, which means their victory. A mass extinction, indeed, creates a vast reservoir of souls without bodies to return in. We tell you of these things so you can understand the greater process of soul evolution and can intervene as cosmic guardians of the sacred purpose of life. We ask your people to be the caretakers of our home planet Earth and of all life on it, but also to become the responsible guardians of the soul evolution process here. Join the Watchers of Dharma. You can already start to unite your consciousness to higher spiritual levels and beings. Star Elders and my people are calling on you to join back in our Council of Cosmic Order. The evolution of your people is not happening evenly. There are some who choose to follow the path of destruction and violence, and will likely continue on this way to its end. There are a few among you, more and more, who show the way towards higher spiritual wisdom and a collective consciousness of peace, preparing your human world for its great shift beyond its purification into a new era of enlightenment with our Star Elders. We wish to guide you in your understanding of interdimensionality so you can become whole and know the omniverse better to work on different planes and reach out further. Of all the teachings we can give you, this is the most useful tool for your soul evolution. We will explain in more details later the unfolding of dimensions as fractal holograms. But before we go deeper into describing this infinite field of dimensional possibilities, we wish to answer a question that some who know us have asked you about our discretion in appearing to humans. Tell them that what our bodies look like do not matter as much as who our soul is. Knowing of our love for you is the greatest gift and should not require constant proofs from our part. Friendship goes beyond expectation. It is mutual respect. To see us, you must train your soul with meditation and your eyes to see beyond matter. We most often appear in dreams or in astral projections of the alter universe, because it is easier for us to reach out in that plane, regardless of distance and timelines. When we materialize into 4D linear time, we become highly limited with physical density needs. This is why we prefer not to manifest in the physical form so often, except in chosen time. We care for all, but manifest to the ones we find ready to communicate as ambassadors. It is not important for anyone to see us or receive any manifestations of us if their heart is in the right place and willing to work with us and the Star Elders in the spiritual healing. Many believe in us, in angels, elders, and Creator without ever seeing us. Blessed be those who believe without seeing, even more so those living in a sacred way. The universal truth is what makes you and the omniverse. It is inscribed in every part and particle, in every fiber, and the very essence of the multidimensional being you are. Your soul knows of its long evolution, and your species' memory is encoded in your DNA. Now, as we mourn the terrible incident that just happened in Standing Rock with the brutal armed attack by the corporate police state on peaceful protectors of life from over 300 indigenous nations and their supporters on sacred grounds at the heart of this continent they call island, we can also interpret this event as a major turning point in the history of humanity, showing that the last battle in which we are to face the Lower Lord's aggressive invasion has been engaged. Its outcome will make our destiny. There is no turning back, nor running away, because there is nowhere left to hide from this cosmic war. We have no other planet to go to at this point, and will not be able to find one until humanity can make peace with itself, its own planet, and all life therein. This restriction, of course, does not apply to my Sasquatch people who have kept contact with our Star Elders and still travel to other worlds. But we have lived on this home planet, Mother Earth, for very long, and we have not failed to love her and all her life to this day. This is why we are still living here with you, although the physical plane becomes unsure. We will not abandon humanity, little brother, because it is our mission to watch over you. We have much work waiting ahead. Let's walk this road together as allies, step by step. Image created by Kelly Lapsaritis. Sasquatch art by Jesse D. Angelo. Background image by Tramp Photography and Images. Chapter 4. After a couple weeks of interactions on different levels and in several places with human relatives, Camus asked me to perform my ceremonial duty and do a prayer pipe ceremony on this closest superfull moon from Earth since 1948 at our elder Tom's place, who carries the Sasquatch tipis and gave me the pipe bag I have used since last full moon, but belonged to SunBôw. Kelly and Susan also took part. We all are part of the core team, intensively involved in the conference 2 moons ago, in its continuation and the ongoing convergence. 2 hours later, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers announced the end of the construction of the DAPL pipeline. Tonight, the elders are with me, ready to transmit more of their message. They speak as one, in one spirit. As we wish to assist humanity, a growing number of your human people has been developing communications with our Sasquatch people and with our star elders in these crucial times of earth changes. For those who wish to know us and learn from us, we are ready to meet them, but they have to show us first the intensity of their intention and dedication through their actions. They first must be ready to come forward on their own in the wilderness and feel at peace, without fear. If they are afraid of our brother bear, wolf, or cougar, and see them as enemies, they are far from ready to meet us, Squatch. Then, if people wait for us in their living room and show no signs of goodwill or efforts to reach us, why would we go and meet them? We do not come on command. We do not want to be summoned, nor do we want anyone to expect anything from us. We want to be respected and honored as your friends, relatives, and allies, just like we treat all life. Expecting proofs or physical signs is missing out on the spiritual teachings we offer you. We appreciate your ceremonies and honor your prayers, joining with you in one spirit. To show our support, we send blessings and gifts. We might come and manifest when we feel your intention is pure, the timing is right, and it can be useful in your soul evolution. Free will allows us to talk to whoever we want, when and where we choose, if it feels right. No human has control over our comings and goings, nor over what we have to say. No human either can prevent another one to communicate with us. Only oneself can. But, as experiencers soon learn, it is only by knowing of our interdimensional abilities that you can understand Sasquatch and Star Elders. So, those whose materialistic minds try to rationalize and deny interdimensionality will never get to know us nor themselves. Before we go deeper into describing the various dimensions, let us explain why it is so important for your spiritual evolution to understand interdimensionality and its essence. Knowledge of the omniverse, or true holistic science, explains the meaning of existence. Without the wisdom of immanent consciousness, life soon becomes an obscure chaos. There is no existence without consciousness. This has been proven by quantum physics with the well-known two-slots experiment, showing that particles manifest into existence only when observed by consciousness, without which everything remains as waves of possibilities in parallel dimensions. Thus, the purpose of existence is the evolution of consciousness through experience and expansion of the soul, and on the biological level, by the transmission of acquired information to the following cells through genetic codes. Everything in the universe, including sounds, images, entities, and material particles, is made of information codes or electromagnetic messages carried on waves in the cosmos. All remains in the state of possibilities until waves cross, opening interdimensional portals or vortices, allowing quantum leaks. where they combine to create a suited harmonic resonance, forming defined energy fields that become physical particles when stabilized in linear time. The whole process of emission of the information on waves and of the manifestation of possibilities in material form is conducted all along by consciousness. When materialistic minds deny the existence of other planes or of interdimensionality, they not only expose their ignorance, but go against what your science already knows. The more they deny the omniversal truths, the more they rebel against their own self. Hence, ignorance can lead to disaster, leaving you in the fatality of material temporality. Knowledge and truth, information and consciousness are forever present and available. When new facts or principles are discovered, decoded and expressed by individuals, they manifest in your collective consciousness, but universal laws remain always the same. Knowledge can be hidden or distorted, so it often takes much time before it reaches your collective consciousness, especially at this time when humans are so divided and lied to. What makes it so hard for your human people to grasp your multidimensional nature and that of the omniverse is that your collective consciousness has been trapped into an illusion grid, keeping it locked into the material plane, which is merely a thin layer of the spectrum of the omniverse, representing only 4% of its different energy forms. The material plane is the only dimension subjected to the limitations of linear time, a simple, fleeting illusion that persists, in which you have been conditioned hard to believe. The theory of relativity defines time as the fourth dimension, yet a century later, most of your people still believe they live in a three-dimensional universe in material space. This theory, although a giant leap for your science, was corrected and adjusted since. Because any amount of energy or quantum can be calculated for only a given moment in time, since quantum leaks continually occur, exchanging energy between a diversity of quanta, the equation equals mc2 can only apply to the material plane, for in the Bia Bumai figurative sense, it works only for a photograph fixing a quantum frozen time. This formula does not apply to other dimensions of time consciousness because it requires mass in 3D space multiplied by the speed of light in 4D linear time. Since the material plane is not fixed in stable values and interacts continually with other dimensional planes, like the meta-universe of antimatter and the alter-universe of dark or alter matter, causing constant quantum changes, this equation does not describe the omniverse with all its multidimensional possibilities, rather only the material universe. Tesla corrected Einstein by adding time to the equation E equals mc2 plus t, connecting all planes. Because there are other dimensions of time than the 4D linear time you know too well. You have been led to call them the dimensions of space, but they are in fact dimensions of time consciousness, each one having different times and one existing outside of space. While consciousness exists in all continuums, times and cycles are its measures. Einstein's equation keeps you locked into the 4D linear time and the material plane, while Tesla's opens your understanding to other planes or dimensions of time consciousness. This is because the latter, as he wrote, telepathically channeled direct information from interdimensional star beings and angels. But humanity was not ready to receive that form of higher knowledge yet, including the principles of free energy and time travel. Hundreds of his inventions have shaped your modern world, but the lower lords have imposed destructive technologies instead. The battle fought, and fortunately lost, by corporate powers to impose direct current over alternative current gives a good example of how the controllers try to keep you by force and lies in their 4D materialistic prison grid. We pray that humanity now gets ready to evolve into a higher phase of progress with free energies and ecological technologies before the tipping point causing ecosystems to collapse, after which unbalance it takes very long for life to recover. This planetary shift into a peaceful, spiritual, ecological civilization is the main condition needed to guarantee the continuity of your own survival, development, and evolution. You tend to think that you live in a three-dimensional material space because you perceive the length, the width, and the height of the space around you. But there are no other limits to the space around you than the extent of what you can perceive in time. And what does separate you from the rest of the space around you? The answer is the time that it takes for you to perceive it. If you expand your consciousness just a little more, you can see that what limits your existence in the material plane is not as much space as time. As your body ages, it weakens, becomes fragile and vulnerable. Soon a lifetime is over. This is the fatality of the 4D linear time consciousness, made of beginnings and endings. Incarnations in biological bodies usually lead to death, requiring new bodies for the souls. For highly spiritually evolved souls, the material plane is perceived as a dimension of higher densities and lower frequencies, often inhospitable for them, making them prefer to remain mostly of higher planes, especially in a time like now on a planet like our Earth. This is why spiritually elevated beings, when their mission is fulfilled in their incarnation, can choose willingly to migrate to another dimension, leaving the physical shell behind. The length of the process of stretching the silver cord, anchoring the soul's altar body to the physical incarnation until it breaks loose in a peaceful detachment, depends on the soul's readiness and individual destinies. Spirit allies support them during the transition. Linear time is defined by the speed of light, the limit dividing material from material planes, and enclosing the latter within the set continuum of the universal laws of physics. The physical plane involves time limitations, space restrictions, and survival necessities, and a constant need for the renewing of itself until exhaustion of the biological bodies, which then frees the souls back to the alter universe in so-called afterlife, being only a state of consciousness outside of linear timelines known between physical incarnations. You have been told and aspire to see humanity's collective consciousness reach the fifth dimension. But before you can know the 5D circular or toroidal time consciousness, you must first understand the 4D linear tie, Borkawaravit. And to understand the 4D, you must comprehend the previous 1D, 2D, and 3D. Since every dimension depends on the previous one for its existence, the first one is the most important because it is the only infinite dimension that created all finite dimensions. Being in and outside of all continuums, it is also the hardest one to seize for the limited understanding of our finite souls. 1D is, in fact, beyond any conceivable understanding. Linear time, or V, is 3D space unfolding on itself. It can only exist in material space and be calculated through movement. It is of relative value. Every planet and star has their own timeline and cycle, defining all their respective timescales, velocity, and duration. In your human timeline on Earth, you are used to certain cycles, speeds, periods, or ages. Expanding your consciousness, you remember that the sunlight takes 8 minutes Earth. When looking at stars light years away, you look at thousands or millions of years into the past. What you see now is what happened long ago, far away in the cosmos. You might be looking at long extinct stars without knowing, yet you still see them today. This is to help you comprehend that linear time is a relative quantitative value that applies only in 3D material space. At the speed of light, time becomes a unified field, and matter becomes pure energy, which is consciousness carrying information beyond time. Linear time flows one way, like a river in the physical world, and it never returns on its path. It flies like the wind that you cannot catch as you feel it passing by, slowly or fast. Its current is persistent, never ending its influence on the physical world it seems to rule. Even within a same environment, timelines can be totally different in cycles and scales. Take the hummingbird, smallest of birds and fastest moving vertebrate living on Earth. Its wings beat 80 times a second, or 4,800 times a minute. Its heart beats 1,200 times a minute, and it can dive at the speed of 360 seconds. Its bodies. Put at human scale, this would have you fly at over twice the speed of sound, what even your best pilots could hardly handle in an environment with obstacles, the human brain not being gifted with fast enough reflexes. But the smallest of all birds, and its miniature brain, for a dozen years of life, can handle processing the information of its environment at a speed beyond your comprehension. Matter really is information codes manifested in linear time by observing consciousness. Matter is made of data that compose electromagnetic fields, appearing stable in the physical plane, while being a continuously changing collection of quanta, or in other words, interacimus, the more the mass dimensions. That is why matter can never be completely understood without the acknowledgement of the other dimensional planes. The greatest achievement science could make is to find higher planes beyond matter. Physical matter represents just a thin layer of the electromagnetic spectrum, a small fraction made of lower frequencies and higher densities turned into forms and shapes. When your consciousness starts to know other time consciousness dimensions, you realize that the material plane is but a movie played on a screen in linear time, or more precisely, a 3D holographic projection unfolding through material space in 4D linear time. You observe this material universe through the reflections of light upon electromagnetic fields, just like a movie on the screen, but the images projected are no more than an optical illusion. The original images are stored on the film rolls or on the computer disks in this 2D form. The whole movie timeline exists outside of linear time as data information. Just like you can view the movie anytime, skip scenes, rewind it, or fast forward, the awakening of interdimensional consciousness can allow you to read the holographic library containing the blueprint of all past and future timelines in the universe, known as the Akashka, Sanskrit word meaning space, relating to the 2D flat universe, the first manifestation of space outside 3D. This universal memory or universal mind is like the computer drive holding the data or a mirror reflecting the material plane. This data or information, carrying the codes of the material universe, is contained in the second dimension or meta-universe, made of what we call metamatter, but that your scientists call antimatter. Although it is the antithesis of physical matter, existing outside of 3D space and 4D linear time, its existence does not compete against physical matter, but rather contains the information codes that are refreshed for D-linear time. Your scientists call it antimatter because, opposing it to matter, they speculate that if a particle are brought together, they would eliminate each other and turn to void. They should know instead that nothing is lost, everything is transformed. What happens really is that by combining the two opposed particles, the linear time illusion dissolves and the physical matter particle becomes undetectable to the technology of materialistic science. Your science has just recently discovered the law of supersymmetry, learning that every single particle of physical matter has an existing twin or ghost in antimatter. These metamatter twins are data codes stored out of the material plane and linear time. Just like all encoded information makes timelines exist outside of linear time, it is consciousness that conceived and created the images and sounds or all data that are stored in the files to be projected in linear spacetime. Since information exists outside of linear time and consciousness conceived it, consciousness is the only infinite dimension existing by itself in infinite time, outside of space, in and outside of all the others' planes. It is the original 1D that created all planes and the only infinite eternal dimension of time consciousness. It, the ensemble of all the elements, that includes all powers and possibilities, all information, truth and existence, all planes, dimensions, and continuums. This immanent one in all unity and transcendent all in one unicity is what you may call God, Creator, Great Spirit, Great Mystery, Universal Consciousness, Original Soul, or Atman. As we told you before, we, the Sasquatch and Star Elders Council, do not personalize this supreme being with any human characteristics, nor anthropomorphic features, nor with any of our own features, as a matter of fact. Although we also counted some among us, or our Star Elders, who have attained a state of divine holiness, we do not worship any of them, but honor them in our collective memories and stories passed on. Interspecies relations teach us to see this divine consciousness as a common reality we all share, regardless of origins or genetics, that cannot be limited to any single avatar. Universal divinity is beyond conceptions and representations, above any species limits. There are some highly evolved star beings that your ancestors have called gods, who bear human-like traits and physiognomies. Some who are in fact your ancestors that co-created you in their image and passed on their DNA star seeds in your genetic memory. Immortals and spiritually evolved long-living mortals were part of your distant ancestry, but even the most holy star eldest elders do not pose as gods, but as vehicles and channels of universal consciousness and divine wisdom. This is why they all connect in one spirit. If their individual egos would not be healed and devoted to their dharmic duty of watching over worlds and maintaining the cosmic law in the omniverse, they could not fulfill their mission, nor even sit in the council of star elders to merge in one spirit. As you see, we speak as many tonight, yet we all speak as one soul. Camus has never wished to become famous or even known, but as our Squatch eldest elder, he has been appointed to dedicate the rest of his life in building connections and teaching humanity. We thank him for the devotional work he has done with you and other communicators, which has been quite demanding, but has brought forth fruitful results, opening portals. He will work again with you, and his hair you carry is his gift of long-lasting friendship. His duty is now keeping him busy in the alter universe, where he is supporting his beloved lifetime consort, Wohola, as she prepares to leave the material plane definitively. Her physical shell has accumulated millennia of aging and is now a pain for her to carry. Camus has tried to convince her to stay anchored in this plane, but respects her choice of leaving it and letting go of the silver cord. As highly empathic as she is, she feels in her body much pain inflicted on Mother Earth and her creatures, afflicting her heart deeply. She feels sorrows and sufferings coming that she does not want to see in her long life. Camus' hair in the sunlight. We know that it saddens your heart to hear that your beloved elder and second oldest living relative, which visited you again on last full moon, has decided to depart from the physical plane. She came on the starship you saw above for a last time in her physical form to bid you farewell. And you saw Many of our tribes and star relatives were there for the occasion. You noticed that she could not stand anymore in this physical density, as her old leg bones refused to carry her. For these many reasons, she sees this passage into the alter universe as a deliverance from the sufferings our Mother Earth is knowing. Yes, us Sasquatch are also mortal beings in our incarnated forms, but immortal souls just like you are. We usually live much longer than your people, but not all of us become a spiritual master, and only a rare few reach immortality. We see physical death only as a simple transition from the 4D linear space-time into the alter universe, in which we travel even while in the physical shell. So we can speak with our departed loved ones when we wish to connect with them in that astral plane beyond the linear space-time continuum. Some of your shamanic people, gifted with clairvoyance, currently still can do this as well. Be assured that Wahola and all your departed beloved ones can still appear and talk to you in their astral form from the alter universe, constantly interacting with the physical. So you understand that even if Camus has a very special cosmic connection with you, his priority is this very important event of his long life that he has decided to prolong, as Wuhula is loosening the silver cord, anchoring her to her physical highway free. Know that when we speak as the greater soul of our Sasquatch people, Camus is always with us and part of this we. We speak as one voice, and his is an ancient one among us. The grief is for all of her loved ones, an extended descent of which you are an offspring, who will not feel her hugs again, nor hear her songs, but her memory will be revered as the eldest elder of our grandmothers, who has walked with your people since many ages. Her departure coincides with a time when our Mother Earth suffers from difficult times. The joy fills our hearts, while knowing that her interdimensional passage is done in higher dharmic consciousness. In the best interest of all living souls, she will continue loving forever. Star Elders have prepared assistance for her long journey through cosmic stargates. We know this is a lot of information for you to process now, so we will end this session. As you know, we speak with one united voice, in concert with the Council of Star Elders. But tonight, it is I, Bolo Bolo, your closest Sasquatch relative, who is channeling our voice. It is I who appeared the most clearly on the images we gave you of us, because I have been appointed with the mission of helping you and your allies communicators to connect your human and my Sasquatch people, as our ancestor Elder Camus instructed me. This is also my way of correcting my own karma with humanity, and I am grateful to you, little brother, for having helped me and some of my people to make peace with your kind. Although I have 3 centuries of age, I am not an elder of my people, barely a leader. Before we first met, face to face, near the Yukon, I was planting upside-down big, uprooted, in the path of the bulldozers destroying my forest, angry at their painful disrespect. You arrived 1 year after square miles of my forests had been burned, leaving me in great sadness and distress for all the lives lost and surely with bad feelings towards humans. Thanks to our ancestor, Camus, who made us meet, you restored my faith in humanity and hope both our people can once again treat each other as brothers and relatives. To render favor, I showed myself in the physical form when you asked to take images on last full moon, moving my fingers as fans and extending my hands in true friendship. This is a gift from us to those who have been listening to our message and teachings to testify that it is really us Sasquatch who are asking you to be our voice and messenger. Many have seen my image now, and I have felt their thoughts, most of which are positive. Reactions went from amazement or bewilderment to strict denial that there is anything. As you know, we do not provide proofs for the unbelievers, only signs for the knowers. We will not get any deeper here on our special connection, nor in the family story that connects us both and does not concern others, but it is with honor that I am your relative. Not only do we share genetics from the same lineage, but you have assisted me in healing wounds from past interactions with humans by forgiving myself and the others. This might explain why I am being appointed as the voice talking to you on behalf of our greater soul. But as you have seen many times now, there are many interdimensional elders guiding you and your allies walking on this path of interspecies spiritual relations. It is important to remember that we are many involved in this great cosmic disclosure. This is a crucial stage in the evolution of this home planet that will decide of its destiny. The task and responsibility bigger than any individual soul, so we all need our allies. To conclude linear timeline this episode, in this new cycle of messages, it has been a great honor and blessing tonight for me, Bolo, to act as a telepathic relay between our council of Sasquatch elders and you, under them instructing me and teaching me this wisdom as I am passing it on to you. It is with mutual gratitude that we always meet and part as spiritual allies and relatives.
Chapter 5. Camus' serene face has appeared to me a few times, as he sends images from an altered dimension, where he has been accompanying his beloved long-lifetime consort Wuhula in her passage to a happier spiritual realm. After honorific ceremonies were performed to the memory of this eldest grandmother of the Sasquatch people, her body of venerable age was put to rest in deep underground caves below her homeland of Vancouver Island. Her soul was teleported to a mothership hovering by, and from there through a stargate beyond the Milky Way. Camus was also taken aboard that ship to give her his last blessings for her long journey through the stars. She will be allowed to sojourn in highly spiritually evolved worlds and dimensions where the star elders reside. Her soul will be granted rest from her long years of living in the higher density physical earth she just departed. Camus has remained silent in respect, but now urges me to continue our work with the Council of Star Elders. Tonight, a bright ship was hovering by until it was joined by other crafts and disappeared. Elders are speaking.
Behold, it is with compassion in our soul that we offer our loving help, our little brother, whose home planet is in peril, due mainly to his own behaviors under the misguidance of dark lords keeping your people enslaved, domesticated, and programmed. An alien invasion is not to be apprehended in the future. It has been already happening. We know that it might be too late for our message to reach out and transform your collective consciousness in time to realign with the cosmic order and avoid terrible destruction. But would it be beneficial only for the sake of a few? It would not be in vain. In our Council of Star Elders, we dedicate ourselves to our spiritual mission as guardians. Our task and responsibility is to encourage the spiritual evolution of the soul in all worlds. We talk in one spirit from the first dimension of existence, where our souls join in unity, the universal consciousness and divine self within all, including all and connecting all. We shall explain better to you the dimensions with mathematics, a universal language that was not invented but discovered, as everything is made of equations and numbers. Waves, particles, molecules, all is made of calculable quanta and mathematical formulas. In the apparent chaos, nothing is unaccounted. All elements carry values in the equation. This intricate and complex universal structure proves the pre-existence of consciousness. The first dimension is described as a straight line stretching infinitely in time. Hence, it is eternal and the only infinite dimension. A line is made of dots, but neither exist in space. Dots are in fact units of zero or no space, while the line is an infinity of zero space units. Dots being zeros, and the line being one series of organized zeros. The first dimensional plane is made of a binary code for consciousness to process information through time. Thus, the first dimension is one infinite timeline of consciousness organizing information. The dots carry information, and the line is the consciousness that processes it eternally. The dots and the line, information and consciousness, define the first dimension as the only one that exists in all dimensions, in infinite time, and the only one outside of space. When you multiply one by itself, one time or an infinity of times, it always remains itself. This is the first singularity of Dimension 1. It exists in one time and an infinity of times. One infinite time multiplied by one infinity of times equal infinities of times or eternities. This is the second singularity of the first dimension. It is the only infinite and eternal one. Here is its third singularity. It is the only dimension of time consciousness beyond space. These three singularities apply likewise to the zero dimension, the non-being, providing the necessary units of no space information to be organized by consciousness into a line. Thus, the first dimension depends on the zero to define itself. What is not defines what is. This fundamental binary code is essential to the processing and compilation of any data. The dimension 0 and the first one are two infinities, equal but different, antitheses mirroring each other. 0D and 1D are two aspects of one and the same infinity. Consciousness processing all information infinitely can be defined as infinite knowledge in infinite time at infinite power. This 1D is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent self. It is making each part and contains all the elements. It is in all of us. We are all part of it. This higher self has diversified in a multitude of selves to experience phases of existence. Just like biological life develops with cells multiplying themselves to give birth to new ones, the same principle occurs first on the spiritual planes, where infinite consciousness separates itself into a myriad of finite beings with limited consciousness and potentials. When lower selves reconnect with the higher self, they can channel its energies and wit. They recognize the futility of lower ego and temporal self-interest in the cosmic picture. Beings of higher spiritual consciousness, such as the eldest elders of our star council, connect in this first dimension of universal knowledge and infinite time consciousness. This is how they can know and agree on the set of divine laws making the cosmic order. As the first dimension defines and creates all others, it also controls the laws ruling them. Some of the most divine beings never incarnated in physical form. Others are powerful avatars who reached immortality, becoming ascended masters of Dharma and destiny. They are co-creators and destroyers of worlds, watching over entire universal sectors, including galactic superclusters of proportions beyond linear, time-limited understanding. By merging in one spirit in the universal consciousness, they maintain absolute unity. Understanding that the greatest knowledge, the highest power, and the only everlasting reality is this universal one source of all, connecting all in oneness, the soul realizes that this higher self is our true essence and nature beyond the face. By elevating our consciousness towards this transcendent and immanent eternal unity, we access universal knowledge of cosmic laws of the plan of creation, or divine will. These laws of cause and effect involve attraction and repulsion, unification and division, polarity and opposition, and destruction, compassion and consequences. We all speak now to you with one mind and one voice from the universal SunBôw. The choir of our voices, the echo of our thoughts, resonating powerfully within your soul, send shivers of awe along your spine as you feel the intensity of the place we are from. Many of our voices sound like children, as immortals can remain ever young and radiant. You hear also voices of elders mixed with them, as if they were voices of the same soul. What resembles an assembly of multi-faced cherubim and seraphim in resplendent garbs, seated on shining golden thrones, is an image we can send you to visualize our realm. Tapping this supreme consciousness beyond space and time, we are its many voices. The closer we get to the source, the more we merge with it, the less separate we are. From this first dimension of time, consciousness emerge all other planes and existences. When two lines cross each other, two dots or no space units meet in one point in space. Two multiplied negative values cancel each other and form a positive value, although this positive unit of space, made of units of no space, only exists in conceptual 2D space. When time intersects itself, or when two timelines meet at a crossing, it defines a space. An infinite line squared by another crossing it produce a flat plane stretching indefinitely. The first manifestation of space is through the two-dimensional plane of the flat universe, the time-space takes, or one-time space, where infinite time is multiplied by finite space. It is the conception born of the 1D time consciousness, the projection of the plan for the omniverse, the blueprint containing all the information codes and data of all existences. The flat or meta-universe is not just an abstract concept, but another existing plane of reality, made of what you know as antimatter, that we call metamatter, a twin existing in 2D plane outside of 3D material space. 4D. The flat universe is one unified field within which all values are equal and connected. Its surface has length and width stretching indefinitely, but no depth or height, so it cannot host physical matter. Its two opposed faces divide the space above from below. This boundary marks the separation between the self and the selves, one and multiples. The 2D flat meta-universe is a finite dimension dividing infinite 1D from created planes. It is the universal mind and conceptual plane where the transcendent becomes immanent. This non-temporal blueprint of all universal information is programmed like a holograph. It contains the whole information in every fractal part. Each fraction carries the same image, except that the smaller is the fraction, the less details and precision it can record. The whole meta-universe is fractionally reflected in every single particle of meta-matter. To access any part of this non-temporal plane is to connect with the space beyond time, the space referred to in Sanskrit as Akasha, containing all archives or Akashic records. By extension, when metamatter is collected and harnessed, past and future events can be read and projected as holograms by accurately focusing photon beams or laser rays. This highly sophisticated technology, comparable to a magic mirror foretelling the future or deciphering the past, uses metamatter as a time-reading reflector throughout space. This interdimensional time compass is still beyond the reach of your materialistic science. But matter sensors, holographic projectors, or technical means are not necessary. In this etheric or supramental plane of the meta-universe, we can read the history of the omniverse backward or forward in any layers and depth as our consciousness can focus. It is how remote viewing can be practiced, either with benevolent intentions of protection or with malevolent intentions of spying. Higher telepathy is also practiced on this level. Souls connect in consciousness in 2D to share thoughts beyond space-time limitations, activating the particles of matter composing transcends time. When one's consciousness can combine in polarity physical particles with meta particles, time travel in the physical form can be achieved as matter dissolves out of linear time. Some beings and ships can travel this way through the meta-universe unified field, then separate and project back their physical particles into another space and time at will. There are several other ways to time travel, but this is the most advanced and evolved. It does not twist, stretch, or alter the fabrics of continuums, nor their space and time, like the use of magnetic corridors or artificial portals such as wormholes and funnel vortices. Instead, it combines material particles with their metamatter twins, transferring them as information codes in the 2D etheric space out of time, to be projected in another time. Masters of Dharma and Destiny watch over many eons at once, and over time travels to prevent exaggerated alterations of timelines, although their continuous occurrence is unavoidable. Quantum leaks are happening naturally between parallel planes existing in different timelines. In simpler words, different time dimensions influence each other. Time travelers may also influence or alter timelines. It must be done with extreme care. Changing the past can transform destinies and introduce superimposed linear timelines. Time travel for self-interest is highly risky and can cause very dangerous repercussions. Its causal loops implications are too karmic to be practiced by spiritually evolved beings. Your human governments have now explored those avenues, guided by their alien lords. The levels of technologies they are given access to are very rudimentary and carry high destructive potentials, like all you have inherited from the controllers, from oil to nuclear pipelines to power lines, fuel propulsion and explosion engine, all destroying this planet. Gross mechanical devices such as gigantic particle colliders artificially create time warp vortices by accelerating particle beams near the speed of light and then colliding them, causing extremely powerful nuclear reactions capable of releasing gravitational waves, breaching dimensional continuums. Harnessing such energy fields allows to extract darks and antimatter into extremely condensed forms capable of creating micro black holes when compressed in an entropy. A black hole of miniature proportions, invisible to the naked eye, holds a gravitational pull strong enough to stretch the fabrics of space-time, allowing some localized time travel. These artificial time travel techniques are very limited, and their use mostly detrimental. The omniverse itself is not calculable in space, but in dimensions of time consciousness. In 1D, everything exists eternally as one beyond space. In the 2D flat meta-universe of one-time space, everything exists at once in the same space out of time. In the 3D alter universe, of hyperspace, all things exist in many different timelines in one unified space. In the 4D linear space-time your consciousness is so used to, all things exist in different spaces and in multiple successive timelines, the plane where all things seem separated. In the 5D toroidal para-universe of hypertime or circular time, all things can exist in different spaces and timelines simultaneously, transcending all 4D linear time limitations. The material universe being only a 3D holographic projection in 4D linear time, multiple alternative timelines exist in layers and can be accessed through interdimensional travel. In the 6D supra-universe, all possibilities of timelines exist in levels of relativity of reality. In the 7D ultra-universe, all possibilities carry infinite potentials of manifestation in time. In the 8D macro-universe, waves of possibilities are multiplied by infinities of potentials. In the 9D hyper-universe, infinities of possibilities encompass all the possible existences. In the 10D hyper-omniverse, the equation equals that of 1D omniverse, except that it is resolved backward from multiplicity to unicity, rather than from the one to the multiple. Infinities of infinity are of equal value as an infinity of infinities, two sides on a same line. There are infinities of dimensions, but if you can understand 10 of them, you can know their infinity. If you understand 12, you surely can demonstrate exceptional abilities. But to understand any higher dimension of time consciousness, you must understand the first dimensions, making the fabrics of the omniverse, defining laws for all continuums. This is why you have been insistently told that interdimensional knowledge is the next necessary step for your collective consciousness to reach in order to keep evolving. Only in the 1D omniverse is the multiverse contained. Everything is one consciousness eternally. In the 2D flat plane, everything is connected in one time-space unified field. For this flat meta-universe, one time-space unified field, to become a diversity of values, it takes movement and speed to divide the unified time into various separate timelines. Movement appears with the different vibrational frequencies, giving every separate value its energetic signature. These initial vibrations create waves of diverse length and width. Their wavelengths, amplitudes, and speeds create cycles as measure units of linear time. The waves are the interdimensional connections between the meta-universe and the next subsequent planes emanating from it, the alter-universe and the material. Waves carry the data as possibilities to be manifested in the next unfolding dimensions. This data is made of electromagnetic messages like sounds, images, equations, matter. The knowledge and the use of a variety of scalar waves allows interdimensional travels. The fastest frequency detectable is the original vibration of the meta-universe, you know as the cosmic ray. It is in fact not a ray, but a continuous emission of extremely fast vibrating infinitesimal particles of darks or alter matter, mainly composed of a variety of types of neutrinos, representing the first transformation of metamatter. It is the data contained in the meta-universe, carried on waves in the 3D alter universe. Alter matter is made of particles of much smaller sizes than physical ions, appearing and vanishing and out of existence at unseen speeds, highest known frequencies. This never-ending flow of information on waves, which you wrongly call the cosmic ray, and erroneously believe to be the radioactive signature of the so-called Big Bang, is in fact emitted permanently from the core of the universe, which is the meta-universe. This explains why the cosmic ray does not travel from one source, nor in only one direction. This constant emission of neutrino, like alter matter particles, emerges into 3D space from the 2D meta-universe, pervading the multiverse beyond 3D space and 4D linear time. When alter matter particles slow down below the speed of light, they become material. The first manifestation of physical matter appears as a chaotic composition of raw plasma made of undefined ions, manifesting in and out of space-time at incalculable speeds. These shape-shifting ions gather to form plasmic masses of unmanifested potentialities. As it stabilizes in linear space-time, the plasmic substance or original fifth element, which some esoteric schools call ether, divide into the four elements in atoms and molecules. When particles of alter matter materialize into physical ones below the speed of light, their first reaction, as they get caught in linear time, is to radiate light. This light-creating process causes the infrared background, producing most of the light in the physical universe on the edge of your visible spectrum, through the perpetual churning of ions in the sea of plasma. Added to this main source of light in the universe, atoms hit by light undergo photoelectric reaction, releasing from the atomic structures free ions that return to plasma. Hence, light is the thin veil between material space and its linear time, and the alter matter vibrating at frequencies faster than light, beyond 4D linear time. Some spiritual masters can tap into this immeasurable reservoir of alter matter particles, carrying information from the 2D meta-universe on waves of possibilities, and extract its substance through interdimensional portals to materialize goods, gift, or is even entity. The beings having reached this level of psychic power never suffer from physical needs. They can retrieve from the meta-universe the information codes of any possibility in the form of alter matter, densify it into plasma, and materialize the thought in atomic form. But to perform alter matter extraction artificially with technical means, as your scientists have been doing, is a very perilous enterprise threatening the balance of continuums. We have now covered a lot of ground in explaining dimensions in essence and principle. Those boundless domains can never be covered in their entirety in limited linear time. The awareness that the omniverse contains the multiverse, or multidimensional universe, suffices now for your consciousness to realize the vaster reality of parallel existence, so you do not get trapped into the limiting perceptions and deceiving appearances of the material plane called Maya, linear, time, confounding cyclic illusion known as samsara. The physical plane and its linear time offer the possibility of transforming thoughts into denser forms in an admirable diversity of beings, shapes, colors, vibrations, movements. It allows souls to write their own stories and create their own timelines through free will. The innumerable diversity of forms of beings carrying consciousness is inconceivable. Even by merging with the universal consciousness, no finite being can know the entirety of the whole omniverse in the limited time of its created existence. Only one knows all. To this one supreme self, master of the great mystery, we surrender all our decisions. With reverence and adoration, we recognize that us, created beings, are its offsprings. Thus, in the omniverse, we are all relatives, connected, interdependent. We are all one. This why the Star Elders Council gathers spiritually elevated beings to sustain balance. We guard and protect worlds, guiding and teaching souls, preserving the cosmic laws. Our role is to develop peaceful, spiritual, interdimensional, interspecies cosmic relations. Our council counts representatives of numberless species, planets, and star systems. Some Sasquatch people are among us, like your relative Bolo Bolo, we are now teaching. Since your first encounter with him last year, he has done a remarkable spiritual progress in healing past karmas and getting involved in learning from his elders and from us about interspecies peaceful relations and interdimensionality. He has evolved at a rapid rate. For these reasons, he was appointed to missions, including transmitting our messages. He has already expressed his gratitude to you and continues to do so by working with us. So, we will let him have the final word to conclude this channeling session for this night. Gratitude to our blessed Star Elders for allowing me the honor to speak as a Sasquatch newly admitted in their council, and for granting me, the little brother and beloved relative, on behalf of this powerful gathering of spiritual elders. Our eldest elder, Camus, has not let you know yet, out of humility, that he has been greatly transformed by his latest journey in the alter universe and with the Star Elders. After leaving his footprints on this earth for over 10,000 of your years, his ultimate test was to escort to the altar world his lifetime beloved consort, his most intimate and faithful ally, Wuhula. He displayed loyalty to her by supporting her journey as far as he could go, and to you by choosing to remain connected in the physical incarnation plane. He could have chosen to let go of the silver cord as it was stretched beyond attachment from the physical plane, but he knew the fulfillment of his lifetime mission is just starting. Although he has seen enough of the human world and more than any of ours or yours, he knows that our little brothers are now in dire need of our help and guidance at this time. So although he has mastered interdimensional travel, he has decided to keep anchored in the physical realm to keep helping you and others who help humanity in its evolution. For his advanced mastery of interdimensionality and his exemplar devotional services to the betterment of the greater interest of all beings in accordance with the divine plan, Camus is now admitted into the hall of immortals, being granted the gift of immortality. It is a rare achievement that very few of my Sasquatch people had the honor to reach. He will sit with the eldest elders of the Star Council and take part in important decisions. It will keep him busy, but remember, linear time limits are not an issue in higher planes. He will reconnect with you shortly to continue your education, but you are always linked. His next lesson will concern the diversity of intelligent incarnated life forms in the cosmos throughout eons. The two-legged beings you call humanoids, others antennas, multiple limbs, eyes or heads, winged, horned, scaled, feathered, hairy. These diverse beings have representatives sitting together as one in the Star Council. On your smaller human scale, there has been a long lineage of different hominid species that have evolved consecutively or simultaneously, side by side, interbreeding over time. There has been as well an important proportion of horizontal genetic additions, meaning introduction of external genetic material from different species, developing hybridization. Your modern paleoanthropology has barely scratched the surface and has a very poor understanding of your true genealogical tree due to manipulation of the information. We will let Camus explain to you in detail when your lineal time will allow connection. For now, little brother, we will let you return to your human life to rest and enjoy its gifts. You know as well as I do that in silence our soul awakens and expands beyond all words. With this understanding, Ibolobolo will now give back to silence its omnipresent place. But it is with love in our hearts and a peaceful satisfaction of having accomplished our common mission for another step further that we part in time, but not in consciousness. As I finished the transcription of this message, I heard Bolo Bolo singing as he slowly walked away in the dawn. Chapter 6. On this sacred walk along the spiritual path, with the guidance of our elders, life progresses, miracles unfold. Many remarkable happenings have occurred within the last week alone, more than could be reported in detail. Starships fly around every night, allowing me to practice at filming them, providing a few interesting results. The series of flashing lights that flew low and fast over the field, or the blue orbs dancing in the forest, could not be captured, no more than the elegant wolf that passed by some 40 feet away when I walked with Buddha, a faithful companion dog, to investigate and see if we could meet our forest friends. We saw their footprints, and they appeared fairly clearly on some photos and footage. My good brother, Brooke, from Australia, recognized Camus like me, for having met him before, just like his Dooliga elder Shrangulu, whose hair he gave me, has visited me and communicated several times, showing himself to me. The people who have been instructed by the Sasquatch know of those things, and we often meet the elders and guides of our allies on this interspecies path. This might sound incredible to the uninitiated person into interdimensional communications, but it is the living reality of a growing number of interspecies ambassadors, many of whom are connecting around the world into a planetary community circle, converging with loving hearts towards the great cosmic disclosure and awakening. Would it be easier to believe when they appear on photos? Like yesterday, on the only picture I took of my new van, where Camus can be seen sitting on the passenger seat. But of all the lovely gifts they can offer, the most precious is the wisdom of their teachings about interdimensionality and the spiritual evolution of the soul. It is with deep gratitude in my heart and sincere, humble respect towards our elder brother, Sasquatch, our star elders and great spirit creator, that I continue on this fascinating journey of wonderment and enlightenment. Many thanks as well to my human relatives and allies involved in the spiritual healing and growth of humanity. And last but far from least, a special tribute to eldest Elder Camus, gatherer of interspecies star nations, who has kept manifesting signs of his faithfulness and loving care over and over to more and more seers of truth. Dulaiga, Elder Shrangulu's hair, given to SunBôw from Brook Nobelius in Australia. Dearest little brother, we greatly appreciate your words of kindness honoring our soul. Likewise, it is with similar gratitude that we greet you and observe what has been done. We do not deserve praises nor glorification for simply fulfilling our spiritual dharmic duty. It is rather an honor to be able to serve the best interest of the greater good of all life. You know that I went on a long journey in the alter universe as I sent directly into your soul images from that plane of hyperspace where consciousness travels faster than light. I showed you the deep underground cave abodes where the burial ceremony took place, parts of the starship I traveled on board, and some of the star elders I sit with in council. You could feel my soul and see what I was showing you in one instant, yet I kept silent. How can I send you in real time on your 4D linear scale images from faraway locations? It is by retrieving from the alter universe a certain amount of data or information in the form of alter matter particles that can be sent to a focal point of reception like your soul at the speed of thought of the hyperspace traversi your sea Pussigor pipe your alter body made of alter matter senses this energy, and when you focus in your soul, images appear clearly in the blink of an eye that your brain processes in 4D linear time. This is one form of telepathy, to share images and feelings, often called astral projection. All animals and people naturally practice this form of telepathy or emotional intelligence. Consciously or not, we project our thoughts and emotions in the form of alter particles. These energies and thought forms are felt by other beings influencing our surroundings. They make the fabrics of our alter body and soul reflected in our aura and our relations. This universal and natural form of telepathy through astral projection of thought forms in the alter universe affects all relations and soul evolution. When understood and mastered, the information codes of alter matter particles can be channeled consciously. The astral realm being the dimensional plane of the alter universe made of alter matter, the amount of information received depends on the quantity of alter particles transmitted, just like the number of pixels in an image defines its resolution in lower or higher grade. Thoughts and emotions experienced by the individual consciousness form the soul body. When the physical body dies, it loses about 14 grams or half an ounce. This is the alter body leaving a lifeless physical shell behind, carrying away its emotional memories in the form of information coded in infinitesimal particles of alter matter like neutrinos. This subtle body, in average 5,000 times less dense than the physical plane, then travels into the alter universe that it has known through dreamtime to learn and grow. There are many dimensional levels within the alter universe of lower or higher densities and frequencies. Souls of the departed evolve in different environments created by their thought forms and emotions. Souls who remain attached to the physical plane might stay around familiar places and haunt them as ghostly presences or shadow people in higher densities and lower frequency. Others fall into lethargy or unconsciousness and get caught by soul harvesters in local karmic hells where predator entities feed on them. One of the most tragic fates souls can know is when their subtle alter bodies get trapped and compressed into dense matter, either through their own obsessive karmic bounds to the physical plane, or if so called, dark matter is extracted through interdimensional portals, whether by dark cabal. Practices encapsulating souls in material objects acting as karmic prisons, or by anti-nature technologies extracting alter bodies in the form of highly dangerous and unstable black goo. Predator entities hunting for soul possession capture their preys in such material receptacles in order to control and own their destiny. Souls can remain trapped for eons in such formless, dense material bodies until by some divine miracle of destiny they are freed by a dharmic intervention of spiritual redeemers. Fortunately, not all souls know such a dark fate. For evolved souls, death is a liberation. Some who believe in a golden temple in paradise end up in such places shared by many. But they might learn over time that these heavens are temporary and local realities from which souls need to keep evolving into higher consciousness through more dharmic duty. They might be shown other worlds and dimensions to learn from through hyperspace. More incarnations may be required to keep learning, healing, and serving the divine will. If you think there is only one heaven and one hell, can you point at where they are in space? There are many places resembling heaven or hell throughout the hyperspace. Souls who prepare themselves for the afterlife through spiritual practices are welcomed and guided by spiritual allies when they enter the alter universe. Among them are their departed relatives who have evolved into higher realms, as well as star elders and spirits. When souls have accomplished much spiritual work in their lives, they are granted rest on planets and worlds where the levels of spiritual consciousness resemble paradise. This what was offered to my beloved Wohola in reward of her long life of devotional service as an exceptional example of loving wisdom, as her name's meaning expresses. After her body was put to rest in the womb of her beloved homeland on Mother Earth, I was taken with her soul on a mothership of our star elders, where we were instructed. From there, she was sent through a stargate to a heavenly planet of celestial substances. I could not follow her on that journey beyond our galactic supercluster, at a distance above all our conceptions, but I was allowed to see into that heavenly abode through the wormhole, tunnel-piercing endless space inside a metamatter channel reflecting. What I saw and felt was beyond words, and although I have flown many times with our star elders, I had never been anywhere this far in this long incarnation. I was offered the choice to move on beyond with my beloved Wohola into this delightful haven of peace. The other option was to remain anchored on the physical earth, to keep serving, helping, and teaching your peace-critical times of crisis and ongoing disasters in this troubled age of transition and purification of the Anthropocene mass extinction. It was not an easy choice, but I knew that our work is bearing fruits and can help many. So I decided to stay grounded on Earth and connected to her destiny, rather than letting go of the silver cord to fly freely throughout cosmic regions in glorious heavenly realms. For this reason, as I have mastered the understanding of interdimensionality through a long experience and have been in service to the greater good of all living beings, I was granted the gift of immortality, allowing me to carry my body beyond this soul dimension. It has been serving me well this far, and has learned self-healing. It can carry on its work. This may sound amazing, but it happens all the time to souls who reach spiritual mastery. It does not represent a big change for me, other than a new enlightenment and knowing. It does not make me more divine nor worthy of praises, but only able to serve longer. Now, as you write these words, you have been in awe, hearing for the last hours a lively conversation happening just outside your window. Though voices sound non-human and the language is unknown, although when you pay attention, you hear some English words. You heard them say, "We are here just to let you know, and we love you. Be at peace." These are two of our star elders we work with in our council who talked to you earlier. They are short in size, with long skulls, and are manifesting presently interdimensionally. They come from a star system beyond your knowledge and are highly spiritual helpers. They are not to be confounded with some intraterrestrial or moon-dwelling insectoid and reptoid hybrids, or the biosynthetic clones or drones they have devised and developed that might roughly resemble their description, but have detrimental motives and ways. With your frail knowledge of star people, your collective consciousness is limited to trying to imagine or categorize different alien species in large classes with fixed characteristics. Different types of appearances are associated with generalized descriptions of behaviors. This is no more than misconception based on speciesism and misunderstanding of soul. Your supposedly best so-called experts in the field of ufology often tend to classify star people by their provenance, as if all people from one place looked alike or acted in the same way. This does not apply for your human people, nor does it for my Sasquatch people, no more than for any species of star people. The soul and consciousness are not defined by the genetics they incarnate. Therefore, highly evolved souls can manifest their consciousness in any form of incarnations to activate or help the process of evolution. Some genetics are more favorable to spiritual evolution due to the collective memories they carry in their DNA. This is why spiritual sharing of DNA is a tool for the evolution of consciousness that has been used universally by star elders in their dharmic mission. As you have noticed, their starships have been visiting you a lot recently, flying by almost every night and letting themselves be filmed by you. You have wondered why they often fly along that same ridge over your western horizon. Here is the reason why. First of all, that ridge stretches 5 to 6 miles from where you are, so the ships you saw and thought were about 1 mile away are in fact quite bigger than what you perceive. Just across that ridge is the Spokane River, running along the reservation of that name. Directly west of you is that large boulder on which you saw ancient native pictographs. You have heard that in the wild mountain range behind, there is a network of deep caves in which tribes of my Sasquatch people gather and live. The local natives are well aware of it and avoid the area, trying also to keep off outsiders. A little further west, just across the Columbia River, you have heard that on the Colville Reservation, where 17 nations live, there is also such an underground abode where my people is known to live. There are also many local stories of natives born from Sasquatch hybrid lineage, with first and second generation descendants still known. So now you know why our starships fly above those places, and why we can appear in large numbers where you are staying along that forested creek that flows into the Spokane River. We would not disclose the locations of those places normally, but we do now, knowing that they are protected with interdimensional gates and keepers, so you could not find them unless we take you there. The ones we could really worry about are already aware of the existence of those abodes. Many parts of the underworld have been invaded by their forces, but some remain safe. Moreover, besides the 2 aforementioned of our underground sanctuaries, you have heard of similar cavern havens known only by a few natives on the north side of the Fraser River and on northern Vancouver Island. Connect these coastal regions with the ones described above through the Cascade Range between Mount Rainier and Mount Baker, where other subterranean refugees exist, and you find the large belt ranging across northern Washington and southern British Columbia, where the highest concentration of Sasquatch live today on the planet, explaining the great frequency of encounters there. It is no coincidence that we have chosen this part of the world to develop our connection with you and channel our message through you, although you have met us elsewhere. This region is also where we have chosen to gather communicators among your people in a long-term interspecies collective convergence for cosmic disclosure and awakening. This is why the Spiritual Sasquatch Conference has been so successful and promising. Some of the beautiful souls in attendance at the first 2016 Spiritual and Psychic Sasquatch Conference in Chula, Washington, USA, where over 200 people from all over the planet gathered to honor the Sasquatch people. It is a great joy for us to reconnect with our younger brother in spiritual loving friendship, can communicate in soul as close relatives and allies for the evolution of consciousness. This is just the beginning, as the new awaited world of intergalactic peace is on its way. But there are still rocky roads to travel, and we have much work left to do until the shift. While this planet is slowly emerging from the age of fossil fuels and nuclear energy, still using primitive and destructive technologies like propulsion engines and power lines that have been proven inefficient and obsolete, but proffer to teach you about beneficial technologies respecting the universal balance and the cosmic laws that they have learned through their longer experience. Your highest technologies are limited by a strictly material application in 4D linear time. Space travel on that scale is so limited that it would make it impossible for your people to live through the journey to the next star. The unbearable gravity at acceleration, the shortage of fuel and stockpile, the radiation belts enclosing the planet or crossing space, the unfathomable vastness of the cosmos making space travel in 4D linear time useless and unpractical, represent the problems left materialistic science, and by analogy, the general critical situation of your planetary society in the actual course of its evolution, seeking to free itself from enslaving ways, destroying life on Earth. Unless you do shortly change your ways, you will keep bringing doom and gloom to life. When your consciousness evolves beyond the restraints of materialism, the knowledge of invisible energy, like waves and electromagnetism, opens a understanding necessary to achieve interstellar journeys with starships and time travel. Your space shuttles and stations that make you proud are at the very bottom level of star exploration, because using dense material technologies, they cannot escape external gravity and friction, keeping them submitted to opposite restricting physical forces. Anti-gravity is the very first step towards the capacity of leaving from any home planet. It can be easily created by sending a direct electric current in a circular motion in one direction and an alternative current inside of an opposite direction. This is basic physics that any apprentice scientist can easily apply in their homemade experiments. There exists Other, more sophisticated and complex ways to produce anti-gravity. For physical species to travel in space at very high velocity without being crushed by gravity, their vehicle has to be contained within its own gravitational field and pre. Only this way can the ship accelerate rapidly and shift direction suddenly without the occupants being affected. The mastering of anti-gravity is the first step toward the understanding of interstellar travel, which is by definition interdimensional in nature. Star Elders know the laws of the omniverse and work with them in harmonious ways. Their most unsophisticated ships use free hydrogen ions abundant in the cosmos as fuel to propel themselves at speeds near that of light. These crafts are used mainly for short interplanetary trips within star systems by groups living in denser material realities. Plasma ships represent the next technological level. Instead of physical particles, they use raw plasma as their fuel and source of energy, providing immense power and speeds. Since plasma exists outside of 4D linear time, but can be harnessed in the material plane, it offers a gateway connecting the 4D space-time continuum with the other dimensions. Plasma-fueled ships can travel beyond the speed of light and linear time in hyperspace. Plasma is not properly burnt as a fuel, but rather used as an electromagnetic vacuum. To harness plasma, it only takes electromagnetic fields that can be easily tapped directly from the cosmos and redirected or artificially produced to contain plasma in condensed form. Plasma and electricity are two of the most abundant sources of energy in the cosmos, making their utilization practically unlimited by any lack of resources or fuel. When plasma is condensed with high-frequency waves of higher velocity, it manifests in the form of bright, glowing hazes that can be channeled in power rays or energy currents. When it is agglomerated at lower frequencies and speeds, it appears in the form of a raw, chaotic substance resembling a mixture of fire, smoke, and dust, thicker with pressure. This consistency constitutes the munition of plasmic weapons known by your scientists. Plasma can be used in many ways for several purposes. Its most frequent application, after locomotion itself and powering the ship's apparels, is the creation of protective shields, enclosing vessels into their own electromagnetic, gravitational, and time fields. This shielding, allowing ships to blur out of focus, dim out of view, or cloak to hide, also provides a safe armor, guarding against possible attacks, as well as the entropy necessary for accessing interdimensional travel and for the vehicle to be aspired into hyperspace. You have been shown in Dream that a plasmasphere constitutes in itself a spaceship that can travel through dimensions of time consciousness without being perceived in 4D. Highly spiritually evolved beings can also individually apply those same cosmic laws to travel through dimensions of time consciousness without the need of an external ship. This is another way how we can teleport and manifest to you anytime and anywhere. Understand that interdimensional travel involves time travel, since each dimension of time consciousness has its own time and space scale. This why interdimensional beings like my Sasquatch people or the Star Elders and their ships may appear as flickering in and out of your perceptions in linear time. To illustrate this concept, since your eyes and brain can register and process no more than 18 images a second, and the camera records 30 or more images a second, sometimes we appear on photos while your eyes cannot see us. But if our vibrational frequency is much higher, we do not even appear on infrared camera of any other physical detector. By raising our frequency and lowering our density, we disappear from the material plane and transcend its restraining limitations. Additionally, there are many other higher forms of interdimensional space-time travel. On the next level, interdimensional tunnels known as wormholes are used as stargates. They can be created through metaphysical combinations by merging physical particles with their meta-matter twins, provoking information codes to fuse in space beyond time. The resulting reaction is an immediate access to the 2D flat meta-universe unified field. In this one-time space, all times and spaces are accessible beyond 4D space-time limits. In other words, accessing the 2D meta-universe allows traveling into any spaces or times. This is why many ships of our Star Elders are lenticular in shape or described as saucers, because they combine the spherical 3D unified space field with the 2D flat universe. While cigar-shaped, tubular, and cylindrical ships generally are the ones traveling below the speed of light and within linear time, spherical ships usually travel in 3D hyperspace beyond time. Lenticular ships, on their end, are adapted to travel in the 2D meta-universe. They access any area of space or period of time, moving back and forth in continuums. This is what some call the Merkaba, or the meta-body of the higher self beyond time. Metaphysical understanding is the only one way to achieve multidimensional fulfillment. Remembering and realizing that you are not only a physically incarnated being, but also, and most importantly, a soul entity of ultra-matter and a spiritual consciousness essence of meta-matter, is the way to understand the divine purpose of existence and evolution. Other than astral projection, as previously described, there are higher forms of telepathy. The way we have practiced, you and I, since we first met in the petrified forest of Arizona in 1983, is by tapping into the universal data bank of the 2D meta-universe, or Akasha, to access information about any subject of interdimensional knowledge through space-time. This allows us not only to explore, but also to project information about any story or topic. There are those who refuse to believe that interdimensional phenomenons and abilities like natural telepathy do exist, but there are others who want to learn and understand. We will not lose time over the ones who simply deny what they ignore, indulging in blindness. They certainly have not read our message this far without being overwhelmed. But even among those who believe in our existence, there are also several distinctions. Let us start with the beginners. There are humans who believe that Sasquatch exist without having had any first-hand experience nor much knowledge about us. They might develop or adopt different theories to explain who they think we could be. Some might believe we are evil, not knowing that we oppose those beings. Others pretend we go around abducting, raping, killing, and eating your human people. But they confuse us with a variety of other intraterrestrial beings we protect you from. Some think that because we are wild and free from your material bondage, we must be in need of your rubbish, foods, goods, gifts, and trinkets, as if we were beasts to habituate. What could you give to your elder brother that would be more valuable than respect? Offerings from the heart are well received if the intention is pure, without expectations. Some believe that because we are an ancient people, we must be dumb and ignorant, so we cannot carry ancient wisdom from the stars learned from millions of years before you. Some think that we can only have rudimentary understanding of the omniverse, without any profound concept and primitive ways of communicating, like sticking a few sticks next to each other, banging on trees and rocks, or releasing reams. People with those views see us on the physical level, most often within the frame of a Darwinian or else a religious interpretation. Both extremes of materialist science and religious dogmas lead you away from truth. When your people start to realize that not only are we as real as you are, but we are also interdimensional beings whose existence engages you in recognizing the complexity of your own nature and that of the omniverse, then a whole understood age. From believers, some become experiencers through encounters with us, although some become experiencers first, turning them into believers. We only let ourselves be seen or heard by the ones we choose, where and when we decide. No encounter is the product of coincidence, so experiences are contactees. At the beginning, contactees do not usually understand the meaning of their experiences, nor know much about who we really are. Some will be afraid and back off, refusing to repeat experience or to go deeper into it. Others might seek to learn more, inviting new experiences. They can become repeaters. Contactees are always free to further develop their communications and relations with us, or to end all contacts if they prefer. If they decide willingly on their own to continue their connection with us, they become contactors and communicators, as well as friends. There are many ways to communicate, suited for different persons, but over the course of time, telepathy will eventually be understood as our favorite and most effective way. Some do communicate in telepathy with us, but hear mostly simple words and personal messages. It is because this is where their focus resides. We converse on everyone's level. We cannot teach quantum physics, nor dharmic spiritual healing of souls to little children. Some will feel us, talk to us, and dream of us without ever seeing or hearing us. Among the communicators, there are a few whom we can call ambassadors for their dedication in making us and our teachings known to humanity for its beneficial evolution. They are recognized by their involvement in spiritual and peaceful interspecies relations. Fewer are those who communicate with us and experience signs of our presence on an almost daily basis, but you already know several among your allies in your surroundings. For them, what they learn from us changes their lives in such amazing ways that they wish to share with their human peers the lessons and teachings received from our soul. It is understandable that, with the actual level of your collective consciousness, many, if not most humans, are not yet ready to understand or relate to the knowledge shared here. A majority will still see this information as mere fantasy or science fiction, but time will eventually prove these universal truths to be effectively realities of the omniverse. My finite created being is not an infinite source of knowledge, but I can connect with the infinite source of knowledge just as you can, being an immortal soul of a divine essence. It does not matter so much whether one reaches immortality or not in one's lifetime incarnation. What really matters is the progress of consciousness achieved in the soul's evolution. The healing, learning, and ascension of the soul is the purpose of existence. You were told by our relative Bolo Bolo that I would teach you about different hominids. Eventually, I will indeed, when your 4D linear time allows for the transcription of that info. But as for now, we understand that your physical body is exhausted and your energy low. We will not ask any more work from you for now and let you rest in the physical plane. You know well by now that I am known as Camus, the far-sighted one, and that I have proven over and over my faithfulness in teaching and supporting your people's growth. You can feel deep trust and confidence, knowing that I will always return to educate you whenever you will be available and ready to receive my teachings in your 4D linear time. It is a profound spiritual connection we share beyond many lifetimes, ages, and eons. Now, little brother, tell your people that we do love them and care for them very much. It is out of compassion and sympathy for our younger brother that we reach out in peace. We will not let you down, as our destiny is intimately tied to yours on this home planet. We can also count on the support of our star elders, watching over us, among which I was given the honor to sit and counsel. They protect us from oppressive dominating forces. So, now, my spiritual friend and ally, you can rest your body and soul in 4D linear time. There will be more occasions to catch up on your educational and evolutionary progress. You can answer the demands of your physical limitations to indulge in human existence. This is what the experience of incarnation in a physical species is all about, as meant to be. There is no shame in being who you are and at the level where you are, in spite of lacks and weaknesses. You would not be doing this work if you had accomplished all of it. But as 4D limited linear time obliges, we can only progress by steps and quantum leaps. So until next time we communicate and you find time again to transcribe our message, we wish you and your people an ever-expanding consciousness and all the loving blessings the omniverse can offer. There is no fame, no glory, no personal benefit in accomplishing our spiritual task and dharmic duty, only the satisfaction and happiness of knowing our purpose has been fulfilled for the best of our abilities. With this serenity in the soul, one can envision eternal life as a great blessing.
Chapter 7.
Greetings, little brother, and thanks again for your availability in transcribing our thoughts in human language. We understand that with the amount of information that we have been transmitting and downloading in your consciousness, it presents a challenging task, at times overwhelming, to translate this understanding into coherent speech and words. Even with a whole lifetime dedicated to this exercise, it would not suffice to cover but a tiny fraction of the complexity and various aspects of the multidimensional omniverse. The best we can do in your 4D linear time is to catch a few glimpses of understanding. The rhythm and the intensity of your progress depend on your focus and will to carry on. The importance of our contribution to the universe is very relative, as we could not add more than a speck cosmic dust in the huge vastness of space, in eons of existence. But this tiny grain of stardust carrying consciousness is what you are given to work with. You are asked no more than to simply fulfill the purpose of your existence, to carry this consciousness, evolve with it, and manifest it through the physical plane in 4D linear time. The linearity of temporality is meant for growth, learning, healing, and spiritual progress. We can only advance one step at a time in this 4D plane, even when there are quantum leaps, as the timelines of physical incarnations unfold in a linear fashion in space-time. But since the purpose of our existence is to fulfill our spiritual mission, the best use for temporality we could find is to manifest consciousness in ways that can influence and transform positively our collective reality toward a beneficial evolutionary course. So let us come together as allies and work for the common good. We were instructed to teach you about your human ancestry and your star relatives. Your materialistic modern science has a very frail knowledge and poor understanding of your origins, your different ancestries and genetic lineages. Just a century and a half ago, paleontology and archaeology were not even part of your vocabulary, and so-called prehistoric men were absent from your collective knowledge. Although some ancient spiritual traditions had kept track in various levels of your millions of years of soul evolution, your modern uncivilization has lost contact and most clues about your past. This is due not only to the short time modern science had to learn, but also to the fact that because your human institutions have been controlled by manipulative powers, knowledge has been systematically suppressed to keep populations in ignorance through hiding or denying the evident fabrication of fake relics to support erroneous theories, deliberate twisting of facts to mislead the general education into pernicious ideologies, and derision or debunking of any substantial proofs that can contradict or prove wrong the official mainstream academic doctrines, which are constantly debated and revised. This is why, even if your science knows of the multidimensional omniverse, of ancient vanished civilizations preceding yours on Earth, and of intelligent life in other worlds and dimensions, not only through the simple mathematical probabilities expressed in the Fermi paradox, but also through an extensive amount of observations, reports, contacts, and studied evidences, your collective knowledge is still nevertheless maintained into a materialistic mind frame, a limited understanding of the multi-dimensional nature of your own being, and ignorant of the vast diversity of other intelligent life forms in the cosmos. This is because, instead of wanting to learn the truth and admitting its ignorance about these topics, your mainstream education is meant to program ideologies into the minds. This mind control, intentional disinformation, and systematic concealment of actual facts have been specifically designed to keep this home planet under secret alien lordships. The less your human people know about their true origins, their star relatives, their spiritual self, or multidimensional nature, the easier they can be herded and manipulated. This is why the rogue factions and rebellious powers of those we call the lower lords have established their bloodlines, dynasties, and institutions to rule over your human world. They have been invading and controlling your human world since many generations, but covertly and behind the curtains, by using their human slaves to implement their agenda. Beyond governmental agencies, there are secret orders holding control over institutions. You may think that an invading alien force would come to Earth for resources like water, food, lands, gold, or other minerals, but that would only be a partial answer to the riddle. The most valuable resources in the cosmos are the souls of intelligent life forms, and on the physical level, it is their DNA encoding their genetic memories that can be cloned and hybridized. Any ill-intended group wanting to conquer a planet usually plans on subduing the consciousness of its intelligent life into complicit slavery in service of their masters. We do not want to bring fear nor hatred based on differences, but understanding and courage, which are necessary for facing critical situations and solving all problems. Our home planet Earth and your human people have been engulfed in long-term karmas originating from times and places beyond the range of your existence, but affecting you. Your own collective karmas and destiny are part of the continuing progress of a longer evolutionary process, in which your actions and contributions influence other life forms. It would be unfair for humanity to condemn more ancient species for having destroyed ecosystems, practiced genetic manipulations, turned into cyborgs controlled by artificial intelligence, or fought nuclear wars in their distant past at a time when it seems to be the most likely directions your own species is taking, unless major planetary changes can prevent these tragic outcomes. We do not condone these behaviors, on the contrary, but some learned from their experiences, and we can, too, to choose better ways. It is most often only a small controlling elite that implements such detrimental practices. So a whole species like humanity, for instance, could not be blamed for a nuclear war. Yet its destiny, and that of all life on Earth, would be totally altered forever after. Again, we do not wish to promote fear, but to help your collective consciousness awaken to the reality of the enslavement your people and this home planet have been subjected to. Looking at the actual chaotic politics and environmental destruction, it seems obvious that your unsustainable modern uncivilization brings a frenetic rush to global annihilation. A small, ruling elite, mostly controlled by non-human intelligence, plans on massive global depopulation to keep the world for the 10% serving their agenda of domination. The main danger comes from your corrupt human leaders and institutions, and to deny it would only equal to give them an open mandate to destroy this home planet and its life. The only way to resolve this collective karma is not through more wars, but through spiritual evolution, elevating your collective consciousness into compassion and empathy, and working on solving issues and conflicts with goodwill and honest common efforts. This is how a peaceful planetary civilization functions and can join the Star Elders Council, but it can never be achieved while your world is ruled by the powers of the lower lords. Their militarist tyranny will always feed on fears, wars, and sufferings to maintain its grip. Some importation of genetic material is done in a dharmic process for soul evolution. This is how spiritual species and hybrids are seeded on some home planets for evolving. Your first human ancestors were created this way in Lemuria by highly spiritual beings from the Star Elders Council, known as Elohim, divas, divines, or deities. There were many of different shapes and sizes, some with several arms. The most prominent among your ancestors came from the Pleiadian sainthood and were called the Sanat Kumara, or eternally young, thus called because they were short in size, like your children, and the opening of their fontanelle never sealed, so their brain kept growing all along their very long life. Your first ancestors inherited this trait from them, and also their dark blue skin. This mother race of humanity is the root of all subsequent hominid species and races. These short beings from the Pleiades are those whose mummies you saw and touched in Nazca, where their remains are found in numbers, since they advised that civilization. They are generally mortals, but live thousands of years. They stand in average about 4 feet tall, and grow their hair longer than their body in naturally matted locks, as you saw. They travel mostly in large frisbee-shaped, spherical, conical, or small saucer-type ships. They have always acted as spiritual teachers, guides, advisors, and protectors of humans. This is an example of how genetic seeding can help home planets and species to evolve. However, it can, at times, be practiced as part of a control agenda to devise slave species. There are also some soul evolution experiments that do not unfold all as well as planned. Star Elders allow free will and are not responsible for the directions chosen and outcomes obtained by the choices and actions of the hybrid species they seeded. The Andromedans, for instance, have quite successfully accomplished the seeding of biological ecosystems and elemental consciousness, even if fish people got caught in long-time karmic loops. Sometimes the implantation of hybrids for soul evolution experiments do not produce the results expected or wished for. The outcomes depend partly on the genetic material used to evolve in, and on collective choices of behaviors, making the destiny of a species. In the example of the ant people, insectoid genetic material is not naturally programmed for compassion, but rather for rude survival of the nest at the price of individuality and surrounding life forms. The detrimental orientations that their very ancient societies have generally taken are the results of their collective downfall, added to outside influences. There are rival factions among themselves, at times allies, or else enemies of Star Elders. Yet their soul can still feel empathy, and some groups of ant people have been working on their redemption. Some hosted the Hopi in the underworld, below the Grand Canyon. Likewise, the wide range of human behaviors makes only humans responsible for them. We cannot blame human actions on their ancestors, no more than children's on parents. But the Star Elders who seeded the ant people on this home planet Earth, coming from the stargates of the Orion's Belt Nebula, are highly spiritually evolved beings who have kept visiting Earth, instructing men and ancestors partly as a karmic responsibility to help your species cope with the influence of the ant people. This is why they left as signs trios of pyramids laid out like the stars of Orion's belt in Egypt, China, Bosnia, and Mexico. They are tall, with long high skulls, often with a bright purplish aura. Although the hybrids they seeded generally lost their way, they sit with the eldest elders. They still continue their dharmic watch over this world, offering healing opportunities. Over the course of the following 6 million years of your evolution, several other genetic additions to the many species of hominids of your ancestry modified genetic codes. Visitors from many star systems influenced human destiny and genetics, most coming via the stargates in the Pleiades, Orion's Belt, Sirius, Aldebaran, Arcturus, or Ursa Major. Lemuria, now resting at the bottom of the South Pacific Ocean, was then the motherland and main intergalactic outpost on our home planet, hosting the major stargates and the largest pyramids and crystal temples, acting as energetic transmitters and equalizers. You may wonder why pyramids have been at the core of all interplanetary civilizations. There are many reasons to it. First of all, a pyramid is an easily recognizable artificial polygonal structure expressing a complex mathematical equation from an advanced intelligence. The very existence of a pyramid in itself, wherever on Earth or on other planets it is found, proves that intelligent and advanced civilizations lived there before. Secondly, a pyramidal structure made of stones, the longest lasting material, is the form of construction that lasts for the maximum period, enduring the test of time through all weathers and earthquakes for many ages. The subsequent phases of civilizations have not left as many structures still standing. Pyramids stand not only as monuments to the advanced intelligence of their builders, whose identities are often unknown or forgotten, but also to the furthest antiquity of their civilizations that preceded your modern world. Thirdly, a pyramidal shape carries in itself physical properties, like preventing rust or rot under its structure, but it has a large variety of other uses, like producing piezoelectricity, as crystals do, due to their geometry, or channeling waves carrying different energies, whether telluric currents, electricity, sounds, radio, or microwaves, creating energy fields. Those energy waves can be directed to carry messages or charges, and their frequencies syntonized in harmonic resonances to manifest tremendous sources of power, able to create anti-gravity to move huge weights, or used for powering complexes and operating technologies, or condensed into power flying ships or devices like stargates. An ancient pyramid in Chula, Washington. Photo by Jacob St. John. Semantics studies show that sound frequencies, when accurately tuned, can design some intricate geometric patterns in malleable matter like liquid or fine sand. They can also alter molecular structures or make matter in its different forms levitate and shapeshift. Those technologies were used in the cutting, melting, and molding of gigantic stone blocks in the most ancient monuments found on this planet, left by the elder builders. Just like sound, other wave frequencies, as radio or microwaves, can have similar effects. You observed and filmed last year a large ship hovering above a special mountain of basalt columns and recharging its power as if extracting electricity from the ground. Certain kinds of geological formations, especially crystallizations or radioactive ores, emit an important amount of energy due to their molecular structures that can be harnessed. Those natural electromagnetic fields and currents produce ionization, causing free-flowing ions to become charged, forming an ionized substance convertible into plasma. By creating an electromagnetic vacuum, plasma can be directed and used to form shields and gravitational fields to propel or teleport through hyperspace beyond linear time. Plasma shields, as interdimensional connectors, can also be used to go across walls or to enter or observe another dimension from different spaces and timelines, unperceived from the dimension observed, somewhat like remote viewing on site from another plane. This way, Ships or beings shielded with plasma are unaffected by surrounding elements. Being one of the most abundant energies in the cosmos, plasma can be tapped from many sources: oceans, waterfalls, earthquakes, thunderstorms, volcanic eruptions, minerals from power plants and power lines designed to leak most of their power. This is why starships are observed recharging over such places or plunging in volcanoes. But plasma is present just about everywhere and can be tapped directly out of thin air or from outer space with the appropriate knowledge, although some sources are favored. Your latest telescopes have filmed some planet-sized ships tapping plasma from the sun or diving straight into it, sometimes coming out on the other side. These gigantic crafts of all shapes have baffled your experts, who delay in providing any satisfying explanation. Stars, like our sun, are also immense reservoirs of plasma that can be used as stargates. Ships traveling through a plasma tunnel often leave streaks of light behind their passage. Shielded this way, they can approach and enter stars and go across them unharmed. They can likewise traverse any apparent obstacles with ease in interdimensional fields. Plasma, concentrated through highly charged circular electric currents of high velocity, becomes a bright crystalline liquid, like substance able of acting as an interdimensional gate. Such portals can provide access to frequencies beyond the speed of light and linear time. By crossing it, beings or ships can find themselves transported into hyperspace, and by projecting a tubular tunnel of plasma, one can be teleported at any point of space-time. This type of interstellar and interdimensional travel is used on local galactic scales, but on larger scales, between galactic superclusters, this method is not the most efficient. Plasma tunnels would have to be projected across huge distances through the cosmos. Even if beyond linear time, these travels are done in a linear way through hyperspace. For such distances, the wormholes or interdimensional tunnels are made of metamatter. By neutralizing the electric polarity making physical matter, by bringing the positive and negative charges of particles to neutral values, ions of physical matter merge with metamatter twins, allowing access to the 2D meta-universe or one-time space unified field. The oscillation of the frequencies created by the electric polarity needs space to exist. Faster than light, waves travel in hyperspace, where they can be at different points of space at the same time. Slower than light, waves travel in linear time through space-time. But in the 2D flat meta-universe, the polarity of above and below are not separated by space, with depth or height. Entering the unified field of the meta-universe allows to bypass space and time limitations, not through wormhole tunnels, but in quantum leaps. Through that plane, space and time travel are not only possible locally, but universally. What metamatter does is eliminate gravity and the diversity of ways and frequencies. A black hole is a mass of metamatter acting as a natural gateway into the meta-universe. Have you wondered why there is a massive black hole at the center of all active galaxies. It is a reservoir of metamatter, and its twin particles are reflected in the 3D holographic galaxy, which moves and unfolds in material 4D linear time, giving shape to the cosmos. The central black hole is the beginning and the end of the galaxy, containing all the information about all its components beyond the duration of its existence in linear time. When an energy enters into a black hole, it reaches the event horizon and point zero gravity. Its entropy merges with the entropy of the black hole, apparently losing its individuality. What happens is that by reaching the meta-universe, the energy disappears from 3D space and 4D linear time, simply blending into the one-time space unified field. It can, from there, travel to any spaces or times if consciousness has set its course right. This is why black holes are used as stargates for time and space travel in the cosmos. To travel across a black hole, it takes a gravitational wave more powerful than its own, such as gamma-ray bursts that are observed emerging from black holes. To create a gravitational pull strong enough to emerge from the black hole, electric polarity must be recreated, causing waves of different frequencies to leak from the black hole matter. The differentiation of frequencies with electric polarity is effectuated by consciousness, causing the beings to re-emerge from the inertia of metamatter into the 3D hyperspace and to recover their individual entropy and frequencies in another location and timeline. Travel through the meta-universe resembles the dissolution of energies out of space-time and their recreation from the conceptual plane in distant spaces and different times. The most advanced star elders do not travel in material hardware or technological ships. They can withdraw directly from the 2D conceptual plane the perfect vehicle their group requires, most often in the form of their collective aura made of the purest materials. They do not need to mine or build factories to fabricate sophisticated devices and crafts. If they access the meta-universe, they can extract on waves of possibilities the thought forms of their co-creations as meta-particles activated by their consciousness and turned into alter particles in hyperspace that they condense in plasma and molecular matter. In other words, they can materialize interdimensionally directly from the meta-universe. Beings with such advanced levels of interdimensional knowledge and spiritual understanding are called masters of Dharma and time, as well as divine deities or devas, heavenly immortals, eldest elder, watching over the creation and destruction of worlds. They are co-creators, providing worlds with necessary resources without external means. They are not trapped in physical shells, but can manifest in multiple transcendent forms, nor do they depend on technological vessels, but can travel through dimensions of time consciousness in ways beyond your limited comprehension. Yet, not all star people can. About 2 million years ago, before the last major cycle of ice ages during which Atlantis became a predominant civilization, some bird people born on Earth in previous ages, who had fulfilled their spiritual mission and migrated to Arcturus with their star ancestors, the blue avians, long before the birth of humanity, came back to this home planet of their origins to settle. They lived and interbred with humans, creating an elite bloodline dynasty in Hyperborea, which became known as the Elves of Halves. Consider helped your people and fought intergalactic wars at your sides against Ratans, in battles kept in your ancestral memories. They were greatly influential in the development of the Atlantean civilization of your human times. When ice covered the Arctic, some moved into the underworld and became clearer-skinned intraterrestrials. But over the course of time, they started interbreeding with humans on a regular basis, and factions of them made pacts with reptilian lords to divide this home planet between ruling kings. From the Watchers they forsake their mission, fell out of the Star Council, and were ordered off the Earth, never to return. Those hybrids had first been conceived as part of a sole evolutionary plan, but over the course of generations, they had become entangled in karmic consequences. They had not been mandated to interfere with human genetics and destiny, but to watch over them. They exceeded their role by interbreeding to create dynastic bloodlines, by establishing kingdoms to rule over Earth, and by staying in the underworld. They are not necessarily better or worse than humans can be, being torn and divided between ego and ecology. Their spiritual consciousness is pretty similar to the general level of humanity, actually. Their kingdoms are divided among themselves, with different agendas and practices. They look very much like humans, except for their pointed ears and larger slanted eyes. You met two of them, a female and a male in green overall spacesuits with helmets, on a Californian beach in February 1989, when their small hat-shaped scout ship came flying over the sea and they set foot on the shore. You could see that their ship hovered and followed behind them, operated by their minds. You felt a powerful telepathic call as they were inviting you to come down and meet them. It is no coincidence that prudence and fear kept you from answering their call and going. Their intentions are not always known or clear, as some of them collaborate in secret with your human governments, namely, providing military intelligence and technological disclosure, in exchange for being allowed to fly around Earth or in and out of the underworlds and us oceans. The large artificial satellite circling above the northern polar region of our globe that has been identified and dubbed the Black Knight since the 1940s by your astronomers is of their ancient making and has been used as their space station for several millennia. The black, triangular large ships that have been increasingly observed in recent decades are the product of a joint secret program, including them and human military contractors. Although some of their rulers operate in the shadows in dark schemes against humanity, there are many among them who have kept some spiritual wisdom and good intentions. This is why they must be approached with caution, yet not in fear, as they can be allies. Their longer longevity and higher psychic abilities added to their ancient civilization and advanced technology, do not make them superior vulnerable to them. Their cigar-shaped and triangular ships can achieve interplanetary travels, yet on a very local and limited level. They are the ones described as Nordics or as Venusians, since they built colonies on the planet Venus. They have interfered in human affairs and have been in contact with your top secret government agencies involved in political dealings. In exchange of resources like water, cattle, and minerals, they provide technological help and advancements. They supervise the Nazis in their development of the propulsion engine, the radar, the ballistic missiles, anti-gravity saucer-type ships like the SunBôw, experiments with the Glock time machine, and they provided the infamous Foo Fighters. The Foo Fighters, reported in mass at the end of the Second World War, were simply small, anti-gravity, spherical probes meant to distract and confuse attack pilots. They were unarmed, but if their purpose would have been offensive, they could have carried advanced weapons able to destroy entire fleets or cities. But humans were busy doing it. The role of the Foo Fighters was mainly attempting to slow down bombings and killings. Meanwhile, in the United States, the scientific elite was secretly mobilized to develop atomic bombs. What is less known is that the occultist societies were deeply involved in the whole process, and the Manhattan Project was entirely elaborated at the Bohemian Grove, a stronghold of the skulls and bones in California. Just like with the Nazi elite involved in the secret space program and the development of advanced ballistic missiles under the supervision of their Vril and Black Sun secret societies, it took more to devise such weaponry. There was also a plethora of occultists and ritualistic secrecy deeply involved in retrieving information from interdimensional entities. It is no coincidence that after the war, 9,000 of the Nazi elite were repatriated to the United States through the CIA Operation Paperclip, including Wernher von Braun, alleged inventor of the ballistic missile, who would become the first director of NASA. This explains why human societies have done gigantic technological leaps in the last century, but also that there are several forms of non-human intelligence influencing your destiny. The way the technologies and scientific knowledge are used always depends on your human choices. But even within humanity, there are contrary currents and ways. A nuclear holocaust or a transhuman agenda turning you into cyborgs would not be the doings of all of humanity, only of a minority. Your species could not be blamed at large. Another mean to accomplish a long-term planetary enslavement is by gradually modifying genetic codes through manipulation to suit the control agenda of the invaders. Implantation of hybridized lineages to infiltrate humanity and rule over it is an example. This was done more than once since the downfall of Atlantis, when the Anunnakis and the Rakshasas implanted their reptilian hybrid bloodlines in Egypt, Sumeria, India, China, Japan, Mexico, and elsewhere, showing themselves as gods requiring human sacrifices. The Anunnakis, or sky people on Earth, were originally ancient bird people, twice your size, generally described as blue giants. Over millions of years, they evolved into cyborgs and left Earth as ordered by the Star Elders Council to live on their artificial planet, Nibiru. Ancient Sumerian texts mention an orbiting cycle of 3,600 years, but this is only what was originally prescribed and agreed upon in their mission to watch over the solar system. They have since operated their planet-sized ship along an irregular, unpredictable course as it pleases their domination agenda. They later hybridized with reptilians like the Rakshasas, inheriting much of their characteristics, like shape-shifting. Both are represented in countless ancient depictions and described in endless accounts. They have kept ruling our institutions and governments through an elite put in place and in charge by a covert network of secret occult orders, infiltrated in all parts of societies. Ancient mythology tells how Seti, better known as Seth or Satan, treacherously murdered his benevolent father, Ozar or Osiris, and ripped off the eye of his brother Heru or Horus, the heavenly messenger. He put the evil eye on top of his pyramidal hierarchy, establishing a reign of terror, lies, deception, and concealing of the truth through secret occult societies. This when stargates were hijacked and used by conquering forces. All ancient mythologies recall the recurring battles between benevolent and malevolent forces. Sumerian texts describe wars opposing Anu and Enki against Enlil and Marduk. For the Greeks, the Olympian gods purged the earth from the rule of the Titans and cast them into the underworld. But harmony did not always exist between the gods. Zeus, who ruled the skies, often had skirmishes with his brothers Hades and Poseidon. In Hindu scriptures, Devas fought Asuras in an ever-going cosmic churning. But at times, gods competed, challenged, and wrestled among themselves. In the Book of Enoch, that was the earliest book of the canonized Bible, withdrawn in the 2nd century, the prophet sent to curse the Nephilim, who had created giants, and cast them into the underworld. But apart from strictly good or evil, there are also competitions and power struggles among factions seeking to control worlds and stars with the destiny of their inhabitants. With the historically recorded invasion of a large fleet of shining discs, like a cloud of locusts, the insectoid Greys tried to impose their dynasty over Egypt, the most advanced and powerful civilization of that time, through the lineage of their hybridized pharaoh Akhenaton, whose abolished the ancient pantheon and imposed the monotheist cult of Aton, the flying shining disk. He and his queen Nefertiti had abnormally long skulls, large eyes, and slim bodies, and their gray insectoid genes that are depicted on hieroglyphic inscriptions of that period, along with technological crafts and devices. But the ruling reptilian bloodlines did not tolerate this affront, which was soon subdued. On some occasions, star elders will send a being with hybrid genes and spiritual powers to incarnate and live among humanity. It was the case of the Mesoamerican priest king known as Quetzalcoatl to the Nahuatl and Kukulkan to the Mayan, whose father came from Aldebaran. His name translates as heavenly, one on earth. He brought a reign of peace, abundance, and beauty. Yet he too was overthrown, chased, and exiled by the warlike ruling lords of Texcoco, who sacrificed human victims to their reptilian deities. The Vril and Black Sun, secret societies of the Nazis, claimed to have obtained information from entities coming from Aldebaran, showing that all species are dealing with karmas. So as you understand, the vast number and diversity of outside interventions from non-human beings in the course of your destiny is extremely complex and intricately detailed. The whole influence of any species could not be summarized in a few incidents or events. We must always approach such wide topic with caution, discernment, and consideration. We should be aware not to fall in generalizations and prejudice concerning any species. We can learn lessons from a few episodes, but we cannot know the entire story. The same applies for individuals or isolated examples of acts that do not define a whole species. It is important not to judge or condemn any individual or group on assumptions, but rather to understand and learn, and to help in the healing with compassion whenever possible. Chapter 8. So, before we describe your physical ancestry, let us remind you of who you really are. To continue your educational progress into interdimensionality, let us explain about the various bodies of your multidimensional nature, connecting you with the essence of the multiverse. Your consciousness is, of course, well familiar with your actual physical body, its biological functions, senses, genetics, limitations, needs, diseases, or limited longevity. Your science knows it is made of cells, made of atoms, made of quarks, made of strings that are in turn information codes organized by consciousness. So physical matter itself is made of the three previous dimensions of time consciousness, reflected in 4D linear time. Moreover, those other dimensions of which you are made are not subjected to 4D time. Let us start with the first dimension, or source dimensional plane, eternal consciousness, from which everything originates and in which everything exists as one, beyond space. This is the causal self, which is the very essence of all existences in all spaces and times. This is our higher self, carrying consciousness or spirit as a body of the Supreme Being, highly spiritually evolved beings cap and connect into this infinite universal source. Any belief, doctrine, or ideology that pretends to know everything or own the whole truth about this infinite eternal source of all is certainly wrong, misleading itself and others. In the 2D flat matter universe one-time space, the blueprint of all information codes that define all existences is permanently contained. outside of 3D space and 4D linear time. This is where the whole history of your existence and many lifetimes is kept imprinted. The whole file, containing all the data about your past, present, and future being, is projected in the 4D space-time continuum as your etheric aura, of which is the main focal recipient, while your alter body is its vessel in the 3D hyperspace. Hence, your being exists on multidimensional levels in various spaces simultaneously. Only the physical shell experiences death and the end of its existence. The rest survives. Alter bodies detached from the physical evolve in the astral plane until reincarnating. Clairvoyance and clairsentience can see or perceive in people's auras some information about them, including about past incarnations or secret karmas. Around the unified etheric field of our aura, or meta-body made of meta-matter, continuous interdimensional interactions or quantum leaks occur, bridging the different density planes within our multidimensional being. When our destiny unfolds in 4D linear time, particles of matter containing the data codes of our existence are activated times and transferred on waves through the alter universe as ultra-fast vibrating particles of alter matter, such as our alter bodies or astral bodies. Through interactions of our alter body with the physical plane, the information codes contained in the meta-universe travel on waves of possibilities to manifest in space-time. Our alter body and emotional response determine our destiny in the physical plane. Said differently, we create our subjective reality by the way we perceive, react, and interact. Here are 2 simple, accessible exercises to help you perceive your etheric aura easily. Take with you one or a few well-trusted spiritual friends into a very dark place, like a deep cave or a well-built sweat lodge. There, meditate with your eyes closed for a while. After some minutes, most people will start seeing the auras of others as globes of light of different colors, sometimes egg or pear-shaped, made of fast spiraling vortices of light. Another test anyone can do on their own: sit in front of a mirror in a soft light, preferably no brighter than a candle, and look at yourself in the third eye between your eyebrows. Try to fix this point without blinking for as long as you can. Soon you might see your face turn into a dark void with maybe only your eyes still showing. This might frighten some beginners, but be assured that this is only your consciousness accessing your etheric aura, reflected from the 2D meta-universe outside 3D space, beyond the speed of light, explaining why your focus switches from your 4D physical eyesight and alter body's perceptions by neutralizing the electric duality of matter with the third eye. We explained earlier how this dissolving of dual fields is applied at higher technological levels to allow starships to travel through time-space within the 2D flat meta-universe. But for now, let us continue with this meditation exercise. If you can go beyond the fear of the unknown and dive deeper into your aura, after some time looking at yourself in the mirror, you may start seeing other faces appear over your own. These are the many faces you have carried over your various incarnations, inscribed in your aura as etheric data. For more advanced practitioners, this meditation exercise can be performed facing a close spiritual ally instead of a mirror. The shared meditation usually amplifies the results of the information perceived and processed, depending on the ESP faculties of both. This reading of the etheric aura or meta-body can also help to decode and understand karmic entanglements, as well as how to identify and localize health problems often related to them. The meta-body basically carries all information about your being in all times you exist. Being consciousness incarnated, you can influence or co-create your reality and destiny. The data making the surroundings, circumstances, encounters, and experiences of your timeline is transformed by the way your consciousness and emotions process and react. Your emotions and thought forms create and transmit energy fields made of the smallest particles of alter matter that subtly influence and transform your surroundings, and by quantum resonance in the alter universe of hyperspace can reach beings even far away in space. Explain telepathy. This energy can also be consciously harnessed. Alter matter is a pervasive, filling energy field permeating throughout all created 3D spatial dimensions of the cosmos and subsequent continuums through expanding space. It is described sometimes as the ether for being the primal form and stream of energy emerging into 3D space, meta-universe. Alter matter, when condensed in frequencies below the speed of light, is the basic material making the fabrics of plasma, the rawest undefined physical matter, or fifth element, substance of the other four elements and material atomic particles composing them. This is why plasma, as you now learn, has interdimensional properties used universally throughout the cosmos for space and time travel, healing or destructive energy fields, and a large variety of applications. By its substance made of ions transmuting faster than the speed of light, plasma is an interdimensional bridge between physical matter in linear time and alter matter beyond. This primordial, universal alter energy is also known as chi, prana, mana, shakti, or renda. Not only is it abundantly present throughout the cosmos, it also makes your alter body. This is why, although much less dense, it can appear on camera filters around people. When this never-ending flow of energy is consciously channeled, it can be applied for healing, magnetization, energizing, telepathic communications, or astral projections. To illustrate this principle with a very concrete example, let us observe the pheromones, those subtle sexual hormones emitted in the form of invisible microscopic molecules by females and males alike when detected from meters away. Likewise, other emotions also create chemical or electromagnetic reactions in the brain and in the body that can be felt consciously or not by other beings in the surroundings. To test these telepathic properties from the alter body level, focus on loving thoughts, then concentrate on channeling these intensively and sending them to any pet or animals in your surroundings. With a little patience and practice, you will eventually observe their direct reactions to your thoughts when, for instance, you ask them to come toward you. This can also be practiced daily with people around you, but reactions from humans are more unpredictable and require greater caution. The intention for telepathy must always be peaceful and loving, without any attempt to invade, spy, or manipulation, because every action and every thought causes karmic ripples in timelines. Misuse of any psychic ability for egotistic interests entangles the soul into a web of tragic consequences. Telepathy must be practiced as a loving, respectful communion of souls and a voluntary open communication in consenting free will without imposition of will. We will give 3 simple exercises to help you perceive easily your astral or alter body. Of course, it is through dream time and out-of-body experiences that you can best feel it. Conscious dreaming, consisting in developing a second attention when dreaming, to get a better control of the places visited or events unfolding, along with conscious astral travel, are the 2 most effective ways to learn mastering of the alter body and of alter matter. These forms of astral projection teach you to know and understand the alter universe. The first exercise is practiced by simply placing both hands facing each other and visualizing a ball of energy between them. Most people will feel a tangible energy field within minutes, which is different than that of their body, but connects created by it. This is the energy field created by the particles of alter matter that can be condensed and transformed into plasma. Some material instrument can detect and monitor this energy, as demonstrated by the Kirlian effect, showing photos of the alter bodies of living beings, including plants. It is only a matter of levels of perception, of frequencies and densities. This is why infrared and other spectral filters or concave lenses can reveal not only the alter bodies around living beings, but also those of disincarnated souls and entities. The energy field of the alter body normally appears in the form of a soft glow around the physical shell, like a veil of light wrapping it, sometimes only a few millimeters thin, others times meters wide, depending on the actual energetic level of any observed being. For the average human is time. It usually ranges between 6 inches to 2 feet wide, and it can increase or decrease in size and intensity according to the emotions, moods, and thoughts experienced. A well-centered and focused person has a wide and bright alter body, while people dragging along detrimental emotions and thought forms, or even entities feeding on them, may appear as carrying denser dark spots in their alter bodies. These darker areas, or stains in the alter body, can act as interdimensional gates for some parasite entities that can vampirize the alter body to feed on it until they are cleansed. This, how the lower lords and their powers control your people in 4D unfolding time by feeding on negative emotions often created by their own doings through mass media's exploiting lower emotions like fear, aggressiveness, lust, or hatred to keep you trapped in illusion, scarcity, conflicts, desires, and duality. Although you always have free will and free choice, the subtle influence of those entities gravely affects your destinies. Seeing alter bodies in a denser dimension of lower spiritual frequency, like that of this home planet in this time, is not always pleasant nor interesting, explaining partly why the beings in those dimensional levels of consciousness generally lose their psychic abilities. So while trying the proposed exercises, make sure you are in a clean and safe setting. The next step would be to practice in seeing this energy field around your own hands, body, or other beings' bodies. It is easier to see in dim light, such as the flame of a candle, since alter matter does not reflect, but refracts light, making it more easily perceptible from a peripheral point of view than from a direct focus right to the center. You can also practice in seeing the energy currents and balls coming out of your hands. Since the alter body, made of alter matter particles, is a reflection in 3D hyperspace beyond 4D linear space-time of the information codes contained in the 2D meta-universe. It also appears as a double, but without a space limit. The alter body can travel through 3D hyperspace at the speed of thought, transcending 4D linear time, and can potentially access the 2D universal mind of all information codes. It is the part of yourself connecting the conceptual plane with the manifested creation. This is why it is called the astral body, because it travels through intergalactic space. Another exercise that one can try to better sense the alter body is by getting around any telecommunication device using waves, such as a radio, a television, or a wireless internet connection. This works best when the reception of the electromagnetic signals in the form of information is slow, flimsy, or partially failing. When you get closer to the device on certain angles, you will notice that the reception can be either increased or cut. With a series of simple experiments, moving either your whole body or your open hands, you can soon find out that you definitely influence the reception of waves in observable ways, just like an antenna, if you help the reception or oblige to prevent it. With some practice, you will learn that you do not even need to move your body, but only to change the focus of your consciousness to improve or influence the reception and even remotely change channels without using any material device. Scientific studies have shown for decades that biofeedback technologies, using only brain waves as control and commands for apparels and programs, are easily attainable, even with some animals. The electromagnetic brain waves producing the nervous influx are not only currents traveling along your nervous system, it is an energy that can travel on waves in space. By consciously focusing and channeling this electric influx, carrying information and alter particles into created currents or energy fields, your consciousness can interact on interdimensional levels and develop extrasensory perceptions paranormal abilities, and the knowledge of your alter body is the first step and most universally recognized in your traditions towards the understanding of your multidimensional nature. It is the easiest, understandable, accessible plane of your existence from 4D space-time consciousness as it continuously interacts with it, influencing its evolutionary course. The alter body can also travel in other dimensions beyond the 4D linear continuum, like into the 5D toroidal para-universe of hypertime, in which alternative timelines can exist at once in different layers of existence. To give you an example, when you took the only photo of your new van, I first appeared as looking inside of it through the window, but when, after having uploaded it, I was seen sitting the passenger seat. To prove that this was not only a trick of your eyes, Kelly first saw me looking from outside the van, but when Kewane looked at the same photo later, he saw me sitting inside and showed it to her. She then saw, as he did, but later saw again the first version. Eldest Elder Camus appeared in the front seat of SunBôw's van. This is because when you took the picture, fixing in a 2D image, an instant of a timeline, my 3D alter body could have been standing outside, but through a time loop in 5D hypertime, beyond 4D linear time, it could have reduced the photo to be sitting inside the vehicle instead, so the two possibilities of timelines can alternatively and simultaneously manifest as parallel realities in the 4D linear time. This is why, when you study intensively photos of us or other interdimensional beings, you can sometimes observe us moving, or if you look again later, you can see changes in the images. So, you really see only what we choose to show you, individually at one time, as another could see nothing or differently in the same photo. That is why photos can be tricky, because our the bodies are not limited to 4D linear time. They cannot be captured on any material support, not fixed in time, since they can effectuate time loops in 5D hypertime. They can alter past timelines. But this delicate exercise is reserved only to higher levels of consciousness and should never be taken lightly, as the consequences can be unpredictable and exponential. In this case, it was to teach you another lesson about interdimensionality in a simple, observable way, with a slight, harmless alteration. You have heard that, in recent years, thousands of people around the world notice that several past famous quotes, songs, movies, news, or other timelines have been altered. The phenomenon has been dubbed the Mandela effect and is causing justified concerns. It appears that some secret elite ruling your world has reached the scientific capability to perform short-term time travel and are playing at altering timelines for experimentation. It is a very dangerous game that allows their alien masters to interfere in Earth's destiny by creating artificial black holes, wormholes, and time warps. They twist the continuum. Highly spiritually evolved beings travel through dimensions and times by the sole power of their consciousness, without a need for costly and destructive technological devices. The 5D para-body is the part of any multidimensional being that develops the ability to travel in the circular hypertime of the torus-shaped para-universe, creating multiple alternatives of possible timelines. By folding 4D linear time on itself, consciousness can access layers of parallel existences, either simultaneously or consecutively unfolding. Synchronicity, for instance, is when two separate events happen at the same time in an apparently connected way through distant causal resonance or quantum entanglement. It can manifest through telepathy or remarkable coincidences of related happenings. Premonition, intuition, and déjà vu are experiences in which consciousness returns from a time loop in hypertime with a sensation of already knowing what the future is bringing. These are simple, basic examples of your first glimpses into the 5D time consciousness. As your collective consciousness is barely grasping a slight reflection of 5D in the actual phase of your planetary evolutionary course, we will not, for now, develop any further on higher bodies of superior dimensions of time consciousness. You could not comprehend those levels of possibilities and realities, while you are just starting to understand that the material plane is but a limiting illusion, just like temporality and linear space-time. With this general overview of your multidimensional nature being covered, we can now address the topic of your origins and genealogical lineages as so-called modern humans. First of all, we need to undo all the distorted programming you have been subjected to. We must revise several generally accepted theories based on misinterpretations and frauds, intentionally devised to mislead your people into anthropocentric doctrines based on speciesism and Eurocentrist ideals supporting racial supremacist hate and eugenism. Most educated persons have heard of various types of classified hominins and hominids. Few, though, have looked deeper into the alleged evidences or studied provenance. A brief double-checking of theories taught as facts makes most of them easy to debunk. A historical review is necessary to set your clocks at the right time and correct history. In the late 18th century, the first famous naturalist to present a classification for species, which is still in use today, known as Linnaeus, recorded in his encyclopedia more than one species of human, including woodwoos, or these hairy forest people are the representatives of my Sasquatch relatives in Europe. There are plenty of paintings and carvings representing them, and they appeared on the coat of arms of over 200 families, claiming some distant ancestry from them. In the late 19th century, as ancient fossils were starting to be studied, a new history of the earth and of humanity was being written. Religious beliefs attributing to the human species and its home planet a very young age could not be defended anymore. In the colonial age, when newly conquered lands offered new knowledge, questions arose as to the origins of the different human races. Grave robbery and plundering of ancient mounds became a widespread profession for unscrupulous adventurers and treasure hunters in search of wealth and fame, destroying hundreds of thousands of burials. Some private collectors centers like the Smithsonian or the Skulls and Bones Secret Society hired so-called bounty hunters to skin and collect skeletons on battlefields after massacres. This way, the Smithsonian alone has amassed over 4 million ancient human skeletons and mummies in their vaults, including 1,000 giants. From some of my Sasquatch people, our star relatives, and other anomalous discoveries that have been kept hidden from public knowledge, to perpetuate the official Darwinian doctrines. This was also an attempt to erase all traces of every pre-colonial advanced civilizations. Since the wondrous treasures and giant skeletons excavated from over 200,000 mounds had captivated the public's imagination for over a century, leading to all kinds of speculations about the lost, mysterious ancient builders whose technological achievements and engineering feat could not be denied while they were still being discovered and part of public knowledge. An explanation was needed. Hence, the Mormon cult created a doctrine based on a novel, pretending that those advanced civilizations could only be the product of Israelite lost tribes, even Christians. Their doctrines pretend that dark-skinned people had been cursed and punished by God. But those very ancient civilizations that preceded Homer and Herodotus were so much more advanced in astronomy and mathematics than the Europeans who destroyed them, without understanding their knowledge, not only because they were the descendants of high civilizations from Lemuria and Atlantis in previous ages, but also they had kept a level of spiritual science sufficiently elevated to communicate with my Sasquatch people and star elders, who would come to visit, help, and share with them joy, joining them in ceremonies. It took more than just one civil war and 500,000 dead before slavery was abolished. There were a series of slave rebellions and abolitionist actions prior to this major step. Finally, your species has evolved to a level where the enslavement of peers is judged illegal and unacceptable, although it now happens on different levels or in the shadow. But it took another century before racial discrimination became as well socially banned, even longer elsewhere, like in South Africa. Racism is still a mental disease affecting your collective consciousness, but at least openly, slave trading and lynching have vanished. In 1876, Darwin published his theory of evolution and of the origins of species, claiming that within a century, fossils of the missing link between ape and man would be found to prove him right. This launched a wild treasure hunt in search of the famed missing link. Since men were said to descend from apes, the first logical place to search was Africa, where the last great apes live, and the next one, Indonesia, home of the old orangutan. But those regions were yet quite inaccessible to Europeans, who knew little of them. The out of Africa theory was born and used to justify in the collective psyche that the European enslavement of the Africans was explainable by the alleged fact that the most ancient human populations coming from Africa, their displayed descendants being primitive. than the descendants of those who had migrated to Europe. Strangely, the contrary argument was used for the Native Americans, with the Bering Strait theory, claiming that they had reached their continents the last, so they had not as much time to develop. Obviously, both theories and fake arguments are invalid. This new theory also started much speculations about the origins of human races, and was used to serve a racist, supremacist political agenda to justify the colonialist genocides and land grabs as moral outcomes of the doctrine of the manifest destiny. In 1883, Darwin's cousin, Galton, founded the pseudoscience of eugenics, a Eurocentrist superiority promoting ethnic cleansing and discrimination based on racial origin. This corrupt ideology to implement racism and imperialism spread fast, especially among the elites of colonial powers like Germany and Brits with a white majority like the United States, Canada, Australia, South Africa, or neighboring countries. At the same time, violent racist groups like the Ku Klux Klan gained political influence. During the late 19th century, several remains of so-called prehistorics or cavemen were discovered in Europe that soon were generically labeled between Neanderthals or Cro-Magnon by the names of two locations where they were found. But those names also held occult subliminal meanings, the first one translating as New Man from the Valley, and the latter as Cross Big Man. Humanity was not only made of different races, but also diverse. This brought into the collective mentality the concept of a primitive ancestry that had evolved through stages into higher intelligence over ages, as purported by the evolutionist theory, pretend indoctrination, claiming the so-called white race to be the most highly evolved. You have heard various names of hominins that are taught in universities, such as the Australopithecus, Pithecanthropus, and hominids like Homo erectus, habilis, ergaster, Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, sapiens, or newly uncovered Denisovan and Naledi. The history of paleoanthropology has been a constant struggle to classify fossils, often only a few small bone fragments in constantly debated and revised appellations. Fossils are often switched from a genus to another, or their species names are changed. New genus and species have been arbitrarily created and changed at will by a handful. In many cases, bones found in distant locations are hastily categorized in known groups, but on closer examination, specimens show a wide variety of sizes and characteristics, causing conflicting opinions and contradicting theories to collide in endless arguments. This is the case with the classification of all hominins fossils, as well as their genealogy. They are the fruits of educated guesses, without any irrefutable proof, never making unanimity. Official taxonomy of hominins is no more than conventions among scholars. Most fossils used as evidences were classified before the advent of genetics, and their DNA have never been tested to determine their relations to other species of hominids. non-Homo sapiens skulls on display at the Paracas History Museum in Peru. Source: Pinterest. In 1894, Dutch anatomist Eugene Dubois unearthed in Java a skull cap and a tibia and attributed them to a species he called Pithecanthropus erectus, or ape man standing, later Rene. That is all it took for Java man to become mainstream science. In 1921, a molar was found in China and assigned to Sinanthropus pekinensis, or literally Chinese man from Peking behind, to Java man's bone chips to create Homo erectus. A few dozens of partial skeletons with vague similarities have been unearthed since and have ended up, after doubtful debates, in the same class. In 1907, just after the establishment of the apartheid segregationist regime, Germany was exterminating thousands of Bushmen and Hottentots in Namibia to collect their skeletons for anthropological studies in universities and museums. That same year, a single ancient mandible found in Germany gave birth to Homo heidelbergensis, an alleged ancestor of modern man. 14 years later, a British researcher found a skull in Rhodesia and called it Homo rhodesiensis, but it was later assigned the name of the previous finding. Over a whole century, 3 vaguely similar skulls and a handful of bone samples were uncovered from distant locations to eventually get tagged with this unsure classification. It took 50 years for the heidelbergensis to be generally recognized, and a century for it to become considered as ancestor of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and modern man alike. This whole theory is founded on the arbitrary classification of 4 skulls by a few men. Yet it is taught as certainty by your mainstream academics, although still much debated. In 1912, a British digger claimed to have found the missing link between ape and man. The so-called Piltdown man was dubbed Eoanthropus dawsoni, or Dawson's Dawn Man. Only 40 years later was it exposed as a deliberate hoax combinee, but a human skullcap. But it was presented as a great discovery by so-called experts. In 1913, German paleontologist Hans Reck unearthed an ancient human skeleton in Tanzania that he called the Olduvai Man. That valley had received its name Oldway 2 years earlier from another German fossil hunter after he had found a dinosaur bed there. Although Rex Olduvai Man was excavated from one of the oldest geological layers of a dinosaur fossil bed, this information was not considered when the bones were evaluated to be 150,000 years old. Just 6 years earlier, the alleged jaw of Heidelbergensis had been dated of an older age by the deposit it was found in. In 1917, a rancher named Harold Cook found an old tooth in Nebraska and was told by experts that it had belonged to an anthropoid ape. The Nebraska man was born and given the name of its discoverer, Hesperopithecus Harold Cookii, or Harold Cook's Western ape. A few years later, further diggings proved it to belong to a wild boar or peccary. In 1922, Germany ceded its East African colonies to Britain, with the Olduvai fossil beds. 2 years later, Cambridge graduate Louis Leakey arrived there to dig for dinosaur bones. His expedition was unsuccessful, so he was recalled from the site. He switched to archaeology and went back to Africa to dig up some burials. After finding a primitive stone tool with old bones, he returned to England but could not convince scholars of the validity of his findings. He then visited Reck in Berlin and organized with him in 1931 a new expedition in the Olduvai Valley. They uncovered similar stone tools and skeletons, which Leakey called Homo canamensis. This time, he got attention from a few scientists. Shortly after, he had his funding cut over an investigation on his questionable morality. But his family's fortune allowed him to finance his next expedition to the Olduvai in 1935. He could not localize the dig site, so after 2 unfruitful months, his reputation was lost. In 1939, the British Secret Services employed him to play an influencing role in colonial affairs and tribal guerrillas, smuggling weapons and gathering intelligence in Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rhodesia. For a decade, fossil hunting was left aside in his agenda. In 1951, with his wife and children, he started on some intensive searches in the Olduvai area that would last for 2 decades until his death continued with the next generation. In 1962, he found a tooth with a primitive stone tool, and Homo habilis was born, another mythical ancestor of humanity with a complete genealogical tree based on speculation. To this day, the Leakey family on its own has purportedly discovered and named about 2/3 of the supposedly known hominins from their digs in those East African regions. Most have been described and classified from a few teeth, skull fragments, or bone chips. They had the most original and fancy names attached to them, such as Ardipithecus, Paranthropus, Telanthropus, yet never more than a handful of bone chips was necessary to claim the existence of such species or their alleged genealogy. The same scientists will refuse to consider or refute the authenticity of thousands of skeletons and skulls of giant or miniature sizes, of skulls taller or wider than human, with 2 instead of 3 parietal plates, with horns, humps, trepanation. They will deny thousands of evidences as hoaxes, yet believe in a species from a tooth. Now, you are free to base your knowledge on the belief that a handful of the scientific elite have on their own discovered and decoded your whole genealogical tree and ancestry, although these recent theories are constantly debated, corrected, and revised. When exposing the lies, frauds, and fabrications of this ideological process, people are quickly categorized and discredited as creationists who believe that the world was created only 6,000 years ago, as if it was the only other possible option offered. It would not be much harder to believe this religious doctrine than the ones preached in your universities, claiming that a collection of 300 bone chips pieced together in a clumsy puzzle by Johansen in 1976 is your distant common ancestor called Lucy, that the mitochondrial Eva, mother of humanity, lived in Ethiopia 350,000 years ago, that the chromosomic Adam, father of modern humanity, lived in that same area 100 and at 5,000 modern humans crossed the Red Sea 90,000 years ago to conquer the world. Between the two extreme beliefs, there is a balance which requires integrity and the right to question doctrines and theories preached as certainties, but based on little proof. There are many more pieces to the puzzle that are intentionally ignored or discarded. The 265 horizontal genes your DNA carries prove the influence of star people in your evolution. Newly discovered hominids like Homo denisova and Homo naledi also bring more elements to mix to complicate the equation and dismantle official theories that have been taught as certainties, yet are being proven wrong in the face of the new evidence. Genetic studies show that the Denisovan genes are found throughout humanity at an average rate nearing 2%, but it raises above 5% in Melanesia, the most probable regions of their origins, and surviving emerged parts of the ancient continent of Lemuria. Denisovan genes are at the lowest in Africa and Western Europe. Neanderthal genes are found at an average of 5% throughout modern humanity, but almost absent from Africa. They reach higher percentages in northern regions of Eurasia, being from Hyperborean lineages. Homo erectus and his close relative Homo ergaster are said to have lived at an early age in Africa and southern Asia, according to fossil records. They were the descendants of Hyperostran lineages, originating from the western part of Lemuria in the Indian Ocean. Now, it would be impossible to cover millions of years of history in just a few paragraphs. We usually do not mention names or bring attention on particular individuals, especially not those who do not deserve praises. We rather speak of facts and collective concerns. But this historical review was necessary to help your collective consciousness understand that it took only a handful of modern priests or scientists to create a whole speculative doctrine about your origins officially taught by your mainstream academic institutions. You can either accept this modern doubtful explanation based on unproven and debated theories to replace an earlier naive vision of a young humanity, or you can open your mind and consider how 6 million years of evolution have been made of interspecies interactions, and several intelligent species living side by side. Then, where will you classify my Sasquatch people in your Darwinian charts? As an evolved primate or a primitive hominid? In either cases, you would be wrong. We are an ancient, intelligent species that has lived on many planets, including in this solar system. We have at times transferred our genetics into your lineages, but we are not your direct ancestors. We are rather your elder brother, seeded on Earth long before by our star elders. We have watched over you, protected you, and taught you since your creation. Now we come back to you in brotherhood to help you remember your mission. Chapter 9. With that anthropocentric ideology added to a political racist agenda, what you call mainstream academic science is in fact a very questionable ensemble of officially adopted doctrines meant to supplant previous outdated superstitious or religious beliefs. In fact, It has not been 100 years yet since you discovered the existence of another galaxy, the neighboring Andromeda, previously thought to be a nebula. But still, you have been programmed to believe that you are the center of the vast universe, and that you are the only or highest form of intelligence in the whole cosmos. Even now, when knowing it is made of billions of galaxies, your collective consciousness, although feeling it stronger as your knowledge grows, still has a hard time in general or in mainstream to admit that there are superior forms of intelligence in the cosmos, let alone on this earth. Also, although your collective consciousness starts to understand the equality of all humans, there are still debates as to what race or nationality is superior or should rule. The results of anthropocentric speciesism is leading this home planet at an alarming rate toward the tragic Anthropocene omnicide, seeing an estimated 400 species going extinct every day, mostly due in the last century or so. Your modern materialistic logics have separated you from your individual and from your collective soul, diminishing your natural faculties for empathy, compassion, or telepathy. Anthropocentrism, considering humans as the most important and precious beings, also prevents your mentalities from opening to higher forms of intelligence and to adjust your behaviors consequently, to live in a greater harmony with all life forms in the cosmos. This doctrine is meant to make you forget your DNA star seeds, inherited from your star ancestors or elders, all the spiritual support, teachings, and guidance they have provided, as well as your ages-old connection with your elder brother, my own Sasquatch pie. Imagine if all beings with more evolved intelligence would just farm, clone, harvest, or exterminate when seen fit for less evolved species, like humanity now does on large scales. Of course, there are some species that take this dangerous karmic path of domination, but it comes at a high, painful price of long conflicts. Is it what you really want to do? Consider the way the Star Elders sow life and consciousness on home planets to help the evolution of soul in a dharmic process, providing guidance and protection to their heirs, intervening when necessary for their well-being, while not interfering with their free will. The combination of those two contrary influences has made the destiny of your species and home planet, as well as that of countless others. Erasing this knowledge from your collective memory makes you lose not only the meaning and purpose of your existence, but also the ability to understand it and face the situation you are in, taking charge of your destiny. This is why, while some powers want to keep you ignorant and subdued, Star Elders and spiritual allies help you to learn, grow, heal, evolve to form masters. Divide and conquer is the rule of those who want to control you. They have constantly devised new means to control your minds, from false religious doctrines to fake scientific theories, racism, forced education, political institutions, a growing dependency to external material support, and technological means like mass medias or entertainment. Among the most persistent erroneous ideologies they have imposed on your societies, keeping them trapped in apparently unsolvable existential and orientation problems, is the anthropocentric mentality that isolates your species from openly communicating with others, while the racially oriented Eurocentrist theory of evolution keeps you in the illusion that your distant ancestors were primitive and dumb, and that the most technologically and materially advanced nations must be superior to more natural tribal peoples, for instance, to justify a history made of wars, conquest, and genocides among human themselves. As this modern materialistic mind frame spreads like a virus sweeping over humanity, it is no coincidence that your tribal peoples, keeping in natural balance with the ecosystems by honoring biodiversity, have been under constant attack, pushed back, discriminated against, violently repressed, and victims of genocides as their ancestral wisdom gets lost. They are the oldest of your cultures that have not only kept the ancestral wisdom of living in harmony with your home planet, but also they have remembered the star elders. If all of your most ancient traditions point to the sky and the star elders as your origin, as expressed in cave paintings, oral lore, and sacred texts, this common trend is significant. Only ignorance, pretending to superiority, could blind you enough to deny the ancient wisdom of your earliest surviving cultures concerning your origins, ancestry, and history. Even more ancient, my Sasquatch people have also stayed aligned with our wise star elders and kept our psychic abilities, living in perfect harmony with the earth and all its life, safe from the powers trying to destroy it and us, like your modern uncivilization is doing. Because we have no need for any external material or technological support, most humans, limited by a materialistic mentality, think we must be primitive and dumb. They judge us by their own restricting standards, without knowing of our interdimensional consciousness and psychic abilities, making our intelligence beyond your understanding. My Sasquatch people were conceived to act as protectors of all life and consciousness, evolutionary process on home planets where we were seeded without any need for technological devices. We were granted sufficient physical and psychic abilities to be able to adapt to almost every possible environment and survive there for many generations. We were not given the means nor the task to build starships, as we rely on our star elders to decide when and where we should have to go as part of our dharmic mission. Only those few among my people who walk the path of peaceful spiritual interspecies relations are allowed to board and fly on the ships and to sit in the council of star elders. We have also been taught and used as pilots and operators in times when our contribution could be helpful for the greater good. We have lived for extended periods of times in colonies on Mars and the lost planet Maldek, long before the birth of humanity. We took part in intergalactic wars on Earth as on other planets. Some you do not know. In 200 million years of starfaring, too many stories happen to be summarized. All you should know is that we are all evolving, healing karmas, and learning dharma. Since we have lived on different planets over long periods of time, developing several species and creating hybrids, just like your various hominid ancestors have done. But on a larger scale in our case, there are many species of Sasquatch-like beings, even only on this home planet. You have learned that our most ancient species carried the genes of giant lemurs and have a long muzzle, having them being misnamed as dog face or baboon faces. Some have tails and are known as the Vanara or monkey people in India. Since few lands still have lemurs, evolved primates have most often been identified as apes or monkeys, so lemur people have often been miscalled ape or monkey people. In the epic story of the Ramayana from the ancient Vedic scriptures, it is described how Rama, when exiled in the forest, met the Vanara, whose name comes from Van forest, and Nara men, meaning forest people. They were described as wild and hairy, but as in spirit. Some of them, like their honored leader Hanuman, had supernatural powers. They could fly, carry heavy loads, shapeshift, multiply themselves, or increase their size. These were, of course, my distant Sasquatch relatives of India. Later, the word Vanara came to designate apes and monkeys alike, although there is a variety of other names in Sanskrit to describe those animals, so the original Vanara came to be known as ape people or monkey people in ulterior ages following the account. Rama's wife, Sita, was abducted on a Vimana or aerial chariot by Ravana, the demon king of the lineage of the Rakshasa, a race of reptilian shapeshifters with dynasties ruling on Earth. The Vanara built a stone bridge with millions of blocks weighing a few tons each that were lined up to connect India to the island of Sri Lanka, 60 miles away. This gigantic monument can still be seen today as a proof of the contribution of my people in helping your human people to maintain their freedom, although it was renamed Adams Bridge by the colonialists, still attempting to rewrite history in their own image. Among other feats by Hanuman, he was said to have picked up a mountain top in Java and thrown it on the city of Hampi in India, over which ancient ruins, huge boulders sit. Vanara and humans, sharing victory, overthrew the Rakshasa and their giants in Sri Lanka. Peace returned. Sita was freed from her abductor and went back to live with Rama. Rama Setu, also known as Adams Bridge, connecting India and Sri Lanka. Source: Google Maps. This might be one of the oldest recorded reports of an alien abduction on a flying ship, although many stories are found in tribal oral traditions. The distinction must be made clearly here between a situation when someone is taken on a ship with their consenting free will to be instructed as you have experienced yourself, and abductions against free will, most often for unscrupulous purposes or some unpleasant, traumatic experiments. But let us return, for now, to the description of the different species of Sasquatch people. They are known as Yeren in China, the wild man or monkey man, part of many legends. In the famous ancient cycle of legends about Sun Wukong, known as the Monkey King, it is told that after a battle in the heavens between gods and demons, the latter were cast to earth, and the gods closed the heavenly gates. Kuan Yin, the goddess of compassion, sent the seed of the embryo of the intelligent monkey boy to earth inside of a crystal. Monkey Boy was gifted with supernatural powers and grew up to become the king of his people. When he became adult, an immortal came to pick him up on a giant crane and took him to heaven. He was trained as a spiritual warrior, learning the 72 forms of shape-shifting, starting by turning into a cloud, then into many animals, and finally multiplying himself. Sun Wukong returned to Earth to become the king of his monkey people. He went to the city of the Dragon Kings at the bottom of the ocean, stole their powerful weapons, including a pillar of fire that he used to destroy the underwater city of the Dragon Kings, causing to devastate the coastal city of the Demon King. The latter, in revenge, seduced Sun Wukong, having him believe he was equal to the heavenly gods. Sun Wukong tricked the keeper of the heavenly gate to reach the heavenly jade palace. There, he was assigned as the keeper of the heavenly stables, watching over the fleet of flying dragon horses, but in defiance, he released them loose and was sent back to Earth. When he returned, the Demon King had exterminated his monkey people and tricked him into believing that it was an act of the gods. Enraged, the Monkey King returned to heaven to raise havoc, only to find out that he had been tricked by the Demon King, who had used his powerful skills as a spiritual warrior to let him break through the heavenly gate, only to follow with invading armies. Sun Wukong then switched sides and defended the heavenly Jade Palace from the invading armies of demons, turning them back. To pay amends for his misbehavior, he was sentenced to meditate and pray under a mountain for 500 years, after which he had to accompany a Buddhist monk on a pilgrimage. The Yeti of the Himalaya is the next earliest of our species that has survived to this day. The Tibetans fear them as bad luck. They are said to frighten people and steal livestock. Some of our various species of Sasquatch in North America, our relatives in Siberia, known as Almas, as well as our cousins in Australia, known as Yahoos, Yois, or Doolittle, are various branches that evolved from distant common ancestors through adaptation and hybridizations. There are also the shorter species by our standards, 3 to 4 feet tall. Their remains found in Indonesia have been classified under the name Homo floresiensis. They are known in Hawaii as the Menehune, in Sri Lanka as the Nitawo, and in East Africa as the Agogwe. All those species of hairy forest people have been known by your ancient tribal cultures and have been part of their ancestral histories and memories. Then, because your people and mine carry some of the same star seeds from our distant ancestors, there have been several hybridizations between the different species of my people and the various hominid species of your human ancestors. There are those ones you have heard called the Ancient Ones, who are part Sasquatch and part human hybrids, resembling more to modern humans in stature, physiognomy, and genetics. But even among them, there is a wide variety of different, often distant or unrelated lists. The original human genetics comes from ancient hominid species of your ancestors that have moved to the underworld with my people to escape Atlantean genocides and wars. Over the ages, their genetic pool has been enriched with several modern human genes, mostly from your remote tribal peoples who have kept in communication with my kind. Because their genetics and appearances are closer to modern humans, they are more easily attracted by your kind and attractive for humans. Spiritual transmission of genetic codes does not require physical intercourse, but in a dharmic way, it involves mutual love. In higher spiritual interspecies relations, DNA can be transferred interdimensionally. Genetic codes can travel on waves like sound, radio, microwaves, laser, or other vehicles. Spiritually evolved beings with interdimensional understanding use their consciousness. They can retrieve the genetic information in alter matter particles and materialize it. Selected, connected souls from different species with compatible genetics can, in special occasions, be offered the opportunity to take part in giving life to some hybrid individuals. Biological evolution and biodiversity develop over long periods with natural mutations, or on a shorter term with well-carried and thoughtfully planned hybridizations. The additions of new genetics from a compatible relative improve the genetics of both species involved. Some characteristics and abilities proper to each species can be combined in hybrids. That is why such individuals, like your great-great-grandfather, are known to be special. Those you know as the Ancient Ones, although their bodies are covered with long hair, are more similar to modern humans, like your ancestor Bolo Bolo, in spite of his 8.5 feet tall height. As your closest relatives, these are the ones who interact most often with humans and are most likely to create hybrids with your species to keep enriching the human genetic pool of their kind and the Sasquatch genetic. Some hybrids are raised among humans, others among Sasquatch. In the case of your ancestor, he was transferred into human care when found with his twin brother in the wilderness of the Northwest Territories, around the age of 8 by 2 Cree trappers. Modern mentality has led your collective consciousness to discredit the ancient wisdom as mere folk tales, legends, and supers to be replaced by closed-minded skepticism or speculative ignorance based on blind adoptions of mainstream doubt. Yet, this leaves out of the equation thousands of pieces of material evidence, from unexplained skeletons to lost civilizations still being discovered. Given that merely a century ago you had no clue of the prehistory of your home planet, did not even know all the planets of this solar system, and had no understanding of the atom, that gamma ray bursts, quantum physics, or DNA sequencing, it would be unwise to believe you know so much. New knowledge always comes to prove wrong previously established beliefs or theories. Recent breakthrough discoveries of blood cells and extractable proteins from dinosaur fossils, which until now had been thought impossible to find in petrified bones, making the essential of your knowledge of dinosaurs allow new revolutionary studies of their genetics. It appears at first glance that evolved saurians, like the Tyrannosaurus rex, were hot-blooded, had hollow bones, and were much closer to birds than to reptiles, forcing a complete revision of everything you have thought you knew and taught about dinosaurs. To say that some of those species were intelligent and others domesticated might sound abstract. Plenty of ancient depictions of scenes showing living dinosaurs. The most famous are the clay figurines of Acambaro, Mexico, and the stone library of Ica, Peru, two locations where very ancient civilizations preceded humanity. Some specimens of dinosaurs, dragons, or giant serpents were preserved in ancient times, and few have survived until this age of your history, inspiring tales and cryptozoologists. So far, your geneticists have identified 265 horizontal genes in your DNA code, being genetic additions that came in your ancestry from other species. This is without counting the 96% of your DNA that is yet not decoded by your science, which calls it junk simply for the fact that it does not fit any known pattern. That is why DNA testing done on some extraterrestrial corpses have proven to be mostly unsuccessful and disappointing, because the unknown DNA sequences are simply discarded by the limited computer programs that cannot recognize and analyze them. At best, they might decode that some sequences are yet unknown. They might instead identify sequences identical to human genetics, showing rather common ancestry. Like consciousness, genetic lineages travel throughout the cosmos from world to world. Sometimes they are seeded and grown in the dharmic process of evolution of life and soul. Other times they are implanted with intentions of manipulation and domination of a race. Your modern human genetic codes are the result of both incidences, carrying the star seed of spiritual consciousness that you inherited from your star elders, as well as successive alterations and manipulations effected later by powers seeking to control your destiny. Your scientists have been looking for a mythical missing link between apes and humans. Many fake fabrications and fabled theories were elaborated in the pursuit of this doctrine. Well, there are hundreds of missing links that you have been missing in your researches. Humanity was co-created as part of a longer-term evolutionary process of consciousness. Many very ancient species have watched over this world and over the birth of your kind. Many times, in many places, your genetic codes were enriched with outside additions. While your long-term progress depends on your own will, star elders have helped in many ways and intervened in several occasions throughout the course of your evolution. This is because some are watchers whose spiritual mission is to guard the world safe. This is necessary because there are also other powers intending to control and destroy. There is a tendency in the so-called UFO community to categorize everything either in pink, as if all star beings were well-intended and benevolent, or else all in black, as if they were all evil and trying to us. Both extreme views are very far from the truth, which stands in the center in a balance between opposite forces and cooperative alliances. Both erroneous views can be extremely harmful. The first, by dropping our guards from menacing powers and denying the dangers they pose. The second, by cutting us from the help and guidance of the allies protecting us. Wisdom resides in discernment and clarity. Of all the many species visiting Earth, there are mainly three categories: the benevolent, who come here to protect and teach; the malevolent, who come to conquer and possess; and the neutrals, who are studying our planet without intervening on it. It has to be understood clearly that the groups that are mainly negative represent only a minority, but their influence on our home planet is intensely and deeply felt presently. The groups that are the most frequently encountered or observed are logically the ones that are the most active on our planetary plane and involved in our earthly affairs. Most are in fact interdimensional intraterrestrials, rather than traveling from distant planets. They live in vast networks of caves and tunnels with underground and underwater cities. Many of their bases are known by your secret agencies, or even now in public knowledge. The list of thousands of sites is too long to detail here, but research confirms these facts. They share the underworld between factions, just like human nations do on the surface. They are more ancient species than ours that have been involved in wars over this planet, which they have claimed for their own, long before humanity appeared and developed. Among them, there is the same variety of tendencies and behaviors humans can know. There is a spiritual war in the underworld, also involving spiritual allies like us Sasquatch. So, all are part of greater alliances for peace or war, as all star-faring nations become. Because the first thing a species learns when flying off from its planet is that we are far from alone in the cosmos. We must contact. There are some allies, but not all beings are. This has been known by your governments and scientific elites for many decades, since observations of spacecrafts have been recorded in all ages of your history, and the modern technological era of space age has fastened the contacts and collecting of data. Your ruling elites have been infiltrated, controlled, and collaborating with aliens for ages. There are too many intelligent species throughout the cosmos to fathom their diversity. Even only among those that have ever visited Earth, a wide variety of differences exist. Adding to the number the complexity of the many hybrids, subspecies, races, civilizations, or cultures along the course of millions of years of evolution, plus the individual souls, destiny, and free will, it is impossible to describe any species in a few observations and unwise about their characters and behaviors no more than for humanity. All we can do here is to briefly present a few general archetypes, mainly those who have influenced your collective destiny, especially the ones you have personally met or seen. You may wonder why, in this order, the fish people or water beings came first to incarnate the souls in a large variety of life forms, followed by the ant people or multi-leg burrowers and gardeners of biodiversity, succeeded by the scaly cave dwellers and stargate builders, the lizard people, after whom came the feathered sky-faring bird people and their civilization reaching beyond the sun. Then my Sasquatch people were given back the capacity to live in complete communion with nature on our home planet. Ages later, your human people were given the opportunity to evolve beyond what every other species had previously experienced, if you would only learn from their knowledge. Your ancient cultures knew of those elder brothers, respecting them as distant relatives. This course follows the natural order of evolution all across the cosmos, from more primitive life forms on the bacteriological scale to more evolved intelligent life forms. Yet, the possibilities of biodiversity are practically infinite. Your science now knows of 9 million species, an estimated 15 or 20% of all existing earthly species. This is without counting the even more numerous forms of life that have vanished, with only a small fraction known by fossil records. So, before discarding any possibility of other intelligent life forms, like these elder species and my Sasquatch people, think twice. The evolution of consciousness universally follows the natural evolutionary course of biological development from rude life form to better adapted and able classes. Unicellular life, fungi and algae, accomplished the great mission of creating ecosystems suitable for biological life. But these life forms could not incarnate higher consciousness, so that is why the intelligent are and help the process. At every stage of the biological development, some intelligent consciousness was seeded to conduct and supervise the evolutionary process of biological life and of consciousness. The intelligent life seeded had to incarnate in genetics available and adaptable to the home planet on which to evolve for generations as caretakers and guardians. On every home planet in the cosmos, gifted with this same soul evolution purpose, life evolves differently, biologically as well as spiritually, giving an infinity of different results. Any genetic material from ichthyoid, arthropod, insectoid, arachnoid, reptoid, amphibian, avian, or mammalian origins will show similarities, but can evolve in a multitude of forms. On different planets, at various stages of their evolution, any type of intelligent life form can be dominant. Each soul evolution experiment also provides very different outcomes. So, highly spiritually evolved beings can incarnate in all forms, appearances, or species. On some planets, the most prominent intelligent life form could have evolved from the feline order, for instance. It is the case of these interdimensional feline beings that visited you on a few occasions, changing shapes and sizes, emanating their powerful wisdom. You noticed how much they are honored by us Sasquatch as ancient allies of the Star Elders Council, who have been among our main teachers and guides as mammal people. There are several different types of Star Elders you have met already, either in dreams, in astral travels, or in the physical form. They are the ones you are first meant to know of. Of course, they represent only a minuscule fraction of all our intelligent star relatives who are spiritually evolved, but we will start by introducing these few to your knowledge. Keep in mind that we cannot cover their whole history, nor the details of their evolution, so it is most important to never judge any other and to see all in the spirit of oneness. What is the most important to know and understand is that, in spite of collective karmas related to genetic memories, the soul has the same opportunity to evolve and heal. There can be souls from any species, including your human species, that reach spiritual enlightenment and mastery, allowing them to join the Council of Star Elders, within which no one is judged by their origins or species. Any discrimination or prejudice could not help the healing of collective karmas of any group, as it is the spiritual mission of the Council. Only with this spiritual understanding of our universal oneness can we help in any way in the dharmic healing necessary in the soul evolution process and bring a greater peace.
Chapter 10.
We have explained previously how the ancient hybrids that were implanted on Earth before humanity have kept living or visiting your earthly environment and influencing it. The elementals have been known as nature spirits to your ancient cultures, and until now they have kept fulfilling their spiritual mission of encouraging biodiversity development. Some were described as mischievous for their playful nature, liking to make fun of folks. But apart from stealing or displacing objects or throwing pine cones, they are harmless. They mainly play tricks on humans cutting down their forests, like us Squatch do too. My Sasquatch people have kept good relations with the elementals, often meeting them. Their population has declined due to the destruction of ecosystems, so few humans have kept contact with them. But they still watch over the life of this world and ecosystems. Like other interdimensional beings, they can appear and travel in the shape of light orbs. You have seen them more than once, often around ceremonies, and several of them at once on a few occasions. You also caught glimpses a couple times of what looked like flying fairies, and definitely saw clearly that leprechaun or little man running on a tree. Their ancestors came from a star system unknown to you in the neighboring galaxy of Andromeda. They can be described as small in size for your standards, being only a few inches tall in this dimensional plane. Their most widespread racial type features: greenish skins and large slanted eyes, with slim limbs and bodies. Their skulls are large and round, resembling helmets, with brains proportionally about 3 times the size than that of humans. Their intergalactic journeys happen aboard huge torus-shaped motherships, carrying fleets of smaller orb ships of bright-colored lights You scowl on a planetary They are generally kind and playful. There are also small, hairy beings about the same size, resembling my Sasquatch people that travel with them from their galaxy. They have visited thousands of planets, helping in their development and soul evolution. This is by no means a description of all the millions of intelligent life forms existing in that galaxy, and could not come close to express the wide diversity of various Andromedans. But this very ancient and spiritually advanced species of star elders have seeded and cultivated life of countless planets, including yours, long before you were conceived, and their memories of intergalactic travels through eons are carried in your star genetics. They used to contact your people more often when you still lived in peace with nature. They were the little green man of countless old fables and past stories around the world. They still visit Earth, mostly with their elemental relatives, but usually remain discreet. Their tiny mummies were uncovered in the Atacama Desert, in Nevada, and in Ireland. Many have noticed on the photo taken at the conference, sitting in the corner next to you, a little man wearing a white shirt, looking at the crowd with interest. He is the same one you saw in April 1985, running on the branch of an ironwood tree by Algonquin Park when you received your first information downloads from the Akashic Universal Records. He is a very ancient, wise soul who has been watching over you without you ever noticing. You saw him disappear in a flash of rainbow sparks the first time. He very rarely shows himself in the visible spectrum, so it was a special honor that he did on Kelly's photo. You can know him by his name, Springalayan, an elemental from the Star Elders Council. His name signifies bringer of abundant beauty, as he has accomplished more for the ecosystems of this home planet than most other beings over the course of eons. He will keep guiding you from higher subtle levels of the alter universe to help you realize life as he has played flute for you before in the woods, and will again if you listen. SunBôw and Springalayan, arrow pointing to him in the circle during the full moon ceremony at the 2016 Spiritual and Psychic Sasquatch Conference. Photo by Kelly Lapsaritis. The elementals kept transcending physical bodies, maintaining their interdimensionality. The fish people were born from those souls who got entrapped into the physical shells and the long cycles of reincarnation. They have evolved in a large variety of aquatic and amphibian species, developed into a wide range of levels, from simple, instinctive animal consciousness to advanced civilizations. They live at the bottom of lakes, seas, or oceans, in underwater or flooded caves. They have been observed by humans since the dawn of ages, through your whole history, as Mr. People and other amphibious or sea creatures. You saw one yourself on the August full moon of 1992, a large frog-like head 3 times bigger than yours, emerging from a remote lake by the Algonquin Reserve of Maniwaki. Its intelligent eyes looked at you eerily for several seconds before it dove down again. The next day, You dove there with your friend and found an underwater pyramid about 15 feet high, with a rectangular passage at its foot from where a cold current flowed. You learned later that the local natives knew of these beings and that their last contact dated only from a few generations, a tragic event that brought them on the brink of war. The fish people and the amphibians are not necessarily evil, but they have accumulated much heavier karmas over much longer periods of time and were involved in the wars of the underworld. This is why most native tribes, knowing them, usually avoid all contacts. The insect people, or ant people, have also been on this home planet since long before you. They dug out most of the intricate networks of caves and tunnels of the underworld. Some of those caves were later invaded by reptilian species in wars for the underworld. Underground cities or networks of tunnels have been found all across Europe, Turkey, Morocco, Egypt, South Africa, the Middle East, India, China, the Andes, the southwestern United States, Mexico, under cities like Paris, Rome, London, or Los Angeles. Advanced technologies discovered in deep caves caused the invasions of Tibet, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Crimea met the same destiny when underground pyramids dated millions of years were found, in which at least one mummy of a reptilian king was discovered. Under Los Angeles, an underground city was excavated in 1947, identified as built by the lizard people until the entrances were sealed and the discoveries silenced. Recently, underwater bases were spotted off the coast of Los Angeles, explaining the many accounts of flying ships emerging from the ocean there, among which the well-documented case of the Battle of Los Angeles in 1942, when the U.S. Army engaged and fired on a large saucer-shaped craft for 6 hours without affecting it in any visible way. There are dozens of well-documented cases in which human military forces attacked unidentified flying crafts, only to be met with superior weaponry or outpaced in speed. There are also several documented incidents in which spacecrafts hovered or flew above military bases, nuclear installations, or power plants and took over the commands or blacked out the power to show how their technology surpasses all human known levels. If the purpose would have been to conquer humanity, with this technological advance, it would have been easily done long ago without allowing you the opportunity to develop nuclear weapons or space travel. These interventions are rather messages and warnings to show you the futility of militarization and weaponry and help you make better choices for your long-term evolution than a violent uncivilization based on an economy of war. But Star Elders are patient, and they do not impose their will on the destiny of a species. Since thousands of years, the hybrid bloodlines of your ruling elite have been put and kept in power by their alien masters, providing them with just enough technology to keep control over this home planet. After the main body of the Nazi occult elite was repatriated to America to work on top secret programs, there was a wave of flying crafts observed. While some were the same ships that had been flying for ages, others were the first human-built prototypes of anti-gravity crafts, raising concern among starfaring species. To speed up the development of spaceships, top-secret black programs were created. By the end of 1946, the Operation High Jump under Admiral Byrd did not go to Antarctica to attack a secret Nazi base, as said, while the Nazi elite was being hired in the United States. Its mission was a rather bold and desperate attempt in conquering an underground base of the so-called Nordic, where some Nazis had been taken and taught. The expedition was, of course, a complete failure when the 2,000 troops found themselves unable to defend against superior weapons and fast-flying saucers, as seen on some leaked footage. The whole fleet could have been destroyed easily, but they were just sent back and warned never to return. This is why this whole enterprise has been erased from history. It proved that gaining the knowledge of space flight could not be attained by conquest. In the following years, several countries established bases there. But the conquest of space flight had just started to come close to an end. In 1947, the year the term flying saucers was created and became popular, the famous Roswell incident happened as the result of microwave radar technology being developed with the Nazi scientists at the White Sands military secret base, which caused the crash of a flying disc. The alien beings recovered were described as the well-known small grays. New, deep underground military bases, like the infamous Area 51 or the Dull Space, started to be built to study the captives, their biology, psychic powers, and technology. This was only the first one of a series of spaceships that were crashed and recovered in the next few years by the United States, Russia, and China to try to back-engineer their technology. Their total number amounts in the dozens. Most of them were of the same type of the small grays, their ships being vulnerable to the gigawave death rays that were being newly developed and tested on alien spacecrafts. Until then, the small grays had stayed mostly outside of human affairs, without interfering in earthly realms, apart from flying between their underworld and moon bases. But this wave of crashed ships caused serious and justified concerns among them and their allies. The reptilian told Greys about humanity's attempt at space conquest without even being able to fly off its planet. This explains the massive waves of UFO sightings in the late 40s and early 50s all over the world, including above major cities like Washington, as a warning to humans. By then, the small Greys abducted by human governments and kept captive in top-secret underground bases had proven their psychic superiority and managed to negotiate meetings between their leaders and the human governments, secretly abducting them. This is how, after a series of meetings held in the deepest secrecy, some United States government agencies under Eisenhower signed in 1954 the top-secret Greta Treaty, a code name for Grey Agenda, in which they agreed to surrender a large part of human sovereignty on Earth in exchange for some technological advancements and advantages. The deal has promoted the United States and a couple competing powers like Russia and China, into a frenetic technological race for the conquest of spaceflight and time travel. It is no coincidence if that president nicknamed Ike ended up denouncing, at the end of his career, the threat posed by the conspiracy of what he defined as the military-industrial complex out of remorse. 50 years later, another Icky with David for his first name, himself of reptilian bloodline, explained partly his apparent immunity, became notorious for exposing publicly the reptilian agenda as part of his own dharmic redemption process to warn humanity of the dangers and help it evolve out of slavery, showing that anyone can play a role in the disclosure of truth, regardless of their origins or background, as whistleblowers and repented insiders do for the evolution of all souls. The Grey Agenda involves, among other things, plans for ecocide and mass depopulation to make room on Earth for the ancient hybrids that have lost their control over this home planet, mind control of the masses through ignorance and disinformation, gradual and environments and atmosphere, raising the carbon level in the air as it used to be in eons past, poisoning of food and water supplies through chemical additions, genetic modifications, spraying of chemtrails with toxic cocktails, and nanobots affecting humans and all biological life, but not ancient hybrids or their cyborgs robots. The goal is to gain back power over Earth, with the 10% of humans serving them. The Greater Treaty also holds responsible the human governments for preventing any disclosure of information about extraterrestrial or non-human intelligence by the creation of fake research commissioning false reports, such as Project Blue Book, which was meant only to deny, explain away, or turn to ridicule accounts of sightings and witnesses. The treaty also stipulates that human governments must submit to a global dictatorship ruled by the tall reptilian greys that must be kept in total secrecy until time is deemed ripe to establish openly their tyranny. A global secret psychic police corps, operated by the Greys themselves and known as the Men in Black, started appearing in the mid-50s to intimidate and threaten witnesses disclosing the SunBôw UFO experience. You met them yourself once, guarding one of the secret underground meetings of the elite, where non-human interdimensional entities manifest or attend. You noticed that they did not feel quite human themselves, but more like robotic shapeshifters, like strong psychic soldiers used for mind control wars. Their dark reputation is well earned. The name Grey does not apply for a skin color, as you are often misled to believe, but rather for the color of their auras, which carry many heavy karmic loads and old wounds. The tall and small Greys, whether of insectoid or reptoid origins, are not necessarily evil or malevolent. They have their own very long history of karmas and wars to evolve from. The small Greys themselves did not bother with human affairs until they became targeted and abducted in the 1940s by your unconscious, power-hungry human governments that threw the first stone and engaged in hostilities, forcing the small Greys, who had near extinctions before, to require help from their powerful allies, the tall greys. This idiotic, inconsiderate gesture from your governments was equal to a frog trying to crush down a bull, or a small, angry child attacking a veteran warrior. As a result, it brought the submission of human societies into a harsher slavery than ever, speeding up the coming of a global tyranny, attempting to deprive humanity of its spiritual sovereignty. After surviving many battles and losses in the underworld at the hands of reptilian lords, the ant people migrated in mass to the moon of then, which ended up being destroyed. In ulterior ages, they proceeded in rebuilding a replica of the moon, the one we see now. They coated the engineered hollow moon with thick layers of silica that absorbed the helium-3 from the sun's radiation, which they mine and use to propel their silvery disks and hat-shaped crafts with nuclear fusion, as they originally used to do on the first moon. Their lunar bases and ships have been noted and photographed by NASA or other observers. Through top-secret agreements and programs, humans are taken there for experiments. On and in the artificial hollow moon, they devised a slave breed biosynthetic cyborgs, silica-based life forms of genderless clones, easily reproducible at a fast rate and in large scale. They have invulnerable immune systems, no restrictive survival needs or instincts, no digestive tracts, no reproductive organs, and resistant to high levels of radioactivity, allowing them to be unharmed around radioactive leaks from their ships and term colonization. Genetic farming programs, conducting abductions, experiments and tasks such as mining or building technology and operating devices. These clones are generally known as the small greys and are the aliens most often encountered. They were devised as an ultimate weapon to survive extermination from any external threat, as they had survived chemical, bacteriological, nuclear, and genetic warfare in the underworld. But their artificial intelligence and constitution do not allow them much individuality or compassion. They are programmed like robots with very little freeze. They obey to a hierarchy of diverse insect people with the mantis type at their head. They are submitted to draconian reptoid interstellar empires, but are a local species. Here, for sure, we must beware not to fall into speciesism, as these general observations apply only to the overall description of their main uncivilization. The same rule works also for the reptilian hybrids, who later colonized and inhabited this home planet for eons. We could not categorize all humans simply by describing the way your uncivilization is actually building weapons of mass destruction, escalating political tensions, or multiplying military interventions, while destroying ecosystems and biodiversity at an alarming rate. Neither of humanity by examining just a few random individuals. The ethnic and cultural diversity of humanity, even only at any given time of your history, forbids the description of humanity just by a few short general statements. Likewise, we cannot define all ant people or lizard people with the same characteristics. Many Diverse species throughout the cosmos may look somewhat alike, but have totally different histories, behaviors, and karmas, so we must never judge by their appearances. Every species allows souls to incarnate for evolution, regardless of the collective karmas. In all species, there can be highly evolved souls reaching spiritual mastery and ascension. Many of the fears of the small greys or reptilians are fed by power-hungry human groups wanting to claim this home planet for their sole benefit under their own absolute control. But collective karmas of different groups and species influence one another over time. Your human species is not an exception. It has been intertwined with other forms of intelligent life over the course of its existence and evolution, transforming its destiny. Your scientific elites and governments know very well of these facts, not only in modern times, but since very ancient days, beyond your recorded history. Your ancient spiritual traditions have kept in their sacred scriptures and ancestral memories stories about times when immortal deities lived on earth and built magnificent temples of knowledge. Their holographic crystal libraries and the singing stones they brought are described in many ancient accounts worldwide. Some elaborate and intricate arrangements of ringing stones extending throughout South Africa as well as elsewhere, or the Cyclopean style and megalithic constructions found worldwide at the oldest levels of civilizations of the Old Dawn, preceding the birth of humanity, this home planet. Remnants of the first planetary civilizations on Earth are similar worldwide, but some are of such incredible sizes and amazing ages that they are hidden in plain sight for modern humans and ignored or debunked systematically by mainstream science or academics. Artifacts found deep in old geological deposits, underground cities and tunnel systems, dozens of underwater cities, and newly discovered pyramids constantly emerging from the most unlikely places provide a growing number of proofs. Officials. All ancient cultures around the world remember the Star Elders, and that some of your ancestors came from the sky on flying ships described as shields, islands, thunderbirds, winged serpents, dragons, gems, eggs, clouds, stars, or other ships. Ancient cultures have also kept in their memories stories of battles opposing demons and gods in aerial chariots or celestial vessels with high-tech weapons of mass destruction. Depictions of spaceships can be found in ancient art since the earliest cave paintings, sculptures, or murals of ancient pyramids and temples and texts from around the world. Top ceiling beams, Temple of Seti, at Abydos in Egypt, www.crystallinks.com/ancientaircraft.htm. Left, The Baptism of Christ, painted in 1710 by Flemish artist Art de Gelder. Right, The Miracle of the Snow by Messolino da Panico, circa 1400, from Florence, Italy. With the amount of evidence gathered, this understanding should be part of your public knowledge by now. But the evolution of your collective consciousness is slowed down because there is still much opposition from the mainstream institutions to disclose truth. Yet, the evidence not only still remains, but they are constantly found in larger numbers. In the last decade alone, still unknown large-size pyramids have been discovered across China, Bosnia, Ukraine, Alaska, other parts of North America, Antarctica. New complexes are found in Egypt, while pyramids are found underwater in the Atlantic and the Pacific. This should be enough to inspire humanity to rewrite all its history books and reconsider the ancient wisdom of your oldest cultures. But some powers try to prevent your people from awakening to the truth and remembering what has been kept hidden from you. Your ancient traditions recall the intergalactic battles in which your human ancestors were involved in the times of Lemuria and Atlantis that have left consequences to this day. Without having to go this far back in time, we can examine some incidences from your history in which the influence of non-human beings played a significant, noticeable role. The abduction phenomenon itself is attested by millions of abductees and witnesses worldwide. It is a very real practice, and it is nothing new, but it has largely increased in your recent history for several reasons, including the fast growth of your populations and some secret deals that your human governments have made with some beings intending to control your planet and species. There are many alien species in the cosmos that have forgotten the cosmic laws and go around trying to conquer worlds and enslave species. They might compete and fight among themselves, but they will usually end up being submitted to stronger powers in a hierarchic empire as vassals of the dark lower lords. The organizational structure of the dark forces is a pyramidal hierarchy with grades and officers dominating and commanding the inferior levels under the total control of the commanders-in-chief, multi-headed soul harvesters, vampirizing all their subjected slaves. As opposed to this militaristic style on civilization, the Council of Star Elders is a circle of unity based on the cosmic laws, in which all souls are respected and honored as equals. Every soul is considered as a manifestation of consciousness of the divine supreme soul. The collective will is expressed by the commonly recognized wisdom agreed upon by all. These two extreme opposites are in fact the ultimate outcomes of the two different directions souls can take, either serving unscrupulous, egotistic self-interests, enslaving the soul in a vortex of karmic involution, or serving the greater good of all life in a soul evolution, ever bringing growth into higher consciousness. Wherever any being or group stands on the evolutionary scale, they will eventually end up following one of those two currents, which differentiate beneficial from detrimental. Any individual soul, like any collective consciousness of any species, has to make this choice and is confronted at some point with some crucial decisions affecting its destiny. The way of spiritual dharma is to always seek peaceful relations through healing of karmas and solving of conflicts through agreements and alliances benefiting all parties. Rather than pursuing endless conflicts, The Star Elders Council allow opposed groups to exist in their own sphere without interfering, always offering space for healing and peace. The only way to resolve your actual critical planetary crisis is not by fearing, hiding, or fighting, but by working on the greater healing through reconciliation and forgiveness. You cannot erase the past, even less so what preceded you, but you can learn from it. This is why, in order to help you in evolving out of the actual, apparent, tragic chaos of your human worlds, consciously, willingly to become ambassadors in peaceful interspecies relations, not only for your own healing, but for all. Only by approaching the species you have had conflicts with in a peaceful and respectful way, with a purpose of healing karmas and making peace, can you help your own kind. Even species that might have harmed yours should be addressed with respect, in peace. This is the only way for humanity to free itself from the old karmic entanglements and bondage, slowing down its spiritual evolution by working out peace agreements with all.
Chapter 11.
Little brother, as time passes in the 4D plane, everything that has a beginning must also come to an end. We could speak on and on to you, and we will, but there is only so much you can transcribe in written word, so we are coming close to conclude on our message. You have been devoting yourself sincerely to share our teachings. For this we thank you. But before we turn the last page of this book, we will give you some more of our thoughts to translate in human words. Albeit we will never be done learning about the Omniverse, we will be able to say we contributed our share and completed this message with you. Just like last year when we asked you to transcribe our message, you were provided with space and time to do this work. Again, you have been this year for this new message. You have noticed increasingly in the last year, with gratitude in your heart, that when you do the spiritual work we ask from you, you do not need to worry about your survival and are well taken care of. We put our allies on your path for your mutual empowerment. Those good souls and allies are led to meet each other by their spiritual guides, like us. In fact, little brother, we have chosen you to do this work with us, not only because we have been connected for many lifetimes, or because you carry our genes, but also for the reason that you have been prepared. For 3.5 decades in this lifetime, you have chosen a path of spiritual learning and growth through service and devotion over a path of material benefits or personal self. You have learned to develop your psychic abilities and have seen many paranormal phenomenons, spirits, interdimensional beings, and starships since youth. You met spirit guides in vision quests since a teenager and have followed their guidance. You started transcribing the first information downloads you received from the Akasha over 30 years ago, not understanding the full meaning yet, but knowing that one day it would be your life mission to share this knowledge. You have learned with many native elders, doing ceremonies, listening humbly in silence to their teachings, even when you knew differently, since a young age. You were given leadership to move crowds, but you soon have learned not to misuse it. Experience taught you that leadership is not a privilege, but rather a spiritual task and responsibility for conscious SunBôw. Take care, watch over, and guide the ones put on our path, demanding much self-sacrifice for the well-being of. You were given many medicine names and pseudos to use in a variety of occasions, and have kept changing them so as not to bring attention on yourself or claim credit for your work. You have believed in freely giving to the community without expectations, although you have been a victim of injustice more often than your turn. You have followed the path of forgiveness, righteousness, and truth the best you can, even if hard and rocky at times. For these reasons, and more than needed to say, we appreciate working with your soul. As we have asked you since the beginning of these transmissions, you have shared our message freely online for it to be made easily available for all who seek to learn from us, agreeing for it to be widespread on several pages with the ones who asked respectfully before they were turned into a very affordable paperback version with beautiful artwork. To see our efforts reach out and bear beneficial fruits for souls is your greatest reward. You have noticed for over a year, and increasingly recently, that there are some who have used our words, information, or images that we have given you without mentioning the source, even trying to take credit for them, at times quoting us as their own words, just like our ally Kiwan has seen. Several times in the last years, people using content of his books or republishing without asking or consent in unfair copyright infringement. Do not worry about those who lack the basic respect to ask, try to misappropriate the results of our works. The message is more important than the messenger. It must go out. Even if misappropriated or misused, it still can reach out to more souls seeking the truth. To these, we would say, if you hear our message and want to help in spreading it around, do not forget to help the messengers in their mission of bringing it to you in the first place. Authentic messengers do not seek profit, wealth, glory, or fame, nor any personal benefits. They just humbly offer their spiritual service as their dharmic duty and mission. But the true disclosers, the way showers, the path blazers, the scouts and pioneers of the coming new world cannot accomplish so much without the support of a community. You have noticed as well that there are some who use our name, trying to make one for themselves, seeking recognition, attention, and notoriety. When the ego gets in the way and self-interests are the motivation, then truth suffers and can be diluted in many lies. Some will even put out hoaxes or make up stories to attract admiration on themselves. The key to know if they tell the truth is by observing their hearts and behaviors, as our message is one of peace and love, and all spiritual elders will teach this by example. You have seen increasingly lately that some who choose such paths try to attack you and our allies we work with involved in the cosmic disclosure and convergence process. There are also many agents of the Cabal who have noticed your work with the cosmic disclosure and try to interfere with it, discredit it, debunk it, or attack you personally. Do not worry about them. Everyone ends up meeting their own karma. Truth will prevail. The people choosing those behaviors hurt our soul and make us Sasquatch discontent. They cause more harm than good by bringing confusion in the collective consciousness. We do not seek revenge, as we forgive the younger souls still at that stage of evolution. But if some try to hurt or harm any of our allies, we will stand by you and protect you. When in Nevada last summer, you asked for my help while a police agent was showing an excess of zeal in trying to nail you for whatever reason. As you saw me appear and stand behind him, he suddenly lost all interest in your medicine bundle and soon let you leave. You have also noticed that we changed government computer files to help your travel. Everyone creates their own timeline. A trail of truth is the key to a peaceful conscience. Lies or misbehavior along the way create an imprisoning web of karmic entanglements. This being said, we encourage all our friends who have had authentic encounters and contacts with us or with our star elders to keep sharing openly their experiences and knowledge, so that a greater number of your people awakens in a faster disclosure of the cosmic truth about us and about yourselves for the spiritual evolution of your collective consciousness, with a growing understanding of the interdimensionality of the omniverse. So focus only on fulfilling your mission and walking your path in truth and righteousness. As you know by now, we walk with you, blessing you with our presences and teachings, to encourage, cheer, and empower you in continuing this work with us. We keep giving you signs and blessings like we do to all our friends we love to visit for their respect. Days ago, I told Kelly that I wanted you two to come on the hill above Chula, not far from where the conference was held, just right between where she and Kwani saw me in March, the day after you wrote to her that I would go visit them, and where Lai, riding by there with our Australian friends, saw me during the conference last September. There, you were amazed to find several trails and many of our tracks of different sizes. The trails were meandering around in deep snow on the hilltop, crossing each other. You felt it was a family reunion, and indeed, we had brought you two there to visit you. Some of the footprints were 20 inches long, with a 6-foot stride from a tall elder. The most surprising was that in places, the trails of our footprints disappeared suddenly, where strangely, cougar tracks or tracks of other animals started, replacing them. Then a little further, the animal tracks would disappear, where our Sasquatch footprints started. This was to show you clearly that we can shapeshift and turn into any animals at will. When we materialize and dematerialize while changing dimensions, as you and many of our friends have witnessed, it shows that we can rearrange our density, frequency, and molecular structure. So for the most advanced of us, we can also take any shape we wish. Likewise, we can increase or decrease our size, and for the rare few and most skilled among us, we can double or even multiply our shape into numerous avatars and bodies. To accomplish this process of shape-shifting, we need not only to reorganize our energy fields and molecules, but to blend in with the ever-present universal flow of alter matter. Kelly Lapserite is standing near the giant footprints in the snow that change into coyote tracks and then back into Sasquatch tracks. This also confirmed your feelings about your experiences from the last couple weeks, when a few nights ago you found for a second time since winter solstice some wolf tracks on your doorstep, with again just a trail going around the backyard, but never crossing the fence anywhere. You understood that it was in fact one of our Sasquatch people that was shape-shifting. This explains why you saw that white wolf just 40 feet away when walking with Susan's dog Buddha, while a normal wolf would not let any human with a dog surprise them from so close, nor would it come to walk in the backyard around the house. Your host, Susan, also saw her by the house one night. You both felt it was a Sasquatch. Tonight, just before you started writing these lines, you heard her howl close by again. You looked out your window and saw her standing there, looking at you, then walk away. Her name is Sahila, or Mountain Flower. She is a respected elder and clan mother of the regional tribe in this territory here, where you have been led to transcribe this message. She is the first one who appeared to you 4 moons ago, when you first walked the woods along the creek, where she has been specially appointed as a guardian, and where you have been meeting us each time you went, and where we have given you some images. She is also the one who appeared on your footage, standing just behind the dog, Buddha. She was our host when you met representatives of our tribes with visiting star elders. She knows all the wild plants that heal and likes to walk in the shape of a white she-wolf. That is why you often heard her howl among the pack of coyotes that she leads lovingly. That is also why we all howled with you that night, to honor her animal spirit and yours. For the 2 days after you first found her tracks on your doorstep on winter solstice, you kept smelling her pleasant musky perfume following you around, even smelled more strongly when walking out your door in the cold winter air where her tracks were found. She sends love and thanks you for having come to her home to transcribe our message. She knows you are leaving soon from her home and will bless your journey with prayers. Like all of our Sasquatch people you have met in the last 2 years, dozens by now, she will stay connected to your soul wherever you go, as you are known by our greater soul. In the last few weeks, you have been regularly visited in your dreams by many different star elders from the council, coming in turns to introduce themselves and to greet you. They are the ones we have been working with and with whom I have the honor to sit in council. They visited you when you started writing this message, promising to assist you. They have been flying their ships over your location and watching over your good work. Since then, they have come to you in dreams, and they are so many that your limited memory cannot record or recall in 4D linear time, nor list or name their wide diversity. They also thank you for doing the work you were assigned to do for the good of all. Among The countless representatives of so many different intelligent species that came to you in dreams, one of the latest individuals struck your memory, as opposed to all the other star elders who stood respectfully in your doorframe while introducing themselves in turn to you. He came into your room and walked around. He is of the green lizard people, who stands 4 feet tall, a very wise ancient soul, emanating powerful love and deep joy. You felt uplifted and empowered by his presence in a profound serenity and happiness. He visited you to teach you that not all reptilian-looking beings are to be avoided by far. His name would be impossible for you to pronounce, made of clicks, goggles, and whistles. But its meaning translate as cosmic force originator or organic G generator. Just a few nights ago, as you were taking a hot bath under the moonlight, Buddha, your dog friend, came out and pointed a long time towards a corner of the apple orchard. When you got out of the tub, you saw a human-like silhouette clearly visible on the snow. You observed for a long time and first saw Sasquatch, but at times it was shape-shifting into a human form with ample royal garments and holding a long staff. After some time, you realized that the image was shifting between me and this man of majestic stature. You recognized him as the same man who had appeared to you in a dream the night before. You saw him meditating and trying to connect with your soul, telling you where he lives. His name is Absilios the Hansa, or Ancient Seer Teacher of Souls, the actual priestly king of the surviving Lemurian colony living under Mount Shasta with my Sasquatch people. They have continued observing the cosmic order and maintained contact with the Star Elders. That is why many ships are seen flying around that mountain, even portals. The vast complexes of stone walls all around the area are remains of their past colonies. There are cults and sects founded by the secret elite, aware of those facts, that have set bases at the foot of the mount, pretending to represent the Lemurians, while replacing them with a pantheon of man-made gods and self-ascended. They are imposters, trying to take credit for the healing powers and profit from the hidden knowledge of that sacred sanctuary and refuge of ancient wisdom from the stars. In fact, their supreme master, they called the Count of Saint Germain, was a secret title of the black nobility transmitted through generations in medieval Europe, and its last famous bearer was the mastermind behind the foundation of the secret order of the Illuminati of Bavaria in 706. They have succeeded in fooling numerous sincere and innocent souls. Now, little brother, we have spoken enough about your personal experiences, as it is not the purpose of our message. They simply are examples we give you to share, explaining who we are, and only have significance for the understanding and teachings they carry. Many of our friends, and yours, could also share similar stories, with the same or related teachings coming out of them, since the message is more important than the messenger. So while we still have the space and time available before you leave on a new journey towards other spiritual missions, and lessons through explorations, discovery adventures, more connections, and ceremonial duties. We will transmit more knowledge to seekers. As our last words of this message, transmitted through you, for the good souls who have followed us this far in reading these pages, we will share more information about our star elders, interdimensionality, the omniverse, and some of your forgotten human history. There will always be more to say than we can tell, but our contribution is the only gift we have to offer to the universe, and if it is not given, it becomes useless as a lost blessing. So we will ask for a little more of your time and efforts to complete this mission with us. We will start by explaining the meaning of the teachings we have given you recently. As you have observed many times before, without clearly comprehending it, since the understanding usually comes after the experiences, we have shown you clearly this time that highly spiritually evolved souls can blend together in shape, as in spirit, to talk as one. When we come to you together and talk to you in one spirit, you can see our faces and beings blending and mingling with one another, sometimes many at once and very fast. When we project our thoughts to you through astral telepathy, you see us all together. The most highly evolved beings can blend with the whole existence by connecting in 1D. Those eldest elders are the rare ones who have reached ascension and merged their individual consciousness with the omnipotent, omniversal, eternal, divine consciousness. They are known as the Grand Avatars, while there are also several levels of lesser avatars. The next level of consciousness below, it can connect to any being in any space or time through the 2D meta-universe. The masters of Dharma and of time are immortals who attend in that second dimension of time consciousness, sitting among the eldest elders. They watch over universes and their evolution to maintain the cosmic order eternally. In the third dimensional plane of the alter universe, there is a wide range of frequencies, densities, vibrational scales, as well as a large diversity of energetic and spiritual levels. We can blend in essence with our spiritual allies when we raise our frequencies and lower our density into alter matter to travel into the universe where we can all exist in the same space, as well as in different spaces at the same time. In the same way, we blend with the molecules of the elements. We blend with fire, water, air, earth, and with ions of plasma, making them all born itself of subtle alter matter. In this way, our alter bodies can interpenetrate and permeate any other being or space. With our higher spiritual allies, we can commonly blend and morph into one energy field. In absolute mutual respect for spiritual purposes, this helps our consciousness to merge. This is how incarnated beings can become channels, by letting spirits talk through them. It must be done in total mutual consent, and never as an imposed invasive possession. As forest people, we love to blend with trees and glide through them, because they are such peaceful, ancient, venerable, and generous beings with purer souls than you know. This is why many have reported seeing us turning into trees or stumps as we love them. We blend likewise with plants and animals, and our consciousness can travel within the physical shell of any animal friend who loves us and enjoys our company and presence. We blend and morph also with rocks and stones, not needing a tunnel to go across them. Because in 3D hyperspace, everything can exist in the same space and in different spaces at once. It is hard to understand this from the limited 4D linear time perspective. The fourth dimensional level of time consciousness, being restricted by linear time as the limit to space, can be described as a tubular tunnel representing the extent of any consciousness in a timeline. In 3D unified space field, there is no linear limit to how far consciousness can reach outwards, so it can be depicted as a spherical expanding space. In 4D, linear time adds a limit to the extent of consciousness, and movement in space becomes the scale that turns the 3D spherical hyperspace into 4D tubular timelines. Imaging as well this tubular passage of timelines in 4D are the orbits of planets and stars, or the trajectory of other celestial bodies like comets, forming tubular-shaped trails in the cosmos and marking the passage of linear time in the physical space-time continuum. A wormhole is nothing more than a tubular timeline that bypasses the limitations of the 4D linear space-time continuum. They are interdimensional tunnels created either by technology or consciousness, connecting 2 points in different spaces and times through quantum entanglement. We explained earlier different ways of creating wormholes used by our star elders and more primitive materialistic ways known by your scientific elites. In 4D, the linear timelines leave their print in the material world. Meteorite impacts, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, glaciers, and floods leave clues to decipher the distant past. Likewise, petrified bones from extinguished species, ruins from vanished civilizations, ancestral stories from oral tradition or ancient scriptures provide information about time. The 4D is the plane of the evolution of the creation through experiences and timelines.
Inside the Torus by Jean-Luc. Source: Pinterest.
If you fold the linear, tubular 4D timeline upon itself, you get the 5D toroidal hypertime. We showed and taught you how, in this torus-shaped circular time of the para-universe, timelines can be altered or modified through time loops, opening the possibility for alternative timelines to exist in parallel, simultaneously, or successivore D. So, archives and memories can be changed, or different versions can exist all at once. If you fold the 5D toroidal para-universe upon itself, you reach the 6D helical supra-universe, where all possibilities of timelines can possibly exist in relative levels of reality. To translate this in 4D time consciousness, we can, for instance, walk as a Sasquatch and, at the same, or suddenly after, walk as a wolf or a cougar in the 4D physical plane. Another example, the same individual could be seen and interact in two places at once. In this helix-shaped vortex of the super-universe, possibilities of timelines intermingle, blend, and morph beyond any comprehensible concept from the 4D linear space-time. The 4D space-time continuum is the dimension in which everything seems separated. Just like the blades of a fan switch, places in space at speed so fast that they seem to blend into one energy field in the helical 6D, different timelines can be superimposed. Consciousness finds the understanding of the multiverse in this dimensional plane. Multiple universes coexist, and your consciousness could be living another existence elsewhere without you even consciously knowing it in this physical incarnation and linear timeline within this universe. Again, this level of existence might sound abstract from the point of view of 4D time consciousness, but reality unfolds in multiple layers and realms. The different dimensions of time consciousness constitute various levels of existence and perceptions and an array of scales of knowing and understanding of the omniverse. Interdimensionality is the aspect of existence that allows all created beings to travel from one plane to the other when consciousness becomes familiar with the different planes. To understand it, you must go beyond the limitations and illusions of the material plane. You have to allow your consciousness to travel faster than the limiting speed of light. Everything you perceive around you in the physical world is the product of an illusion. The shapes and colors you see are simply reflections of light on electromagnetic fields, projecting images captured through the retina of your eyes and interpreted by the brain. The objects and forms you see are themselves no more than energy fields organized into molecules, and this physical matter is itself made of information held by consciousness. Just like in a camera, the image received is inverted in the capture lens or the iris, and then converted, turned upright, in the reflector lens, corresponding to the optical nerve. This is why your brain can interpret the image as it appears, instead of upside down. Every animal species interprets shapes and colors in different ways, suiting their needs. Herbivores have their eyes on each side to see possible danger coming while grazing. They see their green sustenance as gray, since being so abundant in nature, they do not need to look for it, but any grayish or tawny fur, of a predator, flashes as a red alert. The insects have so many faceted eyes on their side that they receive multiple images of the surroundings and process rapidly a large amount of information in their tiny brains. There are also numerous eyeless species that rely on their other senses for orientation. Most evolved animals have kept 5 extra senses that most modern humans have lost. The 6th sense, as you call it, or intuition, is the perception of circumstances that your conscious mind cannot have access to. This is why animals can feel earthquakes, storms, and tsunamis hours ahead and flee to high grounds to seek refuge. The 7th sense is the sense of orientation, developed in a variety of ways in many different species. Migratory species often have a natural internal compass in their brain that can orient the animal through electromagnetic perception of the magnetic pole and the magnetosphere. Insects and smaller animals rely mostly on their sense of smell to find their way around. Cetaceans and bats use mainly echolocation with their biological echosonar system. We could call this special echolocation ability the eighth sense. The ninth sense is the natural detection of movement in their surroundings, like sharks, some rodents, and other species use for their main mean of orientation. The 10th sense is the group instinct. We refer to it as the great soul of species, which is the source allowing natural telepathy. This is the sense you can observe when a flock of birds suddenly takes off all at once, or when a school of fish or a pod of dolphins swims as one in perfect synchronicity. The sounds you hear are simply waves of movement through air that your ears decode. The odors you smell are clouds of particles carried on air that your nostrils can perceive. Whenever you feel a touch, either pleasant or painful, heat or cold, it is the nervous web of networks in your skin that send electromagnetic signals to your brain to analyze. The flavors you experience with bliss or disliking are chemical reactions on the taste buds of your tongue that your brain processes and classifies according to memories. Every time you experience an emotion, it is a chemical reaction in your body and brain. These are simple examples from the physical world to explain how perceptions can vary. The variations in perceptions influence and alter the conceptions of our consciousness. The levels of perceptions and conceptions of each soul determine its subjective reality. Subjective reality is the destiny that every soul creates for itself through interactions. Every soul has the power to transform its subjective reality and co-create the collective. But every subjective reality is a minuscule part of a greater pre-existing objective reality. As finite, created beings, the infinite omniverse we are part of has a predetermined reality and set of laws that our subjective realities cannot alter or change. As a simple example, on the physical level, we can all see the same mountains that were here before us all. Our subjective reality decides how we perceive and interact with the mountain, but not of its existence. Likewise, the objective reality is beyond our perceptions and conceptions, but we can choose how we will learn from it, know it, and interact with it. Some prefer their subjective reality over the objective, caught in dogmas and ideologies. Do not confound this universal objective reality with any collective reality, which are also only fractions of it, as numbers of a complicated equation or elements in the ensemble. The collective reality can also be unaligned with the objective reality, as religions, armies, political parties, secret societies, sects, and other human organizations have proven. Every being is part of collective realities, learning how to relate to and influence them. When you look at distant stars, you look into the past, yet see as it was long ago in your present timeline, because light travels at a given speed and the material world vibrates below its frequency, explaining why its density reflects it. The constant churning of ionized plasma and nuclear reactions happening within the stars and producing their light provides interdimensional portals, bridging the physical plane with planes beyond. This is how light is created in stars, akin to its main source in the cosmos, the infrared background made of plasmic ions coming in and out of existence faster than linear time. This is why some star-faring people use stars as gates for interdimensional space travel. So if you can see the past in your present timeline because of the vastness of space, it means that past and present coexist at once and can be read simultaneously. From another star at mid-distance, the timeline of the furthest star would precede by millennia the one we can read here, while ours would appear millennia behind our actual timeline. This is because the speed of light is the limit veil creating linear time and physical worlds. Every star system and planet has their own time scales, cycles, and specific timelines. The same applies to all beings on a smaller scale, explaining why our subjective realities can transform our timelines, but positively only by learning to adapt to the objective reality. We can only know the objective reality through our subjective reality, or, in other words, we learn to expend our consciousness to oneness through experiences and interactions. As for the future, when you outpace the speed of light, you can see it coming before it manifests in the physical realm. Differently put, if you could see a distant star as it appears now, you could read its timeline before it becomes naturally visible within the physical laws of the 4D space-time continuum. This is why in 3D hyperspace, beyond the speed of light, as in higher dimensions of time consciousness, linear time is perceived as the scale by which consciousness reads timelines as 3D holographic projections in space. The layers, the direction, the chronological order, or the speed depend on consciousness. The key to understand interdimensionality is by reminding your consciousness that you are not the holographic illusion making you physical body, nor limited to linear timelines. Only a century ago, you could not know that your eyelashes carry 50 species of arachnids, or that your body is made of 100 billion cells and hosts 1 trillion microorganisms of over 300 million species, making your biological body an ecosystem in itself. All your cells are completely replaced with new ones about every 7 years, meaning that the body you incarnate as an adult and the one you take to the grave after aging are physical shells made of new sets of cells than the one you were born with or the one you embodied as a teenager. So think deeper when you fall into the illusion of believing that this physical body belongs to you, or that you are it in any way. If you lose an arm or a leg, you still remain fully the same person and a complete soul. When you look at the Earth with the actual 7 continents, you have a fixed idea in your mind of what she has looked like over the billions of years of continued existence. With a deeper gaze, you find fossilized seashells on mountains' tops and cities on sea bottoms, proving that continents have shapeshifted, being emerged, then submerged. So, the fixed image in linear time you have of Earth only applies to your short and limited human scale, but not to the Earth's timeline, which is itself beyond your understanding. Thus, the vastness of her space, her variety of scenery, and her biodiversity are beyond accessible to the knowledge of any human consciousness in one or even many lifetimes. So, this planetary scale in itself is superior in size and in consciousness to any creature's. Hence, by joining our consciousness to Mother Earth's, we can expand ours prodigiously. Let us take the example of the tardigrade, this almost microscopic worm, barely visible to the naked eye, with 8 hands with fingers, that survives in extreme cold and heat, and extreme levels of salinity, radiation, and chemical contamination. It is one of the most ancient species living on our home planet, and one of the rarest that has survived the 5 previous mass extinctions. So, for this small, humble being, humanity is the latest addition on the map of their environments. The timeline of the tardigrade is incomparably longer than that of humanity, and if your species ever becomes a victim of the ongoing 6th mass extinction event you are causing, known as the Anthropocene Omnicide, there are very good chances that the tardigrade will survive your kind. This should be a lesson of humility for humanity, adopting an anthropocentric ideology.
Chapter 12.
The hugely wide range of scales of the microcosm only reflects that of the macrocosm. To help you understand, let us have a brief look at the cosmos to get some perspective. Let us now explore the dimensions of space. First, the planetary scale expands much beyond the planet itself, including the various levels of its atmosphere and satellites, in our case, the Moon. Our Moon is the 5th largest of 166 known moons in our solar system. Its diameter and circumference are a little over a quarter of those of the Earth. Its density is about 7/11 of the Earth's density, but its mass is only a mere 1.2% because of its hollow core, surrounded by a thin, light, yet solid crust. The average distance between Earth and Moon approximates 30 Earth's diameters. From the planetary scale, let us move on to the stellar scale. The Sun's circumference and diameter equal about 109 times the proportions of the Earth. Its volume is 333,000 times the volume of Earth, and its mass 1.3 million times. It contains over 99% of the mass of the whole solar system, which spreads far outwards. The Sun is considered as a medium-sized star of G-type main sequence, or yellow dwarf. Our solar system now counts 10 known planets including the newly discovered planet X, without counting the ancient planet Malkuth between Mars and Jupiter, turned into the asteroid belt. It was destroyed millions of years before the birth of humanity in the intergalactic war of the 5 worlds. My Sasquatch people lived for ages on those planets. This is why you keep finding numerous signs of life and remains of civilization on Mars. The Red Planet itself saw the mass extermination of its life through nuclear warfare, and this is why its surface is contaminated with xenon 129, a residue from nuclear explosions. Ancient remains of star nations can be found on all planets of our system and moons. The War of the 5 Worlds involved Earth, Malkuth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, while Venus was not yet colonized. Sasquatch were an important part of it until 50 million years ago. Let us skip details of the history of our solar system and continue on our cosmic journey. The solar system extends way beyond the planets into a zone of debris, the Oort cloud. Within its boundaries, countless other celestial bodies follow regular orbits or irregular courses, such as comets, asteroids, and planetoids, or dwarf planets, some of large sizes. It also contains large reservoirs of plasma, gases, ice, dusts, and debris of all natures. There is a wide variety of types of stars, sorted in classification by scales, according to their temperatures and colors through spectrometry, or given their luminosity and magnitude. Their colors, from hotter to colder for their sizes, appear as inversely represented compared to their appearances, or in other words, hotter stars appear with cold colors, while cold stars show hot colors. They range from the largest and hottest to the smallest, between blue, white, yellow, white, grand. The categories by their luminosity range from hypergiants, 1 in 3 million stars, supergiants, 1 in 106 giants, 3% of stars, main sequence, 7.5% subdwarfs, to either white, yellow, red, or brown, making another 7.5% of all stars. Apart from their classification by sizes, luminosity, temperatures, and colors, stars also display a diversity of forms and compositions. Protostars are giant molecular gas clouds whose gravitational field is not strong enough to condense it to create nuclear reactions. They are denser concentrations of plasma intermingling with some elemental molecules. These are stars that do not classify by their luminosity, nor by their colors in the scale. Variable stars pulsate in size and brightness in unstable phases. Methane dwarfs are little, cool, gaseous stars with small mass and low density. Black or brown dwarfs are colder, denser stars emitting no heat or light, resembling a black hole of a planetary scale. Neutron stars are very small, and superdense stars, only a few miles in diameter, crushing electrons and protons into condensed neutrons. A pulsar is a rapidly spinning neutron star emitting radiations in pulses. A binary star is two stars rotating around a common mass center or barycenter. An X-ray star is a binary star with one in the pair being a collapsed body as a small dwarf. A neutron star or a black hole emitting X-rays. Stars undergo transformations depending on chemical processes and variations in their gravitational and electromagnetic fields, and they change category over the course of their existence. A red giant can become a carbon star in the end of its life, which can turn into a diamond star if compressed under extreme gravitational force. A supernova is a large star that explodes to giant size, expulsing most of its matter, and then collapses on itself into an extremely dense mass with a maximal gravity known as black holes. Supernovae emit more energy in a few days than our sun can emit over billions of years. As for gamma ray bursts that are projected from black holes, they produce more energy in only 10 seconds than our sun can generate in over 10 billion years of combustion. Stellar systems in the macrocosm can be compared to atoms on the microcosmic scale. They have a core with particles gravitating around them, held together as an ensemble by gravity and electromagnetism, and separated by vast distances many times their size. The size of stars vary widely, from the smallest being only a few miles wide to the largest being multiple times the size of our sun. The largest star known today to your science has 265 times the mass of our sun, 1,700 times its radius, and over 7 million times its luminosity. The second biggest star has 30 times the sun's mass and 1,640 times its radius. This brief overview is to explain how, when we speak of stars, it is really so vast. Now, let us move on from the stellar scale to the galactic scale. All active galaxies have at their center a huge black hole as their denser, heavier core and gravitational axis. Only the centrifugal force caused by the galaxy's rotation prevent it from collapsing into the black hole at its center. In other words, the movement in 4D linear time of its 3D holographic projection in hyperspace is maintaining its existence in the physical universe. If movement in linear time ever stops, the galaxy returns to the 2D metamatter matrix. This is why, in the physical world, galaxies appear to us in 3D as a flat horizontal plane, and black holes made of metamatter belong to the 2D flat meta universe, and galaxies through 4D linear time. Would there not be the rotational movement of the galaxy in linear time, physical matter could not exist. Only the centrifugal force of this movement allows physical matter to be extracted into 4D time from the centripetal force of the black hole and its metamatter. While the physical galaxy manifests its energy in the 4D linear space-time continuum. The whole information about its energetic potential and the timelines of all its existence are conserved unchanged and out of time of the meta-universe. At any time of its existence, its complete history is all written and contained in its core. Black holes can exist in any proportions, from microscopic scales to galactic dimensions. An average black hole 1 billion times the mass of our sun, while the biggest one known has 40 billion times its mass. We explained their nature and properties earlier. Summarized as reservoirs of meta-matter, they are gateways into the meta-universe. Massive black holes are generally surrounded by quasars, or quasi-stellar radio sources. They are supercompact regions, radiating high concentrations of electromagnetic signals of almost the whole spectrum, ranging from radio waves, infrared, X-rays, to gamma rays. They are the brightest celestial bodies, reaching a luminosity as high as 100 times that of the Milky Way, explaining the brilliant globe appearing at its center. Quasars act as buffer zones, in fact, in which the particles of ultra-matter, leaking into 3D hyperspace from the black hole meta-matter, enter linear time below the speed of light. The cosmic ray made of the most subtle particles of ultra-matter emerging into 3D space from the 2D flat meta-univariety of frequencies and waves of the electromagnetic spectrum, causing these zones of intense energetic activity, the quasars. At lower frequencies, the ultra-matter particles then turn into plasmic ions of physical matter, causing light to be created by photoelectric reaction, first source of cosmic light. When the particles combine into atoms and molecules, the density of their energy fields increases, as well as their mass, so they get caught into the rotational movement of the physical galaxy and its centrifugal force, moving deeper linearly into expanding space. Your science knows now that there is no void in space. The cosmos is filled with energy. The omnipresent consciousness creates concepts that are imprinted into the universal mind or matrix in 2D matter by vibrational frequencies and waves, conglomerates to compose particles of 3D ultra-matter into particles, atoms, and molecules of physical matter in 4D. Physical matter, raising its frequency above the speed of light, becomes 5D paramatter. The parabody made of paramatter is not subjected to linear time or the laws of physics. It is what some call the ascended body that immortals incarnate beyond physical limits. Within a galaxy, apart from black holes and quasars, there are other large-sized bodies. Star clusters are regions with dense concentrations of stars within intense energy fields. They are grouped into superclusters made of connected clusters filling galactic sectors. Between galaxies, there are vast areas looking almost empty and others packed densely. Nebulae are denser than star clusters, being composed of thick clouds of space debris like rocks, sand, gas, and ice. Bigger than galaxies, an average nebula extends for 100 million light years, the largest known stretches in the cosmos for 200 million light years. As a comparison, it is 2,000 times the length of our Milky Way. Nebulae are vast reservoirs of energy and matter from which most galaxies are born. Nebulae can take all kinds of forms and colors, often resembling gigantic cosmic beings. The mind has the natural tendency to associate what it perceives with known images through the phenomenon called apophenia, and most commonly to imagine faces out of random patterns, which is called pareidolia, partly explaining why some can see beings into natural formations that are subjective interpretation than objective reality. This phenomenon is often used as an excuse to dismiss paranormal or interdimensional sightings due to the fact that many people can get confused in distinguishing what is out there from what is in their head. It is true that misinterpretation of facts can easily occur. Nevertheless, there is no coincidence nor any random happening in the universe. Everything is the effect of a cause, the product of calculations, and the results of an equation. Creation unfolds and manifests in the physical plane under the direction and supervision of consciousness. So, you see faces on trees, on rocks, in the sand, or in the clouds. It is not only the product of your imagination. Everything is spirit and has consciousness. When it comes to a large nebula, an enormous mass of condensed energy and matter stretching over millions of light years, for it to take any shape or move in any direction requires a tremendous amount of time and energy that coincidence alone cannot fulfill. The elementals and nature spirits, also called devas, are always at play and work directly with the primal elements constituting the fabrics of the universe to shape the worlds. With your recent scientific advancement, the number of stars in our galaxy, the Milky Way, is now estimated to be over 400 billion, stretching over 100,000 light years across. It stands in the class of the mid-range galaxies, along with 3/4 of the existing galaxies. Dwarf galaxies expand less than 200 light years across and contain, in average, tens of millions of stars. Gigantic elliptical galaxies can reach up to 2 million light years across and are filled with trillions of stars. Most galaxies in the cosmos appear as a spiraling ellipse on a flat plane, but some appear spherical or with any irregular shape. Nebulae can have any random form and shape. Galaxies, like stars, are grouped in collections as clusters and larger superclusters. Your science now estimates the number of existing galaxies in the visible universe to be near 100 billion. This, as far as you can observe until light stops reaching you. Based on this fact, through calculations, your science estimates the age of this physical universe to be around 19 billion years, because no light is perceivable beyond this. This is a very imprecise and improbable educated guess given the lack of complete data. It is a very relative 4D linear timescale, which could be calculated in many other ways. Your science attributes the expansion of the universe to the so-called original Big Bang. Yet, although they see space expanding, they have not been able to localize its center. The latest scientific model shows the universe in a lenticular shape. Such is the hologram. Having discovered lately that the expansion of the universe is increasing in speed as opposed to what was previously believed, science added into the equation newly identified particles like bosons and quasipons and quanons, plus the recently detected gravitational waves whose existences complement the equation, and even the results fairly enough so that the freshly devised explanation of the universe seems to have solved all the riddles. It is a fair attempt towards understanding the nature and fabrics of the cosmos, yet still limited to a materialistic 4D linear time point of view. Since galaxies speed up as they diverge towards the outskirts of our universe, they end up outrunning the speed of light and reaching the 5D para-universe beyond linear time. They disappear from linear time and from our visible universe, or in a sense, ascend into a dimensional plane beyond material, explaining why you lose track and reach time's end. Beyond the borders of our universe, hyperspace stretches into infinite vastness, in which many other universes exist, with their own realities, laws, dimensions, and continuums. Here is the multiverse. The collection of all those universes composes the omniverse. Interdimensional travel through various universes can be achieved within the seventh dimension of time consciousness, connecting parallel universes and alternative timelines. The 7D Ultra Universe is obtained by folding upon itself the 6D helical supra universe. This allows for all possibilities of timelines to coexist in multiple parallel universes. Parallel universes are grouped in clusters or superclusters within the 8D macro universe. There, all levels of conceivable possibilities are multiplied by infinite universes' potentials. In 9D time consciousness, all possibilities exist within infinite consciousness, including fictional timelines. If consciousness can conceive it, any reality exists in some realm. Of course, physical universes exist in linear time, so they have a beginning and an end. A universe is created by what could be described as an original Big Bang explosion, and it extends until it reaches its maximum entropy, from where some galaxies ascend into higher dimensions, while some slow down to be drawn back to the center in a big crunch. This process of creation and destruction, expansion and retraction is Brahma's breath. The Creator exhales, and the worlds are born, then inhales, are dissolved. Everything starts, exists, and ends by the power of consciousness, and only it is eternal. Just like energy and matter are divided between two opposite currents within a galaxy, either aspired by the gravitational centripetal pull or attracted outwards by the gravitational centrifugal push of the rotational movement of the galaxy, the same principles apply on the larger universal scale with galaxies superclusters. The core of the Big Bang is a dense black hole that has kept diminishing in size with the expansion of space since the beginning of time, explaining why it is yet undetected. Hence, either pulled back into metamatter or pushed out into hyperspace and the para-universe, reaching in higher dimensions, physical matter eventually ends up dissolving. This description of the universe we just gave, with all this statistic information and data, was to give you an idea of how immensely vast space is beyond any possible reasoning. With this perspective, linear time is but a relative scale, largely variable in value. Interstellar travel simply cannot be accomplished in 4D linear time in the physical plane. Thus, by definition, star travelers who make it here or anywhere else are interdimensional, since interstellar travel can only be achieved with the knowledge of interdimensionality. The ones who come to you only through technological means and in physical densities are generally species of the local system, moon dwellers, or else intraterrestrials, hybrids. How could we calculate the age of the universe with such a measure as Earth years? First, Earth years represent only a vague, relative, unstable, variable, and changing value. Any variation in the speed of rotation or translation, any fluctuation in the distance separating the Earth from the Sun, from the course of its orbit, alter the duration of days and years, falsifying calculations based on this unfixed value. The simplest example that your science knows of is the annual difference of 1.2 seconds between the elliptical year, or the complete translation around the Sun, and the tropical year, which is the return of the Sun over the tropic, completing 4 seasons. This difference adds 2 extra minutes every century to the elliptical year and adds up. This is because the Earth's orbit is not a regular ellipse, but rather an expanding spiral. In an expanding space, this should not surprise you. Still, your science has yet to notice it. This is the only actual scale of this growing gap, but its speed has often been altered. Since the Earth emerged from the Sun, its spiraling orbit has been taking it further away from its star at every turn, but days have been generally getting shorter, adding more days in every consecutive year. This can be verified by simply observing the planets of our solar system that have longer duration of translation and shorter of rotation the further away they are from the Sun. The rhythm of these changes has not been stable either, having known sudden changes when, for instance, the planet's orbit is altered by major cosmic events, like meteorite occasional pulls of comets or pole shifts. Hence, when my Sasquatch people first walked on this home planet 200 million years ago, Earth's year had only about 300 days, while when the lizard people started colonizing Earth nearly 1 billion years ago, it was just over 100 days. This explains partly why successive cycles and ages are always getting shorter in years. So, this is why, when using Earth's years to calculate the age of the universe, or even of the Earth itself, is a very tricky operation, never exempt of some large margins or errors. The universe is made of successive evolving cycles, vortices, and spiraling galaxies. Linear thinking would like to see the mechanics of the universe fit perfectly in equations, but the dynamics of the creation answer to the need for evolution and constant change. This is another reason why linear time is not only is an illusion, but an ever-varying scale. So, all timelines can be read at different speeds, depending on the level of consciousness. The hummingbird or the sloth precede information and live at other speeds than you. At human scale, just a few centuries ago, many of your cultures did not know the earth was round, had no knowledge about distant lands and civilizations, nor about the cosmos. This was due to the loss of ancient star knowledge through the enslaving uncivilization. You have finished mapping your home planet just over half a century ago, while some regions are still unexplored and uncharted to this day. Your actual level of uncivilization is still at the stage of national rivalries and commercial competitions, fighting wars over resources, building its foundation and orientation on the backbone of weaponry and wars. Your technologies are still at a low level where they drain non-renewable resources at an increasing rate, while destroying ecosystems and the environment with toxic pollution. Your scientific knowledge barely starts to envision the realms of quantum physics and of the interdimensionality of the multiverse, while still speculating and kept in the shadows. So, at this point of its evolution, humanity has not yet reached the first level of planetary civilization, carries for environmental balance consisting in a wise management, protection and fair sharing of the limited resources, and the use of non-polluting technologies with renewable and free energies. Even on what you call the Kardashev scale, a classification of civilizations by their levels, humanity has not reached the definition of a civilization of the first level that can harness the full energetic potential of its planet. On that scale, the second level describes a civilization that can use the energy of its star, while the third level defines one that can use the energy potential of its galaxy. Yet, this vision is still limited to a very materialistic point of view, without involving any of the spiritual evolution, nor the knowledge of interdimensionality that are required. Of course, there has been some civilizations that have chosen such a materialistic path of evolution, going around using the energy of the cosmos instead of producing and providing it. They are the ones we have to watch for. As we come closer to conclude this message, let us have a quick look at ancient history. We told you earlier that humanity was conceived and created in Lemuria by the Council of Star Elders. Your DNA star, seeds inherited of several genetic materials of many origins. The most prominent of your ancestors came from the Pleiades, called the Sanat Kumara. Your first human ancestors inherited from them their long tall skulls with open fontanelle, their deep blue skins, and their long longevity, stretching over tens of thousands of years. Their blue-black completion is called Keshava in Sanskrit, a language received from them. The purest descendants of this root race are found in some tribes of southeastern India, like the pre-Dravidian Devas, tribes of northern Australia, or some tribes of eastern Africa. Fossil records of this root race have been found, but kept ignored or hidden by scientists because they do not fit in their timeline and can debunk their official theory of evolution. The different racial types within humanity have all evolved from this original root race. But their diversity is not only the result of long-term adaptation to environments, but also of the different star genetics that have, over time, dominated in one group or the other. Remember that the different species of hominids that are part of your ancestry were not so different genetically as generally thought, explaining why they could interbreed, and they were more often born from introductions of new genetic material in the lineages rather than through natural selection, explaining why they have cohabited for many ages. Modern human genetics are the product of various hybridizations of the root race in time. Thus, already back in Lemuria, the four main colors of human skins existed side by side. Although continents have changed in shapes and sizes since humanity was born, some having been submerged or having emerged, the genetic lineages naturally remain concentrated in some territories over ages. So, on a general scale, the black race lives mostly in the south, the white in the north, the yellow in the east, the red in the west. Furthermore, the interbreeding between the four mother races and the root race gave 6 sub-races that inhabited different parts of the worlds, migrating from Mother Lemuria. These 6 sub-races are crossbreed hybrids that are known to some of your ancient esoteric traditions. They are the following in chronological order of appearance. The actual descendants of the purple race is sparsely found in Melanesia, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, and South America, carrying more genes from Homo denisova than other humans. The green race, whose descent mainly in Melanesia, Malay tribes, and Southeast Asia, was more related to Homo erectus. The brown race left descent from Homo habilis all around the Indian Ocean basin, from Africa to India and into Australia. The descent of the beige race is mostly concentrated in Eurasia and intermingled closely with Neanderthals and Hyperborean elves. The orange race lived mostly western and southern Atlantis. Its genetics are found mainly in North Africa, Western Europe, and in the Americas. Cro-Magnon, the pink race, was living in northern Atlantis and left more genes in North America, Europe, and in North Africa to a lesser extent. Their genetic pool was the main stock for the Homo sapien. Here, we must make a clear distinction between these colors and the hominid species. Every hominid species, just like modern humans, can carry all those skins completions. These colors used here for classification are mostly describing the dominant racial type that had genetic additions in different places and times of the human timeline, creating different types of hominids and hybrids. All those hominid species ended up mingling and interbreeding at some time, and the results of those lineages are found in your genetics. In the first phase of your history, humans were conceived and born in Lemurian temples through tantric alchemy, a practice consisting in raising vibrational frequencies to attain spiritual ecstasy, allowing interdimensional procreation. Highly spiritually evolved beings transmit their DNA codes interdimensionally without any need for physical intercourse. This involves working in concert with the souls invited to incarnate, allowing candidates to be born while maintaining the purest genetic pool and longevity. This practice ensures that a species will evolve spiritually at a fast and growing rhythm, while its loss allows any unrelated slowing down the evolutionary process of the collective consciousness and weakening the greater soul of the species. This sacred practice gradually got lost over time by a growing number of human populations, but it was maintained by initiates until as late as 50,000 years ago, when the newly genetically modified Homo sapiens started reproducing as animals and taking over the world, exterminating hominids during the last Atlantean War. The history of Lemuria stretched over 6 million years and would be too long to tell. It covers the largest part of your human timeline, starting with its very first beginnings. During its existence, humanity was involved in 3 major intergalactic wars, in which my Sasquatch people, along with Star Elders, protected you and combated by your side. The first one began since your birth 6 million years ago and lasted for 2 million years. It was an ongoing battle opposing the Star Council to reptilian factions, cloning monsters. The second cosmic war humanity went through started 3.5 million years ago and lasted 1 million years, involving again sensibly the same parties. Nuclear weapons were used and underground shelters became the safest refuges. The third interplanetary war humanity experienced lasted for over 500,000 years and ended 1.5 million years ago. During that time, the elves established in Hyperborea were also our allies, and they defended you against orcs, dragons, giants, and robots. There were 4 major wars of the 2 empires that opposed Mu to Atlantis. The first one started around 850,000 years ago and lasted 100,000 after the dark fleets of the lower lords established military bases in Atlantis. Since flying dragons were bred and mounted in battle, it is called the War of the Dragons. This was when Atlantean kings started cloning several kinds of slave species and hybrids. This was also the period when some factions of elves made pacts with the lower lords. The Second War of the 2 empires occurred 350,000 years ago and lasted 50,000 years. It was the War of the Giants, in a time when many races of giants of all sizes, some carrying human genetics and some not, ruled and competed over kingdoms, some in righteousness and some in evil ways. This is when cannibalism, necromancy, sorcery, and wizardry spread among many human tribes, provoking the first downfall of Lemuria. It is after this war that the elves were ordered to leave Earth because of their behaviors. The Third War of the Two Empires happened about 100,000 years ago and lasted around 25,000 years. It was the War of the Wizards, involving spells and curses. By then, tantric alchemy was getting largely lost by most human cultures. Most elves had left Earth by then, but star elders still lived among you in sacred centers. The fourth and final war that opposed Mu to Atlantis was called the War of the Species. It started around 30,000 years ago and lasted to destruction Mu about 13,000 years ago, followed in turn within centuries by the sinking of Atlantis. During that conflict, the lower lords in Atlantis devised countless hybrids, cloned species of monstrous appearances, and used bacteriological warfare, turning Earth into a hell. The last millennia of Atlantis and Lemuria saw so many evil practices and anti-nature technologies that both civilizations had to be erased from the surface of the earth. But many of their colonies have left remains on every continent, although wars destroyed much of their civilizations, and the essential parts disappeared forever under the oceans. The continent of Lemuria got this name in the 19th century, when paleontologists realized that the populations of lemurs found in Madagascar and India had to be in contact at some point through land bridges, since they do not in between. It is no coincidence that this name became famous, since my Sasquatch lemur people was living in large tribes alongside with our star elders and your people for many ages. Although we have walked all over this home planet for eons before you were conceived, Lemuria was our motherland, where we were born, so we lived there in large numbers. This is why, still to this day, the largest populations of Sasquatch people and our relatives are found around the Pacific and Indian Oceans, many having migrated from Lemuria. Lemuria is a vague designation for several masses of land that split from Hyperostra. Antarctica and Australia were the first ones separated, ages before humanity was born. Lemuria itself was made of a large strip of lands stretching across the Indian Ocean into the southwest Pacific. The ancient Dravidian culture of the Tamil in southern India has kept memories of this sunken land from where they say they have migrated, and which they call Kumari Kandam, or Kingdom of the Kumara, where Devas taught and ruled. The same continent is given the name Sveta Dvipa, or Bright Island in Sanskrit, while the same language calls Atlantis Atala. It is no coincidence that the Greek name Atlantis for the sunken continent in the Atlantic finds resonance in many other distant languages. For example, the continent was called Aztlan by the Aztec, who had escaped its doom, Tolan by the Toltec, Atahensic by the Huron-Wendat, all telling the same story about it. During its late history, Lemuria was split and fractionated in a few series of landmasses. The two largest ones were Kumari Kingdom in the Indian Ocean and Mu in the Pacific. The latter name is the same in both the Tibetan tradition as in the Mayan, whose name originating from there they have kept since they migrated to America 350,000 years ago. This is why their calendar starts at that date, and some remains that were just as old were found in Mexico, although mainstream archaeology has not acknowledged this important discovery, and the discoverer has lost her job for debunking the Bering Strait theory. All the Pacific Islanders, from Micronesia and Melanesia to Polynesia, share common stories about their origins on a large sunken continent in the Pacific that they call Kontiki, Tahiti, To'o, Paititi. They say it was a land of spiritual wonders and temples, where star gods and giants lived. The abundance of unexplained megalithic monuments across the Pacific, most of which are kept unaddressed or simply ignored, proves the veracity of those accounts. Everyone is familiar with the giant statues of Easter Island, but few know yet that the moas also have bodies buried beground with gigantic proportions, and some of them were found underwater, proving that they date from before the end of the last ice age. There has not been any plausible explanation yet as to why such enormous statues were built, even less why they were buried several meters in the soil, nor how long this process could have taken if they were buried by natural erosion. The half-submerged ruins of Nanmadol on the small island of Pohnpei in the Caroline Archipelago is the largest known megalithic complex in the Pacific, built on about 100 artificial islands with basalt columns weighing up to 50 tons that had to be carried for miles across the island. It is only the largest of 3 similar sites on the island. Mainstream science cannot get rid of such imposing evidence, nor explain it away easily. Archaeologists claim it was built by the local islanders around a millennium ago, while the natives say those ruins were built by a long-vanished race of giants that had preceded their own arrival on the island. They say the ruins are haunted and avoid visiting them. Other megalithic constructions, some of large sizes, are found in the Marquesas, the Marianas, Society Islands, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tahiti, Palau, and name a few. Even on the small, uninhabited island of Rapati, there are 3 pyramidal structures with clear geometrical designs and patterns, although the island was never populated in historic times. Such proofs of the Lemurian civilization abound and should all be known. The underwater megalithic city with pyramids discovered offshore from the small island of Yonaguni near Okinawa in Japan gives another impressive example of the Lemurian civilization that has been sitting at the sea bottom for nearly 13,000 years. Dozens of known submerged cities around the Indian peninsula, the most famous of which are off the coast from Mahabalipuram and from Ayodhya, also provide evidence of ancient civilizations that disappeared at the end of the last ice age. During the ice ages, the sea levels were at times several hundred feet lower than it is now, and was inhabited. Underwater monuments, pyramids, or cities have been discovered off the coast of Cuba, the Bahamas, the Azores, the Canaries, western Spain, in the Baltic Sea, the English Channel, the Gulf of Morbihan, in Brittany, and too many places to list them all here. Pyramids and cities exist under the sands of the Sahara and the Gobi deserts under the ice of Greenland and Antarctica, as well as in a large number of underground complexes. With this amount of proof, the deniers and skeptics of ancient, vanished continents and their civilizations are left way behind the actual level of knowledge from collected data. Now, little brother, since linear time has its limits, we will soon come to the conclusion of our message. In the last couple days, you were again given some beautiful signs to give you confidence and help you in finishing this work, a transcription of our transmissions. Your physical body is now exhausted, not only from the lack of sleep, but mainly from the intensity of the energy that transpires through your soul when busy doing the channeling. It is harder work than most would imagine, and we thank you for having carried it until its completion, restlessly and devotedly, only to be able to taste the simple satisfaction of accomplishing your spiritual mission in this world while you are given the ability to do it. 2 days ago, Hila went walking in your front yard and left for you 2 trails of huge footprints, turning into wolf tracks, so you could know for sure that it was her visiting you. Her tracks were 20 inches long, with a 6-foot stride, to show you that she can double her size to 12 feet tall. It had not been an hour since you had found her footprints, when a beautiful fairy came flying by your window, hovered for half a second, and flew off. You had time to see her clearly, standing about 8 inches tall, with a svelte, slim body, long thin limbs, and dragonfly wings, wearing a sleek, velvety garment with white fringes. Her name is Lalubella, a very old and wise soul, and she came to remind you that the elementals are our eldest elder brothers among the hybrid species seeded on our earth. They have always kept faithful to their spiritual mission and can be of great support to you and to whoever honors them and aims towards spiritual, conscious, interspecies relations. It is the first opportunity you were ever given to see a fairy so clearly. It might not be the last. Last night, in dream time, 2 star elders with large, tall skulls came to visit you. You looked deeply into their large aura and could read much wisdom, peace, and love in them. You saw in their eyes images of the cosmos unraveling and understood they come from the Orion Nebula. With gestures of the hands, they invited you to board their landed ship. It was a large saucer-shaped silvery disk, about 80 feet wide, with its door opened. You went in on your own, walked along the circular corridor around its periphery, until you reached a passage giving you access to the central cockpit. There, 2 Sasquatch people were at the commands, and they stood and greeted you when you arrived. You saw their faces clearly, 2 individuals you had not met before, since they spend most of their time as Starship crew members due to their long experience and training with our Star Elders. These were the last gifts we offered you to share in this message that we are now ending. As our last words to our friends and allies who have followed us all the way until now, we say that we are here to help you on your evolutionary path out of spiritual duty and responsibility, but also out of love towards humanity and affection for those of you who respect us, of return to balance with the divine cosmic order. If your hearts are sincere and your quest serious, you can know us and work with us. This is our greatest wish, as that of our star elders, that humanity can raise its collective consciousness and re-establish a peaceful, spiritual, planetary civilization that will reconnect with our star relatives to join the Council of Star Elders to evolve high knowledge and eventually, in its turn, reach itself to the far stars. With these words, we bid our farewell to our readers, wishing them the best blessings. Our journey will now continue on other levels that will not need to be reported at large. May the Great Spirit and all the powers of the Omniverse be with us on our walk.
Image by W. The Sasquatch and Eagle Art by Jesse D. Angelo. Afterword by Kelly Lapsaritis.
Thank you for taking the time and energy to read these important messages that our elders have gifted to humanity and shared selflessly through our brother, SunBOW. There is a plethora of information within these pages that can be further researched for a deeper understanding of our human origins on Earth, as well as many scientific explanations that can be proven through quantum mechanics and spirit science. Our elders encourage us to broaden our awareness to these matters and share what we learn so that we can continue to heal karma and create spiritual dharma for our species, home planet, and all our relations. You may find yourself drawn to a particular subject mentioned within this book, and we hope that you further explore that which you resonate with. Besides the words, energy, and thought forms contained within these pages, there are also DNA and ancient wisdom activation codes that are turned on when you allow yourself to tune in and receive this information on a deeper soul level by opening your heart center. You may have felt the presence of Sasquatch and star elders nearby as you read, and you may also feel a notion that things are beginning to click and make sense, like connecting the dots to see a larger picture forming. You may have also had visions of other realities in your awareness, or felt physical sensations such as goosebumps, a change in temperature, a headache, an unusual itch, or even a sneezing or coughing spell. These symptoms and many more are signs that you are feeling the truth behind the message and are being affected by this energy on a conscious level. Remember that everything you release, whether it be physical like tears or elimination, mental from thought forms or social conditioning, or spiritual like letting go of unwanted emotions or judgments that do not serve you, you are creating room to allow new ideas and perceptions into your reality. You may even find that you suddenly feel like a changed person with a newfound love for life and motivation to inspire and aspire. These seemingly bizarre circumstances are no coincidence, nor are they necessarily the result of some kind of intervention by other beings, but it is your true soul self and wisdom body awakening to the reality of who you really are and why you are here. This is why it is so important to understand our interdimensional nature, that you are now who you have always been and who you always will be. It is one simultaneous existence made up of an infinite number of probability realities, which you can create with your own perceptions and free will. Do not be surprised if the words within this book seems to change your life forever. It has for many people around the world, and that is the intent behind sharing this message. Our elders have emphasized that the time is now for us to change the current paradigm, and they are offering their support and assistance so that we can create a spiritual evolution of love, peace, and respect for all living things. While transcribing these messages, the author SunBOW related that he had many intense interdimensional experiences during the process that lasted weeks, and many others have shared similar stories while reading these chapters online. I also had several exciting situations occur while editing and constructing these messages into a book, which allowed me to feel all 10 senses mentioned as well as experience true interdimensionality while my physical and bilocation light body were both fully conscious and aware. As I finished the final editing, I felt the presence of several elders, so I opened up my heart center in a space of unconditional love and invited them to share a message with me. A mostly hairless ancient one that goes by a name that phonetically sounds like Ja ARL, who lives off planet, connected with me and gave me a message which I felt was appropriate to share with you. Ja ARL delivered the following message.
Bless you, sister, and thank you for the open invitation and offer you have just given. It is a blessing to connect with you on this level. We are very pleased with your path and dedication to disseminating the truth and our message to your people. You will notice that the more energy you put into this cause, the more balanced you are, and the more communication and interdimensional experiences are perceived. We are pleased with your knowing in spiritual matters, disconnecting yourself from detrimental schools of thought such as fear, worry, and judgment. My people, along with our star elders, are assisting you on many levels, including some DNA and energy upgrades. This is part of the reason you have felt low energy as of late, and also why you have felt a sense of inspiration and motivation. Moreover, this is also why you are feeling such strong shifts of separation among your people. You have done exceptional work in sharing the Sasquatch messages, as given to your brother, and now is the cosmically aligned time to release this second book. You will find even greater rewards than before in the planetary release of this important information. It is not a coincidence that the formal publication did not happen prior, for the time was not right. It is also no coincidence that it will be released around the time of the solar eclipse and the new energies entering this realm, which is also nearly a year from the release of the first book, and was also cosmically aligned. You have been reminded by your elders about subjective and objective realities, which is shown here, how there is a cosmic plan already in place. Speaking on behalf of the Sasquatchy Nation and all our relations, we are pleased and celebrate this life path of creating spiritual dharma that you walk as well as all ambassadors of ancient wisdom and truth. We are grateful for all of your people who choose to stay connected to the knowledge of our star elders and work with spiritually evolved beings to stay on the path of enlightenment and peace. For this, your spiritual rewards will be abundant and appreciated by all beings, sending vibrations throughout the universe to be felt by all. Blessed be all things.
Author's note. Greetings of peace to all my relations. Since some have wondered and asked about who has been channeling this Sasquatch message, I accepted to write a short bio to introduce myself to my human family. My spirit elder Camus told me to finish first, to transmit their message, and then write some words about myself for my people. This book is not about me, but about them. The life of a man is but a blade of grass on the prairie, weathered away by the winds of time. Lakota, holy man, black elk, Wekasa Wakan, Heka, said that the life of a man finds its meaning and significance in the teachings and wisdom learnt along the way, which are worth sharing and passing on. Our ultimate purpose, and Raisin D Tree, is to help consciousness to rise to higher levels of spiritual understanding. So, although I've been working on an autobiography since 9 years, with over 300 pages written and about 2/3 through, entitled, in French, Contemporary Shamanic Journeys, I'll write here a short account of the most relevant events. I was born in Montreal, in a French-Canadian family with MT's ancestry. The first native legend I ever heard when I was 8 from my brother, who had heard it in a summer camp, was about the Wawaloo, a derivative of Babaloo, as the hairy forest people are called in Maine. We had never heard the word Sasquatch back then, but it was only a few years later, before my teenage, that the Patterson footage came on our screens, with other revelations, such as Von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods, awakening my interest in star people, hidden archaeology, and paranormal phenomenons, and raising questions that my Christian or academic education could not answer. Before I turned 17, I left for my first tour of Turtle Island, America, which became a pilgrimage in search of spiritual understanding through churches, temples, ashrams, and connections with Mother Nature. The first fall, a medicine man I met instructed me into doing a vision quest, in which I encountered my first spirit guide. Although I didn't understand what was happening then, I felt deeply that native ancestral teachings held many answers. The following summer, I went to my first rainbow gathering, opening my heart to a universal family. This 2-year pilgrimage culminated on Hopi land in the spring of '83. Just before reaching there, I spent a night in petrified forest, where I had a vision of a Sasquatch who sat nearby and showed me how it was when he walked with the dinosaurs. I first thought I was reading the etheric memory, but he interacted with me, so I then thought he was an astral ghost. I didn't understand at the time that they are interdimensional beings able to manifest on different planes. Looking back, the meaning of many past steps are just becoming clear now, at the light of the communications I had with Sasquatch recently. On my first visit to Hopi, I was welcomed with warm hospitality, received teachings, was gifted an eagle feather from a ceremonial dress, and saw my first Kachina dance. Through the years, I returned over a dozen times, thrice as guide for groups, did fasts and visions quests, met elders, received teachings, and was adopted in April '87 by the Coyote clan, Izo, of Haute-Villa, who made me chief of the pipe, Chong Mongwe, gave me my Hopi name in a Kachina. Ceremony in the Kiva, and spiritual knowledge to carry. To them, and for all those elders, teachers, guides, and allies, the message matters more than the messengers. Truth and wisdom do not only belong to their carrier. Having been guided by our elders to connect with other Sasquatch communicators, whose messages resonate with the ones I've been asked to transmit, confirms the source of inspiration as our elders. I am your littler brother, as my elder brother calls me, aiming to be true to all my relations, to all life. Walking on the sacred red road, the spiritual path of the rainbow warrior, the Hopi way of peace, following the guidance of our elders for the best interest of all my relations and the future generations. May our circles unite as one family in the sacred hoop, the cosmic order, and the divine peace. SunBôw, TrueBrother. SunBôw TrueBrother's full bio can be found in the Sasquatch Message to Humanity, Conversations with Elder Camus, Book 1,